You mentioned that Ye. If you see some of his videos and some of his later creative trajectory.
Specifically Jesus, right? He takes on this
Yeah,
kind of
exactly.
persona. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's shouting it out. I mean, it's not as if you have to tease this out and have to dig. He's basically saying it.
Welcome to episode 4 of the De facto podcast. I'm your host, Anthony Ballas. Today we are joined yet again by Dr. Gerald Horne, John J. and Rebecca Moore's Chair of History and African American Studies at the University of Houston, author of too many books and articles to keep count, most recently Counter-Revolution of 1836, Texas Slavery and Jim Crow, and the Roots of U.S. Fascism, which came out, I think, somewhere around May or so this last year by international publishers. And Dr. Horne and I also discussed that a couple episodes back in September. So you can go ahead and check that one out after we're finished here today. Today, we're going to continue our series on Dr. Horne's work by discussing his 2006 title, The Color of Fascism, Lawrence Dennis, Racial Passing, and the Rise of Right-Wing Extremism in the United States, published by New York University Press, 2006. Dr. Horne, welcome back.
Thank you for inviting me.
Okay, let's jump right in here. The Color of Fascism is a biography of Lawrence Dennis, the quote-unquote brain behind American fascism. It's an analysis of the phenomenon known as racial passing and its elusive and often overlooked connection with fascism. Before we turn our focus to Dennis, to start things off, would you mind orienting our listeners a bit to this phenomenon of racial passing, its historical roots, and so on, and maybe why you chose this particular topic?
Mm-hmm. Well, this phenomenon in the United States known as racial passing, I think viewers should view as a direct outgrowth of the pathology of white supremacy, which, as we know, evolves out of racist slavery in North America. The phenomenon basically is that those who are lighter skinned, Negroes, melanin deficient, can choose a kind of exile by distancing themselves from their racial ancestry, that is to say, their Black ancestry. Now, I should say very quickly that I don't necessarily quarrel with a lighter skinned person who decides to rebel against the pathology of white supremacy, which suggests that if you have a proverbial one drop of African ancestry, that means that you're Black. I mean, you can look phenotypically like George W. Bush or Madonna, but if anywhere on your family tree there's some sort of African, that means that you're Black. Now, it doesn't take a genius to figure out that that system evolves in order to help to generate the more enslaved people, because you probably know of these cases of Irish landing in New Orleans in the antebellum period and unscrupulous slave dealers grabbing them and saying, we're thrusting you into slavery because you're Black. They say, wait a minute, I just got here from Ireland. Well, they don't care. I mean, this one drop rule is a way to create a wider base for enslavement and therefore generate more profits. And it doesn't take a genius as well to recognize that generating more profits is sort of a key to explicating many phenomena in the United States. And likewise, to turn the coin over, it's quite revealing and striking to note that having indigenous ancestry does not necessarily mean that you're, quote, Indian, unquote. I mean, look at all the people who claim Cherokee ancestry, be it Senator Elizabeth Warren of Massachusetts, or Cher, the performer, there are so many, because by claiming indigenous ancestry, this also means that those who are ostensibly, quote, white, unquote, can then have a claim to the land. And so you can see how these definitions of race, which are obviously racist, either A, help to generate profit through enslavement, or B, help to generate profit through owning of land illicitly seized. And so these are the conundrums that we're faced with in the United States. Now, as I said, a person who could be defined as Black, but who is light-skinned, but decides not to go along with the system and rebel, I understand that. I mean, I don't make a moral judgment about a person who does that, just like I don't make a moral judgment about a person who decides to flee the United States altogether to seek an exile in Africa or Asia or Canada or Mexico, because why should we be prisoners to these archaic, ultimately exploitative definitions? Interestingly enough, so-called passing, it still exists to a certain degree, although certainly it's possible to say that with the onslaught against Jim Crow and white supremacy in the 20th century, the second half of the 20th century in particular, it became more socially acceptable to be Black. Obviously, there's still a Black tax to be paid. Obviously, there are still penalties associated with being Black. But obviously, as well, the system in 2022, 2023 is not as horrific or horrendous as it was during the lifetime of the character of this, the subject of this book. And speaking of Lawrence Dennis, born in the late 1890s in Atlanta, and obviously, as the cover of the book shows, you can hold it up again, is a person who was melanin deficient, otherwise defined as Black at the time of his birth, but decides for various reasons, as the saying goes, it's hard out here being a Negro. And so he decides to pass and ascends to the highest levels of the US elite as a result of his passing. I've oftentimes wondered, and some might consider this to be a point of personal privilege, and I don't deny that it is, why this topic, why this book hasn't been adapted for the cinema. Because, I mean, here you have this guy who's born in Negro, Jim Crow Atlanta, and decides to pass, decides to become perceived as, quote, white, although, as I say in the book, he has this accent. And it's interesting to talk about this, because there are these other markers that can facilitate passing. For example, he had this accent that it was difficult to pin down. Now, if he sort of talked like this, even if he looked like that picture on your photo, you know, with a sort of prototypical, stereotypical Negro accent, his passing would not have been successful, but he had a kind of elevated accent, and therefore that helps to accommodate the perception that he's actually not a Negro with all the penalties attached thereto. And so his hair, of course, doesn't necessarily pass the pencil test. I'm sure you've heard in New Orleans, which of course was, like many US cities, a color-obsessed city. If you could stick a pencil in your hair and it sticks like it sticks in my hair, that means, uh-oh, you're a Negro. I don't care how melanin deficient you are. And you could probably stick a pencil in his hair and it would stick. But people thought that he might be Arab, for example. And interestingly, to show you how bizarre these racist definitions are in the United States of America, you can have those who are Arab Christian ancestry. Ralph Nader, the former presidential candidate and the consumer advocate who has Lebanese Christian ancestry, he's, as far as I can tell, accepted as quote white. Now, of course, if he had been Lebanese Shiite, he would have been seen as third world, for example. And you have these very anomalous situations where even those who are of Egyptian ancestry, if they're melanin deficient, they could be and have the appropriate accent, they could be accepted as quote white unquote. I'm thinking of the host of the Today Show. I'm ashamed to say I've never watched the show. I've only seen her name in print. Her first name is Hoda, Hoda. Her surname is Kotb. Do you know how to pronounce that? I guess you haven't watched the Today Show either then. Anyway, she's of Egyptian ancestry and she's a host on the Today Show. She's melanin deficient. She's seen as quote white unquote, accepted readily. And in fact, just to go on in this vein, I had a very revealing encounter a few years ago in Texas at a Palestinian solidarity gathering where I was asked to speak. Of course, I thought I made somewhat anodyne, almost boring comments about solidarity between Black Americans and Palestinians and how we're both victims of settler colonialism. And I was shocked to find that one of the Palestinian Americans there, a well-known scholar, he objected, he pushed back. And I think he was of Christian ancestry, and certainly he was melanin deficient and had a US accent. And the conclusion that I drew was that he had accommodated himself to the United States of America. After all, I mean, he doesn't get followed around in stores when he enters, for example. And so he took umbrage at my alleged slur on the United States of America, speaking of it as a settler colonial enterprise. And then it occurred to me that this might not be uncommon, that you may have other melanin deficient people in the United States who are from the so-called third world, but who have the proper accent and the proper affect, and therefore are accepted and accommodated at the top tier. And then I thought again, then I was saying, I'm sure one of your acute and alert listeners might then say, well, Professor Horn, weren't you in a contradiction? You're just saying that you don't quarrel with Lawrence Dennis for passing, and yet you have this critique of these Palestinian intellectuals who you encountered a few years ago in Texas. Well, I mean, these
how you doing, everybody?
I'm critiquing them because they're critiquing.
Lord.
I mean, I'm not.
Yeah, sorry. This was like one of the few videos I had that like were just in the tank. That, like I could just kind of throw up there, and I knew that the audio would work because I pretty much just ruined my own dinner.
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
How do I freaking turn my headphones?
Can I hear you, David?
Can you hear me? Can I hear you?
Are you using a microphone, Dave?
Yeah. Should I go closer to it?
Oh, I don't know. It was just a little
Little
echoey.
Yeah, it's kind of crappy. It's a snowball.
Thanks for pointing that out in front of everybody.
Yeah. Oh no.
Yeah, so welcome, everybody. Thank you all. Yes, leftist audio. It really would not be a leftist stream if, we weren't consistently and constantly having some kind of audio-visual issue, would it?
Yep. Speaking of potential audio-visual issue, nice of you to not throw me up on screen whilst I was flipping you off. Did you notice that? Or
That would have been a fun little trick.
It would have been. Sorry, that's on me. I have a massive headache right now. I just ruined my own dinner, and I haven't.
Antifada.
I haven't eaten a goddamn thing. Hey, Antifada.
I'll take that as a compliment.
What's up, Antifada?
Thank you.
Is that a raccoon on your logo?
I believe it is.
Because I like that a lot.
Same. We're gonna steal that.
Me and my girlfriend are very big fans of raccoons and possums. I got a possum tattoo like 2 years ago.
Did you really?
Mhm.
I thought I knew all your tattoos.
Have you ever seen like when people like over their kneecap or something like that? They do like that tiger, like that traditional tiger
Yeah.
face.
Yeah.
I have that, but it's a raccoon face.
Nice.
I mean, a possum. I would have to remove my pants to show it, and I'm just not really going to do that right now.
The like one tattoo that I honestly I don't really like any of my tattoos anymore. Most of them were I pretty much got for free because my friend was apprenticing.
Yeah.
You know, but like the one thing I do want to get at some point is I want to get this is like two references. My favorite animal is the thylacine. Do you know what a thylacine is, Pat?
No.
All right, let me show you what a thylacine is. Where the fuck? There we go.
There you go.
Okay. So I don't know. Where's it?
get
Where's he? There he is.
Oh.
I hit refresh on the wrong fucking page.
No, you're
Wow.
good. So this is a
He
thylacine.
trusted you.
Yeah,
Right?
I ruined it all. Did you guys thank Rivethied yet?
What is that thing? Tasmanian tiger.
Yeah, it's like an extinct animal, and I don't know why. My dad gave me this like old ass book on animals, right? And this was still in it as like an endangered species. I was like, oh, this is like my favorite animal. They're so cool. They're marsupials, but like, you know, they're carnivores and stuff. And like, and then it turns out, yeah, they've been extinct for like 100 years, bro.
What about this though?
Y'all ever watch that Z Frank video on marsupials?
I have not. Dude, that is sick.
That's my knee.
That's your knee?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever noticed that tattoo. But then again,
Wow.
you like never wear shorts. Like a
No, I'm not big on shorts lately, but sometimes I wear them.
fucking so there's that, and have you ever heard of this band called Animosity?
No.
All right, so they're like, I guess, kind of like a deathcore band by modern day standards, right? But they
Yeah.
had this one fucking album cover that I thought was sick.
Maine Coon.
And it is, let me see if I can actually get this thing to open up in a new tab. And it looks like this. I've always wanted to get this, because that's a thylacine. I've always wanted to get that tattooed like across my body.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there.
Oh, there's so much going on. This is probably
That
like,
might be like a nightmare to tattoo on someone
yeah,
if
this
you
is
want it like that.
easily like over $1,000 tattoo.
Yeah. Thank you all for the possum compliments.
Dog, if I had $1,000, I would just get so much weed instead. Like,
I don't know. I just want like a tattoo that like I know I'll continue to like for like more of my life, because I have like
It's
a bunch of
impossible.
I have so many that I'm like I
Like,
don't
I'm at the point now where I'm 32 and like all my tattoos, like there's certain parts like my neck and my back where I'm like, oh, I want to save this. And it's like, save it for what? So I can be 46 and finally get a neck tattoo. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, what's the point? Like, you know, we're as human beings, like the human condition has like a built-in complacency switch that like, no, it doesn't matter what it is, as eventually you're always going to have this like grass is greener on the other side thing. You're always going to look at your arm and be like, oh, I would get this now. I got something when I was 21 and it's different. And it's like, you know,
Yeah.
it's like, you're never going to be happy.
hey,
No matter
bro.
what, in 10 years, you're going to have some different artistic trend that you're into, and you're going to fantasize about what it would look like if you got this thing instead. And it's like, you know, you can just do that until you just die if you want.
Yes. Oh,
What do you
and Dave Zafrank is probably one of my favorite YouTube channels that me and the wife watch pretty regularly.
I can't believe you haven't seen the marsupials one.
I'm pretty certain that I have.
All right then.
Let me see. Are we gonna have like an actual? Wait, no, I can't even be the one to share the video, because whenever I try and share a YouTube video, the sound doesn't fucking work.
Yeah.
That's good shit.
This is
They're
why we
trying to
switched over
silence you,
OBS.
comrade.
Yeah. This is why we switched over to OBS.
Yeah. Well, and like all the other cool stuff.
All that too. But
So I'm working through
Doors here too.
I'm working through the slides here. Here, let me get a we have a good amount of people in here. Let me get a temperature check on everybody, right? So for the
Everybody
dedicated
get a thermometer.
yeah, so for the dedicated book listeners, right? Right now I am at oh no, where did it go? Right now I have finished the China section and the Italy section, and I'm at how many slides? 33 slides. Do you think we should add on Greece, or do you think that we should just keep it around 40 slides and just cut Greece for until Wednesday?
Damn, all for one stream. I'm gonna be feasting, dude.
trying to figure out how to add this.
Let me know if anybody has any opinions in the chat. If I add Greece into it, we're probably looking at like save Greece for later. Thank you, Sin Chow.
Yeah.
I think that might be right, especially because I have all the slides made, but I'm adding extra stuff. And right now I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 tabs up for Italy. I'm pretty much done all the China stuff in terms
That's
of like
a lot of fascism.
dude. Yeah. And the United States loves fascism. I don't know if you guys have heard about this yet, but like the moment that World War II stops, they're like fascist Imperial Japan. Like, you know, how bad were they really? You know, who's really bad? Communists.
All right. So what's
you know the most significant fighting force against fascism in Italy? Those guys are bad. We need to stop those guys. Like we need millions of dollars for this.
what's the question here? Should we add more than one chapter?
Fuck you, John.
What are you doing? A poll?
Yeah.
It would be actually it would be a third. It would be a third. I already have 2. So right now it's China and Italy, and then Greece would be the third. And I think I kind of like just looked at page length and was like, yeah, we'll do all 3 because it's only a few pages. But China is like 6 pages, but it has 37 sources attributed to it. So like this is like it's like Spark Notes or something like that, where they're just like, you know, there's no fluff to it whatsoever. It's just 6 pages of just heat the whole time.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. There's more shit that has gone on
Oh, shit,
in
I didn't
China in
use
like
chapter.
3 years after World War II that I had any, like, we're talking about like biochemical weaponry being used. It's a lot.
Trust me, Frank, we're probably
Frank's
still going to be covering this, right? I'm actually shocked that no one is voting in this fucking poll, right?
Really? Are you shocked that leftists aren't voting?
Where's the poll? Oh, it's on Twitch, right? I don't even have Twitch
Yeah.
open. Duh.
Oh, fucking fake ass democracy.
Yeah, it's a sham election.
You
Yeah.
got 2 people
Off the
voting.
steal.
This is the kind of democracy that fucking what's his name? Gaddafi, like, you know, this is what killed
Yeah,
Libya,
so-
really.
Somehow Juan Guaido is going to come in and declare himself the winner of the poll.
All right, so
Have you heard that? And like, have you heard that? Like, the United States has recently been like, Venezuela's not that bad. Have you heard about that?
well,
and
yeah, that was
Yeah, because we need that oil.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they said that there's like all those issues in Eastern Europe and Russia right now. So they're like, hey, Venezuela, like, hold on. Like,
Oh, please.
Perhaps Mr. Maduro, you could.
You're
give-
President Maduro. We've
Please
always
give oil.
recognized you as President Maduro.
Juan
Some of that
Guaido who?
sweet liquid gold.
Juan
Juan-
Guaido who? We don't. Come on.
No,
Fair
come
enough.
on. That baby, that was just a joke.
That was Trump.
Come on, baby.
Trump.
Yeah,
All
we're
that
different
malarkey-
now. It's
All
different
that
now.
malarkey was under
I was
Trump.
just humoring him.
that was a joke.
That was
Indeed.
that. We were just playing with you. Come on, we wouldn't actually like try to overthrow you. Come on, you're not Hugo. We wouldn't do that to you. Come on.
Maduro.
If there's like any like news or anything like that about that, because I mean we're just kind of playing volleyball at this point, trying to keep this ball in the air.
This whole shit
Venezuela,
show of a
the
country.
US, time ties with the U.S.
Well, I mean, like, you know what happened, right, Pat?
with the oil situation with Russia.
not even just like the oil situation, but like, what the fuck is it? I think that like they tried to get Venezuela to be on board with some kind of anti-China thing, and Maduro was like, kick fucking rocks, and then immediately told like, the Chinese ambassador like, everything.
Dude, I hate how my fucking thing like
I know.
doesn't share properly. Oh, there you go. That wasn't so bad.
Wait, you got two screens, so it should be easier for you.
Shunned by the United States and its allies, Nicolas Maduro is taking steps to return to the international
Two-screen
fold.
having ass.
In an interview with Venezuelan state television on Sunday, the president extended an olive branch.
Venezuela is ready, totally ready, to take steps towards a process of normalization of diplomatic, consular, and political relations with the current administration of the United States and with administrations to come.
Maduro was ostracized following widely disputed presidential elections in 2018.
Were they though?
The United
Were
States-
they widely disputed, or was it just the U.S. that was disputing?
Why by who?
Yeah, 'cause there was like a coup that happened that lasted for like 16 hours before like popular support for Maduro, or was it Maduro or Chavez where that happened, where like there was technically a coup. It must have been Chavez, right? Because
That literally was Chavez, and there's like a group of Irish filmmakers that were present for like the entire thing. I think it's called "The Revolution Will Not Be Televised."
Juan Guaido as the country's rightful president. Maduro responded by breaking off relations with the US in 2019.
Wow, what a
Guaido
madman.
failed to dislodge Maduro in the nearly 4
Fucking
years
hero.
since, and his initial support dropped
I love
off.
this shit.
Venezuela's
Absolute
opposition
fucking
vote
king.
dissolved Guaido's so-called
You love to see a big
government.
boy with a nice stash just fucking eating.
Today, we're taking a leap into the void. Today, we're capitulating. 72
Have you seen that video of him getting
lawmakers
attacked in the
capitulated.
restaurant?
Dude,
lawmakers
they were
defended
having
their
like some kind of
president
meeting at
realistic,
some public
saying the
fucking
interim
thing,
government is
and
no longer
people were
useful.
literally throwing
Maduro's
chairs
government
at
asked the
him.
US to
Yeah,
invest
I thought that was a
in Venezuela's
restaurant.
vital
I thought it
sector.
was like,
No.
I thought he
Provide
stopped
the
him to get
collapsed
like a chicken
economy.
sandwich somewhere, and
Although
somebody
they
just
have
threw a
yet to
chair at
recognize
him. Like,
Maduro's government,
No, that was
Biden
like some kind of like
administration
literal
Senate
committee meeting
on
thing for
relations
like local government.
puts pressure on oil supplies.
Dude, reactionary don't get triggered by a leftist challenge. God damn.
Oh, Magoki, it's so much worse than that. When they pulled his own district that he was literally elected by, most of the people had no idea who the fuck he was, even in his own district that he was supposed to be representing.
yeah.
It did happen twice, Sam, so one of them very well may have
I'm
been a
pulling
restaurant.
I'm pulling up the violence. We're gonna get violent here. I want to see. This is him returning. I think this is the airport. I think,
Love it.
yeah, as he returned. Dude, imagine that this is the dude that you're like, this is our guy. What do you mean?
Oh shit.
People like
Almost
just
frizzled.
come to the airport to be like, is that motherfucker coming back? Let's go yell at him. Let's accost this man. Man, I have a great book about Venezuela that I don't know.
Yeah, I bet you do.
It looks great.
They
This guy and his
probably
extensive book collection.
That's on me, Altmas Frizzle. Hang on 1 second, I'll fix that. And yeah, you probably do have to be like, we have to be following you in order to raid.
You not follow us, Altmas?
Yeah, no, it's just mainly to prevent a lot of other channels we
Hate
wouldn't
raids,
want
yeah.
raiding us. Yeah, we don't want that. So my apologies, Altmas Frizzle.
Like it, share it, internalize it.
Retweet if you agree.
Chaos erupts in Venezuela National Assembly. Juan Guaido was blocked from entering. Hold on. There's like 6 videos on here of like Juan Guaido being assaulted in Venezuela.
They literally said no pasaran. They literally said it.
Don't you kind of wish that like our like Senate and like Congress
Oh, this
hearings
is
and
Voice of
stuff?
America.
Wow.
Which is Interesting.
And we all know who financially supports Voice of America, right, chat?
Oh well, in my little
I'll let
research,
Chad answer.
for Italy, Voice of America comes up quite a bit.
Oh, does it now?
Yes, indeed it does. Because there was a pesky little election that happened after Mussolini got strung up. And communists were pretty popular then. I don't know if you guys heard.
They for some reason just kept winning all
Free
those
press
elections.
A free press matters. That's pretty.
Yeah,
funny.
it must have been.
I still haven't come across the video that I've been looking for from the beginning of this. Like I am like wading through Juan Guaido violence.
Do you know how many times I'm gonna have to fight the distinctly Italian urge, the Italian commie urge to bust out into Bella Ciao in the chat when you guys are covering this shit? Like it's gonna be extremely hard.
When I was in Guatemala, I'd have to find it somewhere. But when I was in Guatemala, I spent time at this English or Spanish school, which where they teach. Shut up, dude. It's where they teach people Spanish. Like a lot of like foreigners will come in and they'll teach you Spanish. But the whole thing, it was also like a community center. So there was just pictures of Che, pictures of Fidel, like a lot of just like really cool artwork and stuff up there. And they had a Bella Ciao, like Yo soy comunista, Bella Ciao. I think it was in Spanish translation or whatever, but they had that up there and it said right up in there, Yo soy comunista, Yo soy comunista.
Oh, and I sent you the video in private chat, Pat.
Oh.
Welcome back, Wilco. Hope you had a good nap.
What is this one? Is this Juan Guaido? Is this more Juan Guaido violence? Because if not,
it's in a restaurant this time.
I don't want to see it. That's what we're doing this stream, is we're just gonna go through all the times that.
Yeah, we're just gonna watch violence against leftists. I thought it was supposed to be Friday Fun Day.
This is the one that
this is the fun day. They're just throwing shit at
just a fucking paper.
It's funny too. In none of these
better one.
videos has he ever gotten like seriously hurt or murdered or stabbed or anything. It's just people being like, "Fuck you!" Like throw papers at him and stuff.
I found an even better one, Pat.
It really is just sheer disrespect. It's not like any kind of threatening of physical harm. It's just like, "Fuck you," like you said.
Pat, click on the second one that I just sent you.
All right, God.
It's even. I swear to God, it's even better. It's literally like hate in the cage, like fucking like.
Johnny's like a fucking kid with a toy right now. I love it.
What is this, a basketball court?
El presidente encargado Juan Guaidó este fin de semana en Chile terminó a sillazos. Guaidó ha denunciado que los actos son productos de un ataque del régimen de Nicolás Maduro. En su cuenta de la red social Twitter dijo: "No son bandos, es la dictadura contra la gente." Y finalizó asegurando.
I don't speak a word of Spanish, so I'm hoping that this is actually like, you know.
Y gracias principalmente a la dolarización de facto que vive Venezuela, miles de venezolanos.
There's just like a fucking seemingly infinite supply of plastic chairs as well.
Yeah.
It's suspicious. What's that thing? What's that thing with like the George Soros bringing bricks to like?
Yeah, you bring plastic chairs to a Venezuelan political meeting.
That's what Chavez does for any time Juan Guaido's. They just suspiciously drop off pallets of plastic chairs.
Outside agitators with your fucking chairs.
We have to make sure there's at least 200 chairs there.
A suspicious amount of chairs and alcohol.
Yo, I thought my Antifa paycheck was fucking light that week.
Yeah, dude.
It's being spent on chairs.
Yeah, god damn it.
Esta nueva realidad desata la
A million chairs and all the liquor you could imagine.
Se pretende esconder los problemas del país, entre ellos la que vive el sector salud.
Yeah, I would absolutely visit Venezuela.
Me too.
So would I. I've been all around Venezuela. I've just never been there.
You've just been circling it, like we talked about before.
You've been around Venezuela, but you've never been around Venezuela.
All right, so
English is great.
We got like a pretty like busy weekend, or at least like I do.
y el combustible que es dolarizado y
You going to the pro? No, that's next weekend.
It's next weekend. I want to go to that, but like I don't have money right now.
Yeah, I looked up the price for a train ticket, and I was like, ah, shit. Well, maybe I'll go to the thing in New York.
Yeah, like a New York thing, I think I could maybe swing, but as far as like going out to DC and stuff, I don't have like the time or the money for that right now.
If you do go to New York, if I find a way to get to New York, will you babysit me? Because I'll be fucking lost.
Yeah, because that's another thing is I don't know my way around DC like at fucking all. You know what this reminds me of?
What?
Do you remember that English guy? What's his name? Like Tommy Robinson or something?
It rings a bell. Yeah, freaking imagine skipping an anti-war protest to go do capitalism. Couldn't be me.
Oh, and I have a very special assistant bringing me my supplies. One moment. So look, this is a book I'd really love to read on stream. Venezuela, the Present as Struggle, Voices from the Bolivarian Revolution. It says Venezuela has been the stuff of front page news extravaganzas, especially since the death of Hugo Chavez. With predictable bias, mainstream media focus on violent clashes between opposition and government. What is less known, however, is the story of what the Venezuelan, especially the Chavista masses, do and think in these times of social emergency. Venezuela, the Present as Struggle, seeks to open a window on grassroots Chavismo in the wake of Chavez's death. Feminists and housing activists, communards, organic intellectuals, and campesinos from around the country speak up in their own voices, defending the socialist project and pointing to what they see as revolutionary solutions to Venezuela's current crisis. If the Venezuelan government has shown an impressive capacity to resist imperialism, it is the Chavista grassroots movement, as this book shows, that actually defends socialism as the only coherent project of national liberation.
Nice.
Sounds pretty based, right?
Yeah.
Here's another one that I got too.
He's got another one.
We created Chavez, A People's History of the Venezuelan Revolution. And I have another book too called Bad News from Venezuela by Alan MacLeod. If you know Dr. Alan MacLeod, I think he's pretty active on Twitter, but he's a doctorate in communications, and he has a book. It was his doctorate, project or thesis or whatever you do for your doctorate, where he compares like media from Venezuela, or how Venezuela is portrayed in the United States media. So many books, so little time. It would be really cool to read about Venezuela, but
Is Alan MacLeod like our age?
Probably. I don't know. Dissertation. Yeah. What did I say?
Might be.
I got to see if there's any more of these videos of Guaido getting attacked, because I'm like, what was that, 5 that we've looked at so far?
I don't see any mention of him being a doctor, but yeah, I see him on Twitter.
Alan MacLeod, he's absolutely a doctor. I promise you.
I'm not doubting that. I feel like, if I was a doctor, I would put that in my Twitter bio.
Oh no, this is a Jimmy Dore video. Get out of here.
No. We don't fuck with Jimmy Dore.
I don't know how to change my name in StreamYard, actually. Hold on, let me see.
Oh shit, that's right.
Oh, I found it. Okay. There you go.
Damn.
Yeah, we can't have them figuring out that we're actually just in the same room.
Yeah, and it's funny, the lighting is exactly the same.
All of a sudden, when you said that, mine turned to purple.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I wish, if I ever win like the Mega Millions or the Powerball, I'll set up like a lefty, Better Means TV or something, just invite all the leftist Twitch streamers onto
I don't even know what this means, but Jimmy Dore seems like Rumpelstiltskin or something.
Honestly, vibes based. Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, I'm so deep in Italy stuff that I want to talk about it, but I have to save it for Sunday. Like, it's going to be a waste if I blow my load now.
Yeah, goddamn. How do you think it feels being Italian all the time?
It must be. Well, I imagine it's terrible.
Yeah, it's
Pat-
awful. It's fucking sucks.
Pat doesn't want to blow his Italian load all at once here and now. We gotta wait. You gotta
I
hold
gotta
off.
retain
Yeah.
it. I gotta what do they call
put the
it? Now?
sausage
Edge it.
away,
You
dude.
gotta
What are the
edge
kids
it.
doing these days?
Edging.
No fat.
No fat.
Yeah, edge. Yeah, I'm edging until then.
He's gotta retain his Italian seed.
It's an olive seed. Fun fact.
Are you Dave? Are you up on your Italian history?
What
do you know more
I
about?
should read more.
Portuguese or Italian? What do you know? More about?
Probably. I honestly have spent half the time that I would have liked in each country. So honestly, I could give you the skeleton of each one if you want, but
No. I don't want to. Like I said, I don't want to.
I completely forgot that last time you said for me to talk about Portugal, but then I forgot, and then I was already streaming today. I should have done the reading preemptively, honestly.
For a guy that at the top of your stream has what is it? What is that word?
Baish News Network.
Baish, right? Yeah,
it's
I
fish.
would expect you to. It's Finnish.
It means fish.
Oh, fish.
Yeah, fish.
Like Pice.
Fish news. Yeah.
Fish news.
Yeah, fish news. Also, we're fishers of humans, Johnny. Get with it.
Is that a
It's a Jesus reference.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is that the fish?
That's it.
It's the Baish News.
I was like,
and also, it helps me catch Portuguese guys. I already got two of them. Yeah, catch them. Like as in fit. Yeah, get them. Yeah, they're like, hey, you Portuguese? I'm like, hey, you Portuguese?
Okay. Yeah, no, it's funny because I forget what stream it is. You were like yelling at me about like being Portuguese or something.
Yep, always.
And my wife,
yeah, you're Portuguese canonically.
My wife turns to me and says, he knows that you're only like less than 5% Portuguese, right?
1/32nd, like doesn't matter to another Portuguese person. There's it's sort of a subversion of like the one drop rule where it's like even a little bit, you're just fucking, you're cool.
Portuguese blood quantum.
Yeah,
we're doing Portuguese blood quantum. Fuck yeah, we've got like so much coming up in this next coming week. We're gonna have Rick from Decolonized Buffalo on to talk about the Great Father on.
That's on Wednesday, right?
Yeah, on the 15th.
Absolutely amazing.
Today's what, Friday or Saturday?
Today is Friday.
All right, today's Friday.
Well, Friday, yeah.
So tomorrow, right? I'll be guesting on another stream.
Ooh.
Tune in for Famous Horse to find out.
Shout out to Famous. Oh, you're gonna be on Famous Horse, dude. Sick.
And what the hell is it? Then Sunday, I think. What do we got going on Sunday?
We're doing the book. We're doing the book.
Yeah. We're
Big
gonna
ass.
do.
How dare you forget my Italy content, you piece of
There's
shit.
so much going on in my head right now. I just fucked up dinner entirely. That's why I'm like waiting. I'm starving to death for my.
You know
What?
You know who wouldn't fuck up dinner?
What?
An Italian. Just saying. Just fucking saying.
I don't care. All right. Well, my wife isn't the one that cooks, so there.
No way, we get into some problematic territory if I say that she should be the one doing the cooking, eh?
All right. So fucking Sunday we've got China, Italy, and then what the fuck else do we have?
Stop talking right now.
All right.
It's only China and Italy.
It's only China and Italy.
I just pictured a globe and it's just the ocean and it's just China and Italy. And then that's it.
For anybody that was asking me in Discord what to read, if you're following along with the PDF that you can find in Discord.
It was
me. There was other people.
No, I know, but I was
you started this conversation. Yeah. You initiated it. Just read the first two sections, China, Italy. And that's what we will be covering on Sunday. So please come on in, participate.
And Sunday is going to be a busy day for me. So if you're not already, following Left Flank Vets, you should be. All right. And that's all I'll give away.
Ooh.
Trying to think what else. I need food, man. Like I think I got like diabetes or something because like I can't fucking think straight.
I'm gonna hold out. I'm
Oh,
gonna
shit, he
hold out
did?
till after stream.
I'm just gonna
Already
eat like
talked about it.
in front of everybody.
I'm waiting. on
God
my
damn
chicken,
it, Marcus!
Wait, no,
Loose
Luke.
lips sink ships.
my chicken cutlet sandwich.
Is that Sean Connery?
A sandwich. No, I don't have a hard disk. It's a solid state.
And no, Wilco, I will not be in New York. Although I am kind of close.
Wait, what? Why not?
But I have our own streams that I got to do, Wilco. So it's like, it's one of those things.
Yeah, but then who will babysit me in New York?
Are you going to New York?
If someone says they will babysit me, then I'll do it. I'm a child, okay? I need to be treated like a child.
Trying to think like no, we shouldn't bail on our plans. We already have it scheduled to go.
Also, isn't it the 25th?
Is it the 25th?
I thought that's what they were saying.
I'm so fucking confused. Oh, hey, me and Chris got a live show day for the 25th. I'm going to stream on Sunday. I wanted to know if you wanted to come on the stream. Yeah, all right. So, yeah, it is the 25th. All right. My brain is shot, y'all. I'm trying. I don't know, something.
My ex's birthday.
Besides that.
Yeah, could you tell I wanted to be somewhere else besides my fucking room?
Shit, it's a Saturday. So,
just another Saturday, like Lagwagon.
Yo, Pat, we should do that.
What is it?
I don't know. What is it, David? Tell me.
What is what? Oh, it's isn't it the live? They're doing a live episode of stream.
Who
are they?
Or is it a live podcast? Oh yeah, it's live podcast recording of Eyes Left.
It's a lot, dude. All right, how do we get tickets for that? Do they have like a website or something?
I'm sure Strin Sam would know. Guy's got links out the ass to everybody. He hasn't revealed that much. God damn it.
Are you guys letting out secrets? I'm out of the
Just
loop.
forget I said anything. I don't know shit, chat. I'm not involved. I'm not part of this.
Yeah, I'm out of the loop. I don't hang out.
I'm a gig worker, okay? I just come on the show when they need me.
Yeah. So everything happens. I'm not abreast to any of it.
Where the fuck is it?
I'm just a boob. I'm not a breast.
Join us in DC on the 20th anniversary of. No, this is next week. I did want to go to this though, Ravo.
Yeah.
But I can't.
Yeah, it's harder to get there.
What part of New York?
And also, like, Wilco's not even going to be there, so like, what's the fucking point? You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I'm trying to get to the live event on the 25th because New York is way easier for me to get to than DC. And plus, like, me and Pat have like a lot of other stuff going on that makes it a little bit difficult to do it. Maybe if we like had planned for it, like, earlier in advance, but more details on the 25th event will be on this Sunday. Okay. All right. Sounds good to me.
Green teas.
I'll be learning along with everybody else about what's going to be happening. I mean, like, New York is decent. It's nice to visit. So yeah, as soon as
I've never set foot in New York before in my life. I've driven through it, but never.
What, New York?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that much,
You ever been to Philly?
Actually, yes. I saw the fucking Liberty Bell. There were some horses. They smelled so bad I threw up. Really vivid memory from like me as a small child, which is like fucking poorly chewed hot dogs just on the floor.
Welcome to Philadelphia, kid.
Yeah, exactly, dude. First time.
fucking. Actually, like, yeah, the last time that like I think we like hung out in Philly was like last summer or something, right, Pat?
What do you mean, like where we actually left my house?
Yeah,
Probably.
it's been.
I think the entire time that I've lived here and you've come, I think we've just hung out here, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Do not come.
Do not come.
Do not come.
I mean, like, I'm all for like IRL meetups. The last time that Marcus was in New York, I was like really tempted to be like, I should just go. I should just go and like hang out with him or something. But like I just didn't because I'm an agoraphobe and I hardly ever leave my house. But yeah, the more details we find out about New York, especially considering we have like 2 weeks to plan in advance for it. Like, Pat, are you going to be busy on the 25th?
I don't believe so.
We should try and go to that.
Okay.
Yo, let's go.
Do you know anything about like Eyes Left or any of that?
Nope.
Mike Preisner?
Oh, Mike Preiser's a part of it?
Fire Files guy?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. It's Mike Preisner and
Him and Sam Cedar?
No. The other guy is. Do you remember the kid where that picture was going around where he's graduating from West Point and like he has a Che shirt underneath his like military jacket?
I think I've seen that picture.
It's that guy.
Nice.
And yes, Mike Preisner hosts it. And Mike Preisner, I think, is also Abby Martin's husband.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
He got kicked out of the army.
Yeah, I mean, naturally.
Yeah, and like they do a lot of work to help get people out of the military, which to me, yeah, Rapone, that's it.
Wait, do we have a fucking rare-based Italian alert?
I don't
Holy
think they're
shit.
that rare.
Dog.
I don't know. I do not think, as far as Italians go, Italian Americans is a whole different story, but Italians, right?
Well, yeah, that's what I meant.
Based of all is Domenico Lacerda.
Plenty based.
Oh, I mean, I'm sure. I know you love. I know you love Lacerda, but
I do. I can't get enough of him.
Don't forget to mention Gramsci. All right.
And Gramsci, but like I'm saying out of like our lifetime.
That's what they're gonna do next on Mark's Madness is Gramsci's prison notebooks, and I'm gonna fucking cry. I'm gonna cry.
It's pretty fucked up that when you type in Domenico Lacerda on YouTube, right? There's hardly a single video in English. Like
there's hardly anything on Amilcar Cabral either in English.
Yeah. And meanwhile, like, Amilcar Cabral, right, is like one of, and obviously Parenti Maverick, but like, when you look him up, like, this is one of the most like worldwide recognized fucking like, Marxists, he's one of like the most well-read, recognized, like, people of his time on like Hegel and all of these other like, philosophers and stuff, and you hear nothing in English.
That's why I gotta learn Portuguese. That and for dual citizenship, so I get the fuck out of here. But
actually, I think he has a couple videos in Portuguese that he did in Brazil. Yeah, I'm seeing the C with the little tilde and the A, so I'm pretty certain that this is. I'm sending to you in Discord, Dave.
That's right, String Sam. Nice.
Do you know Portuguese, Dave?
No, I don't know jack shit in Portuguese besides like swears.
It's great.
I know how to say fight because that's what they say before jiu-jitsu matches. They go combate.
But that's so. See, every single time I hear Brazilian Portuguese pronounced, it makes me giggle because like fight in European Portuguese is luta, but it's lucha.
They have luta
in
libre.
Brazilian.
They have luta libre in Brazil also.
Yeah.
I think it's the same thing as in English. You can say fight and combat, but I think
Yeah.
kabak is combat. It's like a
But
synonym.
like, or no, I didn't mean like the same word you were saying, but I just meant like pronunciation wise, it's just so funny to like when you see a T and like they pronounce it as a CH, or like when you see a D and they pronounce it like a J. I'm like, that's so dude. Actually,
and R's or H's.
Yeah. Although that's also in European Portuguese a lot when there's like a between two vowels, it's like, or like hula, like is street, like it's still, but like my uncle who's speaks Portuguese, like European Portuguese, because of my grandparents. Like he had a Brazilian coworker, and they were talking to each other one time. Like one of the first times they were talking to each other, and the Brazilian guy was like, "Dude, why do you sound like you're singing?" And my uncle was like, "Dude, why do you sound like you're fucking singing?" Like it was just the most like Brazilian guy talking to a Portuguese guy interaction of all time. They're like, "Hey, wait a minute, that's silly." Like that's how I know I'm listening to Brazilian Portuguese is if I hear someone talking and I start giggling. I'm like, "Oh my god, I'm Brazilian."
Did you want me to open this, fellas? Is it gay?
No, never mind. I thought it was funny, but I found something way funnier
right,
underneath that tweet, right? The second one that I sent you.
Three sophists mass debating together. Oh boy. In 2 days, I will be debating President Sunday, having agreed to his demand that none other than Vosh must moderate it. Such a moderator is anything but neutral, and one can suspect they are planning some trickery. It's no matter, the enemy will be crushed. It's sad when you look at this and you're like, I guess I want Oz to win or something.
It's just honestly, it's just I hope whoever wins that it's a Pyrrhic victory. That's all I hope for.
Hey, Pinko.
I hope that it is tantamount to defeat.
I don't think no one wins. No one wins from any debate, but this one especially for me just seems like what is the fastest way that like, you know, my brain just calcifies like a rock and I just like, you know,
the undefeated tanky warlord.
Also, Sebs, to what you were saying about how you find it easy, and Red Wizard, how Spanish speakers, find it a lot easier to follow along with Brazilian Portuguese because of like the influence from the surrounding countries on like Brazilian Portuguese. And it's like because Portugal and Spain are just like we're like the neighbors that fucking hate each other throughout their whole time, but like there was a little bit more linguistic overlap there.
You know that President Sunday guy?
I have no idea. I've never heard of him before in my life.
He's really annoying.
Is he?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I refuse to watch any kind of like YouTube debate, anything. I still think it's funny learning that Haas is like 4'8".
I don't think he's that, but
all right,
I don't care how big or tall he is. He refused to box Dylan Burns, which is like and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with Dylan Burns or anything like that. Well, if he's like,
no, there is. There's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, like,
there's a lot.
I'm just saying that, like, in terms of a fight, you know what I mean? Like, you can't act like Haas does, like that. He's like, you can't act like he's like you're the toughest guy and you're the like this what's the word that I'm looking for, like masculine imposing figure, and then like when like Dylan Burns is like, all right, let's box, and you're like, no, I heard you train. It's like, dude, come on.
What? That's your fucking excuse?
That's what he did. Yeah.
I'd like, you know what,
Dylan
Bravo
Burns, taking boxing lessons or something. But.
Bravo, I kind of would have wanted that to happen
Jiu-jitsu trumps all, though. All right? Jiu-jitsu trumps all.
Obviously, like, you know, no one is really winning, you know, in a match between them, but the entertainment.
In a boxing match?
The entertainment of watching, you know, Haas kind of like being chased around a ring, right? I don't think... I don't think anything would have ever been able to top that.
Let me see if I can like just find just the clip of him. Yeah. Dylan Burns boxing.
Wilco, how tall is Dylan Burns?
Did you estimate his height immediately upon seeing him?
Yeah,
Please tell us your
I
estimation.
need height estimations here.
Did you assess? Did you make an assessment? Did you make an ocular assessment?
Yeah, how much weight you think he's got?
Excuse me.
Jiu-jitsu, I think, is more of a power bottom thing because I feel like, the real power of jiu-jitsu comes from when you're on the ground.
Have you guys watched Fighting in the Age of Loneliness?
Yes.
Oh, it's so good.
I had that
Johnny, you gotta
downloaded
watch it.
when I was in India for 6 weeks and I didn't have a lot of internet access. You can like download a couple YouTube videos. That was one of the ones I had downloaded. So I'd be on like a train, just like sitting there watching it. But yeah.
Yeah. I like, Pat, tell me I'm wrong, that jiu-jitsu is not like a power bottom sport where like, the real power is when you're on the ground.
Well, anyone that's proficient in jiu-jitsu should be able to take a fight to the ground. So if you're
right, so you want to take it to the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think any fight you should want to take something. You shouldn't want to keep somebody standing, even if you want to strike with somebody. Your objective should be to put that person on the ground.
Exactly. All right, so Wilco's like 5'10", and Dylan looked a little shorter than that. So they're all short. They're all.
Well, I'm only 5'9". Let's chill.
George St. Pierre is tiny, but he could kick my ass. You know what I mean?
George St. Pierre fought at 170. He's not that tiny. There's Dylan, and like you can see Haas. Like I
look as somebody.
I don't know UFC fighters enough.
You can kind of see like they're about the same height. He's not like smaller than him or anything.
As somebody that has known you for years now, Pat, you really like carry yourself and have like the energy of like, a good 5'11".
Of a tall man.
It adds like an extra 3 inches. Like I would never be able to tell.
Thank you, I guess.
Fucking, and like I have said and will continue to say, chat, if you're like, 5'8" or 5'9" or like, under like 5'5", right? And
just unfollow and leave right now.
No, not at all. Just lie. Just lie and say that if you're like 5'5", say you're 5'10". No one's ever going to call you on it. No one
walks around with a fucking tape measure.
Exactly.
All I've ever known is that 5'9" is the average height of men in the United States. So I just was like, well, all right. I'm an average heighted person.
Yeah.
Now, when I traveled in Mexico, I was a taller guy.
Look at that. You're like Hassan in Japan, where like, doorways just weren't built for a man of your size.
I'm pretty sure Hassan is like 6'4".
Hassan is like 6'4".
Like not even joking. I think he's
no, I'm not either. He's like 6'4", and he's like, he like has like a walking around weight of like, over 200.
His head is so tiny though.
Yeah. Me and him have like the same sized head, but his body is just gigantic.
Man, I wish that somebody would just like. The only thing that's coming up about this boxing thing is, oh my god, look at Haas here next to who is this guy? You guys might know it. He's a lot shorter than whoever these two fellas are.
Who the fuck? I have no idea. Who is that? Is that Ali Alexander or whatever?
No. Ooh, actual fighting. Don't mind if I do.
Not yet.
I wanted just like a 30-second. Yeah, last time we had Dave on, we watched Muay Thai clips. We watched Rod Tang clips and shit.
Yeah.
That was
the dude that was like punching himself in the middle of a fight, being like, come on. Yeah.
Yeah, I love Rod Tang.
He's going like full goblin mode.
There's actually someone that subscribed to us. They were like, wait, leftist politics and Muay Thai? I have to.
Damn.
I wish there was just like a little. I bet you it's on fucking Reddit. To be honest,
I wish there was some with some like guaranteed, like not to be TOS videos. Because I was thinking about it. I was like, oh, I was watching Fighting in the Age of Loneliness, and I was like, oh, I should watch this on stream. It would be so great. And then I was like, oh, there's a lot of blood. I think blood would just be like not allowed, even if it's.
What if we managed it? What if we edit it to be black and white?
Maybe.
All right. So what is this Fighting in the Age of Loneliness?
Oh, it's like a 2-hour.
It's a 5-part documentary.
Yeah, it's a 5-part documentary narrated by Felix Biederman on UFC fighting.
Oh, I'd watch that.
Yeah, and he like ties in like Bush and Obama and fucking.
It's actually very lefty in terms
it
of
really is.
Like more than I ever expected a MMA documentary to be, but it's actually very critical of like the United States and I believe even like capitalism.
Well, yeah, it's Felix Biederman. So
who's Felix Biederman? I'm sorry if I'm like
he's from Chapo.
Oh, that guy. Oh, that.
Yeah.
He's into MMA too.
Yeah,
Dude,
no, he's really into MMA. And by the way, he's
when I
tall
say
as
this
fuck.
stuff to you guys, when I say this stuff that like I missed like so much of like the steps of leftism. Like,
Yeah, me too.
like you know what I mean? Like the his @ ends in 7076. Fuck off. Who's that? Oh, Dylan Burns 7076. That's so funny. But yeah, this is like Haas, like, you know, spazzing out just constantly on people, like acting like you would beat them up, and then when confronted with the opportunity to have a sanctioned physical altercation, he pretty much just says, "No, I think you boxed before."
He's like, nah.
Well, Grave Wax, you know, Felix Biederman, I think, is a fellow ADD haver. So that's like not surprising that it was all over the place. But when I was a delegate the first time for the DSA, I think it was in either Chicago or I forget where the fuck it was. All I know is that like I went out. What?
Nothing. I'm sorry.
I went out with like a bunch of people, and there was like, you know, the Chapo dudes, wherever they went, were like swarmed by people, right? But I did see Felix Biederman. That dude's got to be like at least like 6'2".
I'm just sitting here at 6'3", like, wow. Yeah, I used to think I was 6'2", and then like,
bro, you're a beast.
People who were 6'2" would be like, "But you seem taller than me," and I'd be like, "But I'm 6'2". The doctor told me I'm 6'2", and they're like, "How long has it been since you've been to a doctor?" And I was like, "Oh, I might be 6'3".
This is actually your stream. You're the authority person here. You have authority.
Yeah. Shit.
So what would you like me to do for you, sir?
Fucking, I lie. You know, I'm probably actually like 5'11" and like 3/4 or whatever. But I just say I'm 6 foot because it's like, who the fuck is gonna? Yeah, no one's gonna check. It's like an extra like, you know, 1/4 of an inch that like no one's gonna fucking notice.
I do the same thing with my wiener.
Exactly. Just lie. No one's gonna know.
Invader Zim style. The leaders are just the tallest.
Exactly.
Or like in drama, it's like, why doesn't Dave, the larger of the podcast,
simply eat Johnny and Pat? I could do it. I'm simply not hungry enough.
Who carries a tape measure? Which, by the way,
when Marcus didn't stream earlier today, I ate him. It was what
when I do go to, or when me and Pat do go to that live thing, you know, in New York, I will probably bring a tape measure with me.
Well, that's a tape measure of sorts.
What? Wilco, are you taking like cough medicine? And
you don't have to worry about somebody with a tape measure, but like somebody like me that knows they're 5'9", and like somebody's like, yeah, I'm 5'10", and you're just like, dude, like I'm like taller than you. What are you talking about? You open his hair pretty easily. You like stretch it too far, and somebody's like, what?
Just lie. All right. Just be like, nah, it's because you're wearing shoes.
Yeah.
With your hair.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, it must be the hair in the shoes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just like my hair.
Yeah.
Fucking
my strategically tall hair.
My strategic, and like my hair, especially like, you know, since we started this stream, right, has I've always like either had like a haircut, you know, at least like once a month, or like just taking a shower beforehand. But I feel like most people, especially because of the purple lighting, don't really see what the fuck my hair actually looks like.
I have a ring light, so you can see the unruly mess that I have. I haven't had my haircut in months at this point.
You have no idea what unruly mess is,
Johnny. Do you see my sides? You see this?
I'm gonna show you something real quick. I'm gonna show you what my hair
Look at
looked like
Max.
last
Oh,
May.
Johnny, I thought you were talking about me. Also, Wilco, they meet you eye to eye. Are you saying they won't go down? Because that's fucked up.
Is that you now? When did you take the picture?
No, that is from like that's 2021. That's May of
What the fuck are
2021.
you doing? That's not you now.
That's not me now.
I could show you a
right?
picture when I was using heroin, and I'll be like, you want to be unruly?
No, but like, you know, if I let my hair grow out and stuff, like that's
No, your
what
hair
it looks like.
cool. Calm down.
I'm debating whether or not to show my high school yearbook.
We have the same oven.
Because like David already showed it like on his stream, but I don't know if I should or not.
things that out of context could seem really bad.
Where the fuck you?
yo, with fuck.
That is actually not my kitchen. So, and I will not answer that question. Fucking. Let me
Here, you
see
wanna see it?
something here.
You want to see a picture of me when I was 19?
Sure. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen you with like any kind of long hair or anything.
I have to put the image in Google Docs so you don't see my Facebook page.
Yeah, have
Hold
you
on,
ever
let me
been
put
have you ever been a
hold on,
fan
hold
of
on,
like
hold on.
At the Drive-In?
Give me 2 seconds. I have to get all of these.
Have you ever been a fan of At the Drive-In?
Me now.
All right. So for chat is for anybody that has ever listened to the band At the Drive-In or the Mars Volta, this was what my hair looked like in high school. Okay. Yeah. So fucking like I had this was actually longer, right? And you know, for my high school yearbook photo, my mom was like, "I'm not paying all this money for all these fucking pictures unless I can see your face." Right? So she takes me to like this barber who literally just like cuts a square around my face, right? And like, you know, completely like messed up the whole vibe I had going with like my super long like fucking Mars Volta hair, right? And I wound up just taking a box cut of that, you know, and I like looked like Bob Dylan for a hot minute. But yeah,
How did it feel? How did
to
it
be
feel?
to be
Yeah.
on my own,
Yeah.
like a Rolling Stone, felt pretty good.
That's good.
But yeah, it's just it's wild that like, you know, my hair, right? Because my siblings don't have this. My sister doesn't have this hair. My brother doesn't have this hair. Both have like normal fucking. There we go. That's great.
That's a
Just nah, unjust mugshots. Free Pat. He did nothing wrong.
Also, you look like you're like 12 in that photo.
Yeah, true. Oh my god. Oh
the progression.
my god.
The progression with the gauges.
This is like peak criminalism here. This is when I really like started to get comfortable with it. This is when,
Like, yeah, take my picture. Fuck it.
I just got out of rehab in this one. You can see how my hair
The
is cut,
next
and
day.
I'm a little bit more tan than the other one. This is like I had just gotten out of rehab. It didn't work. That time.
You're a little green, but yeah, you know. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Today I have 11 years clean.
Dude,
Let's
I-
go.
Yeah, no, I never fucking planned on it. You know, honestly, it gets kind of boring after a while, and you sort of miss the excitement of you know, being an active heroin addict.
The good days.
You know, thank you everybody, thank you chat. You know, it's weird. It's not something I ever planned on. I remember there was a point in time in my life where it's like, if you did not smoke pot, like David just did below me, I did not trust you. No, I don't care. I'm just playing.
I'm not smoking pot.
I'm just playing.
Oh God, everyone knows I'm high right now, dude. Oh my God, everyone knows I'm high.
Fucking what the hell is it? So like, yeah, I haven't had anything stronger than like a Tylenol in like 11 years.
Good shit.
No Tylenol.
And I just took 2 Tylenol because I have like a massive headache and I have had nothing to eat, so it's probably just burning a hole in my
You can have a
stomach.
little Tylenol as a treat.
Yeah, geez, you should take that shit on an empty stomach. Jeez, have a glass of milk with it.
You can have a little Tylenol as a treat. It's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Robert, look, and for anybody that like, I don't know, ever thinks that like, you know, everybody that like suddenly like gets clean or whatever judges everybody that like, you know, still drinks or smokes or whatever. No, bro, I don't fucking care.
Yeah, if Johnny judged me for smoking weed,
yeah, whoa, like, hey, look, I would be right there. They didn't have dabs when I was getting clean.
Yeah,
Like,
back
you
in
know,
my day.
back in my day, all right, we didn't have fucking dabs, all right, and
We
it's
rolled
like.
blunts, and we had seeds in our weed.
Exactly. We had stems and seeds. But yeah, no, fucking like, you know, I would if I didn't worry that like, am I gonna wind up like getting arrested again? You know?
You wanna see
Have
a-
you drank
wanna-
water? I'm always drinking.
Yeah,
You want
drink
to see a
water.
picture of me in high school?
Yes.
Oh, geez, hold on. I got to zoom out.
Did you ever have long hair, Pat?
Yeah. I'll see if I can find it. Hold on. Look at this.
No, it's not even a caffeine. Oh my god. I love it.
This was at someone else's school prom also. I was not allowed to attend my own. I might have
Was it because you looked like that, dog?
Is it because you look like that? Trying to think, do I even? I don't even think I ever, when I did have a mohawk, ever put it up.
That's the only real way to do a mohawk if you're really about it.
Nah, man.
Yeah,
I
you know,
didn't-
you know how the Mohawk tribe had hair gel?
Oh shit! Hang on a second.
What up, Judas?
Hey, Liar Juice, what's up? Let me see if I got any other stupid shit on here while I'm here. It's a good time. I was a square who got no dick / pussy.
Oh, you should watch that Portugal candy, Pat. I'm telling you.
What'd you say about Portugal?
I put some Portugal candy in the chat.
What's
Just,
Portugal candy? What, you're luring them in?
Oh,
Are you luring in
Candy is a. I keep forgetting you're not terminally online. Candy is just a term for like a dumb short video to watch to like
okay.
like kill 5 minutes if you need to. Like,
Yeah. I'm sorry.
it's okay. I'm. This is what I'm here for.
I appreciate you. I think there's a picture of me where I'm like real young with my dad, and I have like a World Industries shirt on. Like, you know, like this skateboard brand that was big in like the early 2000s.
I just checked my text messages and I got a text from the delivery guy.
If it's Echo Unlimited, I'm gonna lose my mind.
I left the food by the door.
Yeah, well, yeah, they do that all the time.
Yeah. That's my shit.
Rude.
That is the best thing ever.
Yeah, I don't want to talk to you.
Oh man, no. Oh, I'm with Pat on this one. Holy shit! Just like leave it on the doorstep and get the hell out of here.
Get the hell away from my house.
Here's like, I'm gonna share. It's a picture of my dad, but I don't think it really fucking matters.
God damn.
We gotta connect the dots here. This is probably like outside of like a childhood picture. This is probably as young as it gets for me.
Wow.
Pat was born as a teenager. Fun
There's
fact.
me, World Industry shirt. That is a heartogram, Bam Margera necklace.
Hell yeah.
Wow. Look
There's
at the
my
girls.
father. If you want to know why I got that, that's my father.
That's
Look
amazing.
at that chopper, dude.
Yeah. 79 Shovelhead, Harley Davidson. My
Nice
father.
tattoos run in Pat's family.
Yeah. Yeah. My dad put me on. My dad always told me when I was a kid that good tattoos aren't cheap and cheap tattoos aren't good.
He's right.
That's 100% true. I've heard.
Mine are awful, and I paid nothing for the majority of them.
And he's a union carpenter. He's been union since he was 18.
Based.
I don't want to hug with my hoagie, Lennon. I just, I don't check my phone during stream. 'Cause I'm not trying to get distracted while I'm fucking doing this.
Honestly, if somebody wants to give me a hoagie and a hug, DM me, okay?
Slide, please.
Yeah.
Oh, what do you guys want to talk about?
What is even going on in the world right now to talk about?
I heard that the United States wants to normalize relations with Cuba.
What?
Yeah, hold on, I'll pull it up.
Yeah, pull that up, bro.
JD, pull that shit up.
And yes, it's toasted.
Just like me.
Just like David.
Yep.
Our coworker David.
Yep. I don't know if I'm a coworker. I feel more like a lumpen, honestly. I'm like an accomplice or like a co-conspirator.
It's a modest shift in policy.
From genocide to like diet genocide, that's good. That's not.
Miami, after years of relatively no cultural exchanges between U.S. and Cuba, the U.S. Embassy in Havana has been hosting events, at times in collaboration with the Cuban government. Together with recent meetings between the two governments and delegations traveling to the island, a modest shift in the relationship has emerged. One recent event with American singer-songwriter Tanya Boyd Gannon was held in conjunction with Cuba's Ministry of Culture. Apparently, Western Union is opening up to Cuba as well, which is awesome, because if you've ever visited Cuba and you're coming from the United States, you can't even use a bank card in Cuba. You have to get a bunch of euros and go there and then transfer euro. So while you're in the United States, you have to go to your bank, take your money, change it into euros, then bring the euros with you to Cuba. And then once you're in Cuba, you can exchange the euros for because they won't take dollars.
Yeah.
For the Cuban pesos, and then which is like CUC and CUP. There's like two different types of currency that they have. I think they might have done away with one, but yeah, Western Union. I don't know really much about their background. They may be Zionists.
Gross.
I think it would bring a significant amount of assistance to the island if they were able to, transfer money there like that.
Yeah, for sure. And it's all of that is just bullshit red tape just to prevent capital from flowing into Cuba in the first place. So,
oh yeah, hasn't Belly in the Belly of the Beast started uploading like new videos and stuff now too?
I'm not 100% certain. I haven't really kept up with them. Cuban officials have repeatedly called for the U.S. to take Cuba off the list of state sponsors of terrorism. The other countries on the list are Iran, North Korea, and Syria.
How many times have either of those, like any of those countries, actually attacked? Like,
yeah, honestly, I was just about to say, like, yeah, you remember that time those North Korean terrorists took over that? Oh wait, no.
You could probably make a better case for Iran and Syria than North Korea, I would say, by far. Depending on what your opinion is of the Assad government. And, obviously there was the hostage situation in Iran, which did not come from, which did not happen out of nowhere. There was plenty of U.S. meddling that led to that point. But I'm just saying, like, when you do kidnap people out of like hostages out of an embassy, I could see why they would put you on a certain list of like, we're not too fond of these countries. But yeah.
Tell us, Matt.
Tell us.
Matt
has a poster of Assad with the anime eyes.
The Flame of Liberation. Yeah, Flame of Liberation. Are getting back together.
just start playing some of this just to have something going on in the background here.
Candy?
Yeah.
Candy?
Yeah, like what is going on today? What is going on?
Doug, I thought you were going to tell me.
Colombian FARC types were hunted under Duque, and Cuba agreed to host negotiations. Is that new? Is that something that's currently happening, Matt?
Jesus Christ.
Beer run. Watch out.
Would you want to watch this FD Signifier video about what really makes a man desirable, Pat?
I don't know.
I watched that. I watched that on my stream the other day. Just to say, I'm sorry.
Damn it!
Many of the folks who are in chat now were in there.
Anyone talk about Summers' call for 100% bailout of Silicon Valley banks deposits yet? That's something I'm interested in. Let's look that up. Of course, 93% of deposits are over the 250K insured by FDIC. Let me check. Let me look that up. Summers Silicon Valley bailout. Financial Times. Is this what we're talking about? Not your old. Oh, Jesus Christ. Get out of here. If you ignore the global financial crisis, yesterday was one of the biggest U.S. bank stock pukes in 25 years. This came out, I think, just hours ago, too. Yeah, this only came out 15 hours ago, by the way. If you ignore the global financial crisis, yesterday was one of the biggest U.S. bank stock pukes in 25 years, only beaten by the initial COVID-triggered market panic of 2020 and 2011's U.S. government debt downgrade. The trigger was Silicon Valley Bank's emergency $2.5 billion capital raise after a $1.8 billion loss on bonds, which sent the tech bank shares down over 60% yesterday. Alex has a great post exploring some of the issues confronting Silicon Valley Bank here. At this stage, you wonder whether SVB's cap raise is dead in the water. Naturally, Bill Ackman had a take. The failure of SVB Financial could destroy an important long-term driver of the economy as VC-backed companies rely on SVB loans and holding on operating cash. Private capital can provide a solution. A highly dilutive government-preferred bailout should be considered. Alex published another post overnight detailing the California-centric but remarkably broad mayhem in U.S. bank stocks yesterday, which, even more remarkably, is today even spreading to Europe. Here's the action. So, okay. I'm sorry. The Financial Times is using a little bit of. I'm trying to see if there's anything that's a little bit more. The U.S. bankruptcy judge reports Binance U.S. $1.3 billion deal for Voyager. Oh God, I gotta open my window. It's so hot in here. Not me. I don't want to fail.
Knorr, so you're saying that Binance is not going down any day now?
Sometimes I just have to check the finance data. Oh. Sorry, I was looking down.
Forbes. More work for welfare recipients and cutting student loan bailouts. House conservatives propose spending cuts. The right-wing House Freedom Caucus wants to slash President Joe Biden's student loan bailout program, rescind all COVID-19 funding, and cap future federal spending over the next 10 years at fiscal year 2022 levels in exchange for agreeing to raise the debt ceiling, setting the stage for a stalemate with the White House, which has said it will not negotiate on the borrowing limit. Cut the forgiveness program, rescinding all unused COVID-19 funding. Target the $80 billion for the IRS. That's fun. Akron calls on U.S. government to consider Silicon Valley Bank bailout. Here we go again. Wall Street billionaires demanding public bailouts. Get out of here. Please. I beg you. Saudi Arabia and Iran just restored diplomatic relations thanks to China. Wow.
Really? I'm just going to post educational videos that we could go over. Or, I don't know. Does Dongsheng News have anything on this?
Government should bail out the billionaires. Banks should further consolidate. Do it or risk systemic failure. Meanwhile, here's Summers putting the brakes on helping. Helping millions struggling with student loan debt. They can fuck themselves. I'm so livid. I'm still throwing shit around my house. What is this?
Was that like a legit news article, or was that just a comment?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I don't know.
I mean, honestly.
Those in the area who are outraged at this top city, a $90 billion training platform that the Atlanta city government is trying to build there for police in Atlanta, and I think around the world, would be coming to it. And we are really, really honored to be joined by Kiana Jones, who's a community organizer in Atlanta. Kiana, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Well, the pleasure is all ours. And of course, we're still in the week of action around Cop City. I think people around the country have probably seen something about this at this point, primarily because these domestic terrorism charges that a number of people have been arrested on. But it really does seem like the city of Atlanta and the state of Georgia is willing to go to any length to build this Cop City, no matter what it costs the people.
They do seem intent on building Cop City no matter what, but just as intent as they are in building Cop City, we are intent on standing against it. Cop City represents nothing good for our community. It represents over-militarization and repression of the people of the city of Atlanta, Georgia, and the nation, to be exact, because when you have something like Cop City, it becomes a model for other locations.
Brew, just real quick I know this is a relatively big story in the U.S. right now, particularly on the left and those who care about police reform and police brutality. But could you just very briefly remind our listeners and viewers what exactly is Cop City and why is it so problematic?
So we have named it Cop City because it is a so-called public safety training facility that would not only be a place for law enforcement to train, but also there would be a complex that is dedicated to firefighters and first responders. However, the majority of that complex would be used to build a mock city where urban warfare training would take place, complete with bomb testing facilities. There would even be a landing pad for a Black Hawk helicopter, and there would even be a bar. for the cops to go after they've
Why
done
would they
all
need
this
a helicopter?
intensive training. So we
Why
have
would they need a
coined
bar?
the term Cop City.
Yeah, why would they need a
Pretty
freaking
much
bar?
a small city for the cops within the city of Atlanta. And it is problematic because, first of all, the place that they decided to place this so-called training facility is in one of the blackest neighborhoods in the city of Atlanta that was underrepresented and underfunded for a very long time. This particular part of the city of Atlanta also lies within the unincorporated DeKalb County. So that is another issue
Dickhead County.
as far as jurisdiction. What right does the city of Atlanta even have to build this in a place where there was a deed to the county of DeKalb that said that that particular tract of land should be for the people of DeKalb County for public land in perpetuity. There's actually a lawsuit going on surrounding the South River watershed, which is also located there, and the entrenchment creek. There was a stop work order put in place, and the city of Atlanta allowed APF to go ahead with building anyways. So we have quite a few issues going on surrounding this supposed public training facility, but none of them have good implications for the community there.
Well, I'm really glad you brought up the Atlanta Police Foundation. And I think, in every city in America, these police foundations don't get a lot of focus on them. And I was hoping you could talk a little bit more about their role and some of the corporations that are involved, because I think it puts, an interesting angle on what's happening with this development.
When people understand that the corporations who support the Atlanta Police Foundations are doing a lot of double talk. They will donate to initiatives that are supposedly in favor of
Waffle House's only
and
initiative
but
is
then on the back
you're gonna
end,
get good
they
food,
join
not that you're gonna eat it
APF.
safely
And these
or anything like
corporations
that.
include Home Depot,
Or free of violence.
Hawks Foundation, Chick-fil-A, the Waffle House, Delta, Georgia Pacific. There's even
We all know what bigot chicken is all
professor
about.
at Georgia State University.
Yeah, the
who is a
homophobia
member
is what makes
of
it
the
taste so
Atlanta
good.
Police
Yeah, it makes it so
Foundation.
good.
And then you also have Invest Atlanta, where Mayor Andre Dickens is the chair of the board. And Invest Atlanta is a government entity of the city of Atlanta whose mission statement says that it's their goal to increase economic opportunity for all Atlantans and to foster economic equity. Something like Cop City would do the exact opposite of what that mission statement says. So when we think about the Atlanta Police Foundation and we think about what they're doing with building Cop City and we look at the money behind them, we have to begin to take a look at how we spend our money and decide that we are not going to fund our own oppression.
Well said. And of course, there has been a lot of pushback against Cop City, as you all have named it, including protests. And we see that something like 35 activists have actually been arrested for opposing Cop City. One of them includes a legal observer. And of course, the craziest part is some of them are being charged with domestic terrorism. Can you talk a bit about the pushback in the community and then, of course, the police response?
Yes, I definitely believe that charging protesters with domestic terrorism, number one, I think is very telling of the posture of not only the mayor of the city of Atlanta, but also the Atlanta Police Foundation and these law enforcement agencies that have come together as a part of the task force that surrounds Cop City. You have representatives from the Atlanta Police Department, Georgia State Police, the GBI, Georgia State Troopers. You have everyone except for MARTA Police involved in staking out, we say, the area where Cop City is looking to be built. And charging protesters with domestic terrorism is a really dangerous thing, because when you talk about something like terrorism,
It's fascist as fuck.
Terrorist invokes in your mind people like Osama bin Laden, who had a mission to literally destroy democracy in the United States.
Also
When you
recommends
say
William Bloom.
terrorism, you think about Al Qaeda. You don't think about people on the
Famously
street holding a
recommended
sign
William
being
Bloom.
charged with terrorism
Tweeted on
simply
Sunday.
because we have decided to disagree with the powers that be.
Saying like,
I think this sets
let's
a very
interrogate
dangerous
some of the man's
precedent,
ideas,
because now you are
Mhm.
stifling democracy. You
Bloom,
are not only
Bloom, not
infringing
Osama.
upon people's First Amendment rights
Yeah.
to speak out, but you're also saying that if I disagree,
Yeah.
then there's an issue and I'm going to lock you up. That is reminiscent of governments that the United States has historically fought against. That is reminiscent of the types of things, the types of oppression that the United States has historically claimed to stand against. So when you begin to do this to your own citizens, simply because they disagree with something that you have decided to do, you are telling the citizens
That sounds kind
you
of par for the
represent
course
that
for
you
like
truly don't care
US
about
history,
their
in my
voices,
opinion,
and that
but
you are not a representative of their idea of democracy.
Yeah, I mean, some of the things that we've seen, I saw that they sent a SWAT team to break up people handing out flyers. I mean, it really does seem that so much of this is, or maybe just even in a deeper sense, I mean, it feels that Atlanta, that Georgia is becoming such a ground zero around this issue of democracy, around the right to vote. I mean, I can't remember exactly who it was, but the state representative who was arrested for just trying to, stand up when Governor Kemp was signing in the bill for these, laws to take away people's right to vote. I mean, this really does feel part and parcel in a way. I think the point you're making is very true about, what can happen around the rest of the country, that a lot of the things happening right now in Atlanta and in Georgia centered on Atlanta really do seem to be ground zero in a conversation of A, what is democracy, and B, whether or not we're going to have it in the U.S.
Yeah, honestly,
Absolutely.
Pat, could you
Absolutely. That is the
would you mind
sentiment
pausing it for a
among
sec?
people.
Would you mind?
Maverick makes a good point about people still think this is democracy and what they're talking about too, and it's like, is it really democracy? Like, would people really vote to be murdered by the police? Would people really fucking vote for that? Like, you think that's fucking democracy? Like, no, of course it isn't. It's not democracy at all. It's the proof's in the fucking pudding. Anyway, but yeah.
And the pudding is racist.
Yeah, the secret ingredient is racism.
the pudding is deeply racist.
The cake is a lie, the pudding is racist, all this fucking dessert sucks.
Can I keep going?
This is fentanyl.
Who have decided to speak out against Cop City and to stand. And what the city of Atlanta needs to understand, what the state of Georgia needs to understand, what anyone around the world needs to understand is that people are not going to sit idly by and let you do them dirty. People are not going to sit idly by and say, hey, take away my green space, take away this park where my family and I go biking, take away the watershed that's an important resource in my community and intricate to the water system here. Hey, take away my clean air and test bombs down the street from my child's school. There are 2 schools right near the location where they are proposing to build Cop City. What do you think?
Why would you want live rounds going off near a fucking school?
Preventing me from testing bombs near your home is undemocratic. That's my freedom.
You're oppressing me, actually.
I inherited the capital to purchase this entire city block and renovate it into extremely lucrative homes for me to sell. You saying I can't do that is tantamount to totalitarianism.
and also the audacity of them to put it near schools when Uvalde showed us that they would just stand around and let a bunch of kids and teachers get murdered anyways. Like, the fucking irony is not lost on me on that one.
Will think, and how will they feel when they hear the bombs being tested? What are they going to think when the Black Hawk helicopters are landing and it's so close to where they're having PE? What are they going to think when they hear the gunfire?
They're going to think they're at war.
Warfare. That's not something.
And cops are trained to think they're at war too.
Right.
Cop City shows
against the citizens.
Relationship between the haves and the have-nots.
So it's actually the correct take for these kids to feel like they're in a war because whether they like it or not, they are.
The fact that the city of Atlanta would not allow Buckhead to secede.
Literally occupied in an apartheid state,
So
and the mask is coming off.
That's been maintained for so long between the infrastructure of government And the so-called Black elite here in Atlanta is being perpetuated by Cop City, because East Atlanta, right where they are proposing to build the facility, right behind my house, right down the street from my grandmother's house, that neighborhood was a Black community that is now being galvanized by gentrification. And that end of East Atlanta, where Cop City is proposing to be built, is not quite there where the rest of East Atlanta Village is. So there are still quite a few Black families there. But if gentrification continues and Cop City is built, then those families are going to be pushed out. But then in the 20 to 30 year cycle of gentrification, we know that Black families will be right back in that community in 20 to 30 years. So Cop City is the answer for those families, that when they get there, they better stay right there, because Buckhead is off limits. Black families, poor families, any undesirables are not welcome in Buckhead. And Cop City is being put there to make sure that they don't get there.
I'm curious, given the amount of pushback and the amount of opposition there is in Atlanta among just the various communities who are going to be affected, is there any opposition coming from local representation? I mean, obviously the mayor has a position, but what about, like, are there local city councils, just local politicians, local leaders who are taking the side of the community on this?
Everyone seems to be afraid except Liliana Bakhtiari, who is the city council member that represents that district where they want to build Cop City. Not only has she been silenced to a degree, but she has brought forth some very pertinent questions. She has asked for answers for the community. She's not gotten them. She has also stood up and at one point even introduced a resolution against it, but of course it failed because she does not have the support of other city council members. There are some other city council members who just won't take a position because it was introduced before they got into office. They are still finding their way. They are new, and they are quite frankly torn between, do I stand up for this community, or do I follow my political ambitions and make sure that I can stay in good standing with these people who can advance my political career? Right now, what I see is a lot of political posturing and people just going along to get along, not wanting to stand for the people because they know that they are truly not of the people. And I think that this in and of itself should be a wake-up call to the city of Atlanta for the people who they elect to represent them when they think about what's going to be good for them and for their families. Look at the faces of these people
now it's called the
who
Western
won't stand
Hemisphere
up for you
Institute for
against
Security
police repression.
Cooperation.
The faces of people who won't stand up for you against environmental injustice, because that's what the building of this facility is, environmental injustice. When you look at those people, remember their names, remember their faces, and don't ever vote for them again.
You know, one of the things that I think a lot of folks are wondering around the country, maybe probably around the world too, is what they can do to help, to assist, to raise the alarm, because obviously I think, you know, similar to so many things we've seen from Standing Rock to Ferguson to you know, Minneapolis, we know that it's not just the one city.
Absolutely. Like I said before, these things become models for the rest of the nation and then the rest of the world. So wherever you are, if you want to help in the fight to stop Cop City, you can definitely follow the hashtag Stop Cop City. You can follow Defend the Atlanta Forest on the website, that is defendtheatlantaforest.org. There is a media toolkit where you can begin to post on social media. It has a lot of facts, a lot of information. There is even the lawsuit that has been filed in relation to this case so that people can better inform themselves. I would encourage people to go to communitymovementbuilders.com. On their page also is a lot of information about Cop City, and people can understand better why we say that this is over militarization and repression of Black communities here in Georgia. What I would also encourage people to do is to be mindful and be watchful in their own communities. Pay attention to what's going on in your local city council, at your local county board of commissioners, even at your school board, because many of these things start at levels that low. Pay attention to what's going on. Be informed and be civically engaged. Get your neighbors involved, and most of all, don't be afraid to use your voice to speak up. Community voice is so important, and democracy would not work if we didn't have community voice. Don't let anyone silence you. Always stand up for your community and always fight for what you know is right.
Right on. Kiana Jones,
Right on.
community organizer in the city of Atlanta, Georgia. Thanks so much for joining us here on the Freedom Side.
Thank you.
John, do you want to watch this other video? Well, he's not here. Okay, sorry. Is this an unprecedented development in police structure? Like, is there anything else that's like a cop city, or is this something that's like state of the art? Is this like a new unprecedented development?
I don't know. I feel like this is one of those like it's been leading this way things. Like this, there's been like shit that's like this, but not on this scale, like all over the place, and they're finally like, let's make the fucking.
I'm just curious if any of these actually exist. Like, not trying to justify it by any means. I'm just curious of the actual like what is this something that's like an unprecedented development in policing of communities? Like, are we like spiraling down? Oh, it's privately funded?
Privately fucking funded?
Wait a minute. Okay, now we're we're getting into some of the meat now. Let's see here.
Hold the fuck up, man.
We're going to stop construction of the Atlantic. Okay, this is what we want. Okay. Governor's Cop City is a police and fire services training center under construction here in Atlanta, Georgia. For most of the 20th century, the site was used as a prison before being abandoned in 1995. It was identified by the city of Atlanta as the only suitable location to build the training center in 2021. It was met with protests that started the same year. During the protest, known as Stop Cop City movement, protester Manuel Esteban Paez Terran was fatally shot by Atlanta police. Okay, so somebody died during this protest 2 months ago?
Yeah, Tortuguita.
Okay, wow. Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, they fucking murdered him.
They hunted him like an animal.
They murdered them.
I'm curious. Hold on, I have to look at this. What? And I'm not trying to say this,
footage
I'm
and
not trying to justify it, but I just want to know: was he armed?
No.
I think he was, but
how is this not like George Floyd level? If he was unarmed,
I think it was that he was armed, but like they like literally sent a fucking hit squad into the woods in the middle of the night. Like what? Like that was what was going to happen. Like
body cam footage.
It's like how Kenneth Walker was armed as well. Like yeah. Like
I'm not making justifications. I was just trying to figure out like if I feel like this should be headline news. Like as big as some of the other shootings of unarmed people. And it seems like he was in a tent when they shot him. God.
Here,
hold on.
There's
after altercations, he released body cam footage. We can't watch the body cam footage, right?
No, it doesn't show you the thing, but you could put it on if you wanted to.
Yeah, I just want to see it.
Yeah, I just posted the link in the chat.
It literally sounds like a fucking war zone.
I mean, like it's largely a whole lot of them just like walking around and talking shit. Right.
Oh, it's 38 minutes long. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And then there's the part where they tear apart a fucking tent.
What brought them to this? Let's put this on pause, okay? Because we're like opening up rabbit holes.
He was in a hammock. Oh my fucking god.
Is this Blair Witch 2?
Yeah, pretty much. All right.
What's up?
They were destroying the tents because they knew that people were out there.
Okay,
right?
This is what I'm asking. They weren't out there for him specifically. They were out there just destroying tent to hold on, let's read it right here because
they were there because of the environmental terrorists or whatever.
Okay, so it wasn't like they knew this person was like a somebody who was opposing the bill.
No.
Okay, I didn't know if they had a prior altercation.
Nope, just a forest defender.
Okay, I didn't know if they had like some kind of previous run-in with him at the protest, and then he had a warrant, and they were like they heard he was out in the woods or something like that. Okay, hold on, let me just read this real quick before okay. So he was shot and killed by Georgia State Patrol trooper after an altercation, wounded an officer during a raid of the Stop Cop City encampment. So that was part of the encampment of protesters. Like protesters were out in those woods, like posted up so that they could continue the protest in perpetuity, kind of.
Honestly, sorry, it's kind of only tangentially related to what you were saying, but like reactionaries love to invoke Ruby Ridge about shit, but like they actually had a warrant for that guy's arrest, whereas like they were just in here to do a sweep, and like they just decided to fucking kill somebody.
Think of it less like they are trying to do like a sweep to remove protesters, and more like they're just removing homeless encampments. They were going
true. Yeah, that was definitely part of the tense
details of it. So it says here that at the time that Tehran was shot, it's highly likely that their hands were up, as indicated from recent independent autopsy results that show bullet exit wounds in both hands.
So here's the thing: the body cam footage that you were just watching isn't of the officer that does the shootings, right? It's actually like, you know, the footage that we towards the end we hear the shooting, right? Like if you skip to like the last 10 minutes, like so like 30 minutes in, right?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me just look at this real quick, because this might be newer. I don't know. Failing activist hand raised when shot by troopers. Oh, unlock this content. Great. Thank you so much for that.
What is this? Okay. The Atlanta Tribune or whatever?
The Atlanta Ballet.
Whatever. Fucking so yeah.
I'm gonna go to the so you want me to go towards the end?
Yeah, if you go to 20 minutes in, that's where shit really starts to ramp up.
So this isn't a manhunt for an armed man at this point.
No.
This is just, we know that the protesters hang out here. Because that's what I thought this was at first. I thought there was already some kind of an altercation.
No, yeah, that's why.
Yeah, so it's like
so fucking crazy.
There's this many.
Here, if you go exactly like 17 minutes in, right? That's where shit really starts to like go off.
So they have this many like tactically armed individuals out in the woods for people that are just intense. Like there's no like, hey, there's armed people out here shooting. Okay.
It's like a free day for them. Hey guys. Right there. Hey guys, hey.
Hey guys. 10.
Yeah, it's cops looking for protesters your ass, and they freak out and started shooting each other.
Yes.
Because that's the weird thing too. Is like it doesn't look like there's even anybody out here. Like, what do you like? You know what I mean? Like it's not like there's hundreds of people out here or anything.
And also, of course they end up shooting at each other because like they're not keeping any kind of fucking formation at all. I'm a fucking like idiot who just like play some Call of Duty, and it's like, of course you're gonna lose track of each other. You all just like walked out in every different direction you can possibly think of. Like, of course you're gonna see a guy and be scared of him because he's a fucking scary cop who's dressed in tactical gear.
Yeah.
Start making your way toward that tent. We're gonna drop off this bag. All right.
Yeah, and no one seems particularly like high stress. Like no. I'm trying to imagine like if you got called in, like, hey, there was a shooting out here, and like you see like when cops like go after shooting, throw hands or like these guys look like they're just kind of moseying through the woods at the moment. It doesn't seem like it's like a very high danger environment, at least from their behavior.
Turn the volume up.
All right.
This is as high as the volume goes. Can you not hear it, guys?
Where's the tent? Sir, quick question. Can you get the fuck out? Please.
Yeah, they're laughing.
They're all just moseying around like serpentine patterns.
Oh, shit.
For one guy.
And look, that's what I'm saying is like they all seem so like the guy that said, is this target practice? It doesn't even seem like they're aware. Like it didn't seem like they were walking into danger where there needed to be like such force utilized. Like everybody seems like they're laughing and just kind of moseying through the woods.
They all seem like they're still standing around. Like no one's like,
no one's even kneeling. No one's even kneeling.
Yeah, like
no one reacted.
Like I would be on the floor. What are you talking? Like, what is going on?
Yeah, not a single person reacted.
Oh, just wait for it. I guess we'll just
Everybody pull out your
hide
guns.
behind these trees. Like,
Was that a knife?
yeah.
Did this guy just go like?
This
"Hold on."
dumbass pulled out his knife.
Is that what that was?
Yeah, because he was destroying tents with it earlier.
Oh, he's probably putting it away.
Oh, he was putting it away. I see.
That was my tent destroying knife.
Yeah.
Who's saying rock and roll?
Probably a cop.
Yeah, no, I know, but like,
Very cop response to
so
gunshot.
goddamn like.
Time to rock and
Yeah,
roll.
one of your buddies just murdered someone, you fucking idiot. This guy's just like, okay, I'm going home. I had enough.
Oh boy.
Wow, this goes so much deeper than I thought. When we were just talking, like, I know it got brought up last time on stream, and I was like, I didn't even really know what was happening with this Cop City stuff.
No, it's real bad. And did you hear about how they burned a like an excavator or something recently?
No.
Hey, watch crossfire, guys. Crossfire, watch the crossfire.
Now you're concerned. Now you're fucking concerned with how you're all lined up to shoot each other, huh?
Fan out, right? Two in front of me. What's going on?
Did anybody else? And I'm probably not the most experienced firearm handler, but I go to the range a few times a year with my dad and my little brother. When those shots were going off at first, but did it sound like did the frequency of the shots sound really weird after a while? Like it almost sounded like firecrackers, how they were all going up like they were overlapping each other. Was that just multiple?
Yeah, that
firearms?
was more guns being.
Okay.
You could
going
distinctly hear that, like, one of them I think was probably just like a sidearm, and I am pretty
Yeah,
certain. At
and
least
one was definitely a rifle.
Yeah,
Okay.
one was definitely a
Yeah.
long gun of some kind, right? Mainly just
Point of
because the
fire,
sound
yeah.
difference.
Yeah, well, and there was like an overlapping on it that almost like made me like it didn't even really sound like gunfire for a second.
Every cop is panic fire. They just dump clip into, like, whatever it is they're shooting at.
Have you seen that video of the cop that shot his partner while she was getting attacked by a dog?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think we have, yeah.
Oh my god. Holy shit. Turns the light off, says, "Look out," and then shoots her. Look out, motherfucker, for what?
Your bullets?
Yeah.
Catch these nines.
Mr. Anderson.
Could you imagine if a cop was trying to shoot your dog and it acts like how much you love your dog versus how much you don't care about that cop getting shot? And like the shot goes off and your dog's alive and the cop's shot.
And that dog is
You can
literally
get
just
off my
trying-
property now.
Yeah. That dog is literally just trying to protect his home from people that came on there that he doesn't
Right.
know.
Does not sound like suppressed gunfire.
No, it does. They mean it sounds like cop gunfire.
Is that another tent right there? I think the tents are awfully spaced out.
Well,
I
yeah.
guess you want a little bit of privacy.
Turns out there's a lot of land that they're trying to turn into a fucking playground for murder.
Oh, so they're occupying the land, or they would build it. That's what this is.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Because when I was reading on the Wikipedia, it seemed like it was already a structure. It was a prison of some
No.
kind. Okay, that got demolished, I guess, and it's just open space now.
pretty much. But it would be like, literally the size of like a small town. So it would take up this entire area, not even just like the demolished building.
Instead of building a small town's worth of infrastructure for people to live in so that you wouldn't have crime in the first place.
Or just, no. How about we just leave some fucking old growth forest? Just leave some untouched.
Well, I mean, not
like,
here necessarily.
yeah.
Yeah, you're right. But I'm saying, like, if you want to build a thing, and you want that thing to be apartment buildings that are like realistic enough for people that could live in them, it's like.
Or how about just make the housing that's probably already largely vacant affordable?
Oh yeah, true. Or free, comrade.
Or free, but like, I'm trying to like think of this as like
I'm a pragmatist.
As a pragmatic conversation that you would have with somebody that isn't a comrade, right? Instead of like always needing to like tear down more shit or build more shit that's going to take fucking years to construct in the first place, money to be fucking changing fucking hands for whoever's going to be building it, right? Why don't you just make the housing that already exists more affordable?
So it's closed, Sarge.
Yep. We both saw Nora's comment at the same time.
That doesn't support the bottom line, bro. Yeah, no, I know. That's but like here's the thing. People that say that like that doesn't support the bottom line don't understand that like it is actually going to cost you more, right? And it's going to cost you more to either have shelters in place for these people. It's going to cost you more in like, like resources that the community needs to be able to give these people, right? Whereas if they're just able to get housing that is more affordable, suddenly that's a lot less things that people require from their local government to help them.
Yep.
Kickbacks and hand jobs to each other behind the scenes.
These guys still have guns drawn like there's some kind of threat. Like the word should already have gone out over the radio that like there was nothing. We just fucking murdered a guy and nothing else happened.
Well, this kind of just adds more evidence to my theory that every cop is just the biggest scaredy cat in the world. They're just afraid of everything.
Everybody know position, right?
Yeah.
Watch your crossfire.
Watch your crossfire.
Were they riding around little ATVs out there or something?
Absolutely.
Any dumbass tactical thing they can think to,
put on the budget, yeah.
I bet it's one of those shitty ATVs that looks like a pickup truck and not one of the cool ones you see on X Games too. Like a glorified golf cart.
The rascal student. Should we keep the video going?
Here, you want to see what the latest
like
thing going on?
Yeah.
Here, this is from the latest thing that landed a bunch of people with a lot of very serious charges.
Wait, so there's 3 things in here now.
But the last one I just sent.
Yeah.
I do want to go back to that Wikipedia.
Mine was just an unrelated like abortion thing. So
I do want to go back to those Wikipedia pages because I do want to read about this is privatized, like Matt said.
Say they were attacked in a violent protest at the construction site of the New Atlanta Public Safety Training Center.
Is this getting a lot of news coverage?
Not like a lot.
Because I feel like I haven't heard about this at all on like my like mainstream level.
There was a chapter in Defense of Looting about Tulsa, and one of the things that the author said about it is that one of the reasons why it didn't get a lot of coverage, besides the fact that, like, you know, fascists like to cover up their crimes, is that also the black people also managed to do a lot of damage to the fascists and hold out for a long time. Yeah. And they beat the shit out of them. And it's like, you know, if they were to tell the story, they'd also have to tell the story of them holding a fat L. So, like, that might be one of the motivating factors here.
Sure.
Plus, like, I don't think anybody wants to show the kind of footage that we're going to be seeing of, like, a lot of people showing up to, like, protest against this.
It's like a fucking Rage Against the Machine video.
Hails at police officers and set equipment on fire.
This was a very violent attack that occurred this evening. Very violent attack. And this wasn't about a public safety training center. This was about anarchy, and this was about the attempt to destabilize.
Authorities say
they were reading Kropotkin out there.
This was a coordinated attack on officers and equipment.
During that attack on the officers, pieces of equipment and other items that were at the location for the construction of the public safety training center were damaged.
Police arrested more than 24. Atlanta's police chief says what happened was not a legitimate protest and that many of those arrested were not from Georgia.
We throw
it's outsiders!
Fireworks. We throw Molotov cocktails, large rocks, a number of items that.
Wow, there was a large rock, said the guy with a fucking assault rifle.
We're going to show that tonight when we make the appropriate charges.
This is the latest in a series of clashes with police. In January, one of the demonstrators was shot to death by a state trooper at this site. But
wow, shocking.
I love that.
Just a little footnote at the end.
I love how they said this is not a legitimate protest. Like,
yeah.
By what criteria would you refer to something as a legitimate protest?
The next video that I sent you down at the bottom has cool nighttime vision footage too.
All right, I do want to get back to that Wikipedia page though.
All right.
There's the illegals.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, Jesus Lord.
That's a lot of people.
Yeah.
Should literally just be given a home.
It's not even night out.
Oh.
Should literally just be given a home and a social security number, and we're fucking murdering them. It's unfucking believable, dude. Like, if my grandfather was born.
Can I see the moment this thing bursts into flames? Can I see the moment that the?
I wish.
I think I
what
could
the fuck
find
was
it.
that?
What?
No, that video. It just showed the thing, and then like I knew it caught on fire from other videos, and it just. I have arson blue balls now.
Here we go. It's probably this one might have it.
Well, okay, another one.
Another one.
Another one.
I'll never get to the Wikipedia page ever again. I'm sorry, Wikipedia page.
Police training center that is under construction. That update coming in the last 20 minutes. This all happened yesterday.
Oh, never mind. It just skips straight to it.
Wad Venegas joins us live now from Atlanta.
Like the same footage we just saw, right?
All right. Yeah. Just bail. Go back. Back to the
video.
Eject.
It's the third video in a
See,
row.
this is why we need abortion. That was
Return
great.
to Wikipedia.
The third video in a row, same thing. All right. All right. $90 million construction of the Atlantic Public Safety Training Center. It's underway on an 85-acre plot in DeKalb County. The land is owned by the city of Atlanta. Once complete, the center is planned to be used as a training center for police and fire services and expected to open in the fourth quarter of 2023. Facilities in the site will include classrooms, a burn building, a mock city, and a shooting range. 265 surrounding areas of the site will be used as quote-unquote green space. What do they mean by green space?
Can I? Oh, I don't know what they mean by green. Can I just point out that we love projections so much? Do you remember fucking Call of Duty Cold War when fucking they're like, wow, these Soviets built an entire city just to train to kill American people in it. And it's just like, actually, but have you seen American Cops though? Like,
Right.
excuse me. So like, imagine, and the first Black Ops game too was like, imagine if they tried to use like drugs and brainwashing to create a super soldier. So it was literally like, what if MK Ultra, but it was bad because the USSR did it instead.
Yeah.
Here, I got a link for you, Pat. You might want to check that out.
Matt, if you're still in here, do you have any the source for the private nature of it? I saw that there was the just real quick before I get off this, I saw that it says here that it was Terracon consultants are acting as consultants to the project.
Hey, it's not the burning thing, but the link Maverick posted is kind of funny. It's the cops running away.
So the link that I just sent you, Pat.
Yep, I got it. Wait, where the fuck did it go?
It's the last link on there. It's from the Xylem.
Yeah.
What the fuck that is?
What is the Xylem?
I have no idea. I don't care. But
it's better than the ballet.
It seems to be fact checking a lot of what we've been told about Cop City. And one of the things that it states is, let's see here. Claim the facility will not build on a forest. The training center will sit on land that has long been cleared of hardwood trees through previous uses of the site. Arborists have confirmed the existing vegetation on this land is overwhelmingly dominated by invasive species like brush, weeds, vines, and softwood trees. Much of this site contains rubble from old building structures and asphalt from old parking lots. Our rating, mostly false.
So that was a fucking lie.
Right. The facility will be built on a forest. The city of Atlanta's complete misunderstanding of basic, well-established ecology facts is at best poor research and science communication, or at worst an intent to confuse the public about the nature of the South River Forest. There's this one part where it's talking about the green space. Let me just Control F that. Oh.
Atlanta and its nonprofit partners will continue to collaborate with the Cobb County's planning and environmental officials, working to ensure that the plans of development and public safety are adhered to federal, state, blah, blah, blah. All rating, false. Entrenchment
another one.
Which forms the eastern boundary of the site, flows into the South River, the namesake of the forest at risk. South River was America's fourth most dangerous river in 2021, according to American Rivers. It's chief threat to sewage pollution due to lack of enforcement.
There is no evidence to back up the 385 acres number raised by the city of Atlanta. It is mathematically impossible to have both an 85-acre training facility and even 265 acres for green space promised on the ground lease agreement. This also means that the amount of green space is oversold by at least 40%. Our findings confirm that Section 4 of Taylor's LDP appeal, which the DeKalb County Zoning Board of Appeals will hear on April 12th, Atlanta Community Press Collective reports that APF's determination to proceed full speed ahead with construction while an appeal is in progress may violate DeKalb County law. The use of the term continue is also inaccurate, since approximately 7 acres of the land and earmarked for green space and active Atlanta police firing range. So the green space is technically just going to be a firing range.
Yeah. And also, they were literally just like, so we did this basic subtraction problem that a second grader can do, and you're lying. It's like, oh my fucking God. Like, I hate it here. I want to leave, but they keep me too poor to leave. Bastards. Hey, you got a sub.
We got a sub?
Yes, you did.
How did you see that? Oh, yeah, I'm not
Where
even
would I go if I wasn't poor?
Who just subbed?
Portugal.
The Victor.
Oh, Vlad, what's up?
Their
Thank you so much.
Prime subscription. for
Although,
4
like,
months.
socialist countries, probably Cuba. If I could learn, if I wasn't poor, I would just like very quickly try to learn some basic Spanish and get the fuck to Cuba. Like,
Yes, it is, Sean. Thank you for bringing that.
maybe China, maybe Vietnam. I don't know. But then I don't want to be like one of those weird white guys that goes to Vietnam because I don't want to send that kind of vibe.
Well, me and Pat are going to be those white guys.
Well, no, he's referring to pedophiles.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, not those. Not that. Sorry,
I don't know if you picked up on
I was like,
No, I
that's
did not
all right.
pick
You know,
up
we
on
don't want to talk about that. If
I did not
Johnny's
pick up on that at all.
I was gonna let you be blissfully unaware. Like,
Me and Pat are going to be those guys.
yeah. We're gonna do it. Yeah, actually.
God damn it. No, I'm trying to find something on. I hate you guys. I hate you. Y'all are just going to troll me out of streaming.
When I was a kid, my buddy Matt's older uncle that lived with him, they lived with his parents for some reason. So I guess living with his siblings was like, dude, I go to Thailand every summer. And it's like when you're 14, you hear somebody say, you're like, all right, cool. Now I'm like 30 and I'm like, wait a minute.
Every summer?
Every summer you go to Thailand. There's only one reason that a man that age who shares a home with a teenager that the teenager's parents own is making that type of voyage annually.
That's.
I don't want to think about that ever again in my life. That was
that's not good.
Awful. That was some of the most awful shit I've ever heard.
Did you guys know that there was a third opium war?
What?
It was a what?
A third opium war?
There's a fentanyl war?
I shouldn't be bringing this up because I'm going to talk about it on Sunday.
No, don't bring it up.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to find
freaking tease, bro.
Son of a bitch. I'm trying to find something on Muskogee, like fucking rights to the land.
We don't smoke marijuana in Muskogee. Does anybody know that really old ass song? Nah, I fucking triggered a fucking weird memory in my head of my granddad playing old fucking music.
I have no idea.
Yeah, that is true, Entheon. But hey, still might be better than my current situation.
Do you guys ever watch the channel Balkan Odyssey?
Balkan Odyssey? No, I can't say I have.
Does anybody in the chat watch Balkan Odyssey?
Well, I guess we're moving on from Cop City, so
I don't know. I read the entire Wikipedia page. I thought it was.
I know.
I thought it was going to be longer than that. We watched the video. We watched several of that dang there.
What you do?
I
just fill out a banana appeal.
I was gonna ask Sean, if he had.
Yeah, that's it. That's why Ugopnik and Balkan Odyssey did like joint videos where they did like these like a tandem take on like I guess it was like a like the fall of East or like the post the Slavic states after marketization, I think it was.
Also, Burlatek lives in Thailand. Burlatek, whatever the hell his name is. New Atlas.
Yeah. I'm just looking for whatever at this point. I don't know.
I was hoping that Anarchist Laboratory Sean had, something.
I'm so much better at having like a schedule, like a presentation where I'm like, all right, here's what we're going to be talking about. And we can riff off that. I'm not well practiced at just like coming in dry. I need to be lubed. I need to slide in. I need to slide in lubed. That's how I'm most efficient.
Oh, Johnny, I feel like Pat would love this fucking song. Hang on.
What?
That song that about India that fucking
With the
Marcus
Kerala
always plays. Yeah.
I've sent it to him.
Which one?
It's like the Kerala, like not like it's like hip hop sort of, but not really. It's more like a pop song than anything else.
It's like really commie coded Indian music.
I miss my peoples in India.
Let me tell you gotta tell us if it was like if this is like, you know, reminiscent of your experience when you were hanging out with Indian commies.
Yo, is there like a lot of like CGI fire or anything like that?
Yeah, yeah. When I was in Kerala, it was all CGI fire the whole time I was there.
Are you gonna play the video? Thank you for subscribing.
Hey,
Let it
man.
smash.
I think we broke Pat.
Pat, what are you doing?
Oh, is it not playing?
No.
Sorry. Could you hear it?
No, we had
Oh.
nothing. You're just staring
We
at
were
the
just,
screen.
we were just like Pat's just having a moment real quick.
Yeah, like, are you alright, bro?
Oh my goodness gracious. I thought I was toasted.
Thank you for subscribing, Knorr.
Yeah, I've read a book about the Naxalites. It's called After Midnight Borders. I have it downstairs. I'd have to get it. But yeah, I read a book about a journalist that went that tagged along with the Naxalites through their excursion. But yeah.
Well, the background song is still going.
CGIM side in my beliefs, but thanks for the bit, man.
Hey.
I thought everybody was watching this.
Thank you, Sam.
Yeah, hey. Oh, I have that. Hold on. I bought. Oh, I'll play it. Hold on. I have one of those.
Get the fuck out of here, dude. No way. This is better than when he pulls out 3 fucking books on the subject.
Yeah, no, of course Pat has one. You wanna know what the best part is, David? I didn't even know he had one.
You're fucking welcome.
I sent this to Pat probably like over 2 or 3 months ago now.
കാണുന്ന കണ്ണിലൊക്കെ തീപ്പൊരിതൻ വെട്ടം കളികാലത്തിൻ കോപം തിളക്കുന്ന രക്തം ഇന്നാരാന്റെ നെഞ്ചത്ത് കൂത്താടും ചട്ടം ഇടിവെട്ടും താളത്തിൽ നെഞ്ചിടിപ്പിന്റെ വേഗം ഇന്ന് കുടപിടിക്കുന്ന പാനത്തിന് ചെങ്കണ്ണിൻ ചായ.
Dude, we gotta send this shit to Marcus because I only found this shit from Left Flank Vets. We're just like, oh yeah, well, we got a guy who's got the shit.
I bought this in India. That's why.
Yeah.
Love it. See that thing they're wearing, where it's kind of like, I don't know, like basically like a kilt or a skirt, right? Like, you know, I want to know what that's called, and is it like cultural appropriation for me to wear one?
Well, I mean, aren't you Indian?
Yeah, I am technically Indian, but like I don't know if that's culturally specific or not.
Is this cultural
Actually,
appropriation? That I'm wearing the same
No, I
that?
don't think so.
No, especially because they're wearing the name and face of an Argentinian Irishman who fought for the liberation of Cuba.
And I'm Irish.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's funny that about those things. There's like white kind of, I guess you could call it a skirt or whatever. They always air them out. Like you'll be walking down the street and they'll always kind of like air it out a little bit.
Yeah, you gotta let shit breathe, dog.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
what do you mean? Like, are they wearing like boxers or something underneath that?
know.
Or
I'm not saying you can like see it when they do it, but like they'll be standing there and they'll just kind of like
fan it a little?
You guys want to watch some of this? I have this like external hard drive hooked up with some of my footage from Guatemala and India, like stuff that we haven't seen before.
Yes.
Yes.
Uh,
All right, so they're going like full blown command. I don't know if I'm that brave for that.
Johnny, if you can't conquer your own fear of commando, how are you ever going to conquer capitalism? Come on.
I feel like that's different.
Nope, that's the same. It's the same thing.
You hear that? You hear what they're saying? Here, listen. Listen to what they.
Yeah.
Oh, down capitalism.
By this point, I'm so hyped. Like, I feel like I'm just completely in the fold. I'm just with them. I'm like, down. I'm just like out in the sea. I'm the only white person
It's a
I've
little
seen.
like Where's Waldo when you zoom out, like, oh shit.
I'm the only
That white guy right there.
I'm the only,
Oh my god.
I'm the only white person I've seen for days.
Look,
at this point.
CIA.
You know how I showed you that news footage of me?
Yeah.
People in the comments were saying I was CIA. If you go to the original YouTube comment, they say that there's people in the comments be saying that I'm CIA.
That's amazing.
Because you probably are, honestly. Like,
I love that.
And look, they let me into this part. Like I wasn't even. This is like a press area. Like see where I'm standing, where there's no other people. That's like press
they were
area.
like, oh, you got a camera. You seem like you should be here.
I swear to God, white privilege afforded me a lot. Like,
yes,
if you're like an American guy with a camera, they're like, "What? Come right in."
They had no idea you were Irish.
I didn't have a pass or anything. Oh, look.
Take your kids, teach them how to organize. I love it. Yo, all these little kids up on shoulders going like, yeah.
Look up on the roof. Look.
Yo.
Yeah. I'm telling you, chat. Like the videos that he has shown me.
God damn.
The entire city is just buzzing with people.
Man, I wish I could do some shit like this, dude.
And they're all like about it. Like there's no counter protest or anything. There's no fucking because that's the other thing about like something like this happening in the U.S. You would probably see like a counter protest or something going
There was
on.
nothing even close to a counter protest the
Yeah,
entire
a
time.
highly astroturf counter protest that the police defend. Is that an MF statue of Marx? Oh my god.
Yeah, dude.
Oh my god.
And it really is a diverse group of people too. Like it's not like only older people or like you know, younger people. It's like everybody. Like the entire city was just like this.
Oh my god.
Yeah, man.
This is a road, by the way. This is a road for cars.
Those aren't cars.
Well, they made it like a walkable infrastructure, you know, just by walking on it.
Revolutionary. Yeah, Fragster, it's true. It makes me, it fills me with joy, honestly, to see that there's fucking places where there's just a whole bunch of people who are in solidarity with one another.
Right. I mean, like, but that's why I think that, like, the stuff that we do, right? You know, I mean, yeah, show funny videos and react to stuff and all this other shit.
Make weed jokes.
Trying to show Stalin here, all right?
Excuse me, Papa Stalin. Yeah. I found the only other white guy.
Also, that dude has a Bob Marley fucking like backpack standing right next to it. But what the fuck is it? I think that like we're well on our way, but I think we still need to normalize a lot of stuff. Like a lot of people still got to get like way more chill about like a lot of stuff that like, you know, that we believe in, you know? And I think that something like this is possible in certain areas, but you know, it's going to take a lot for that.
This is like there's like people taking pictures with me. Like everywhere I went, people were taking pictures with me.
Look at this. And then for like the next week, oh hey, did I show you the picture I took with the white boy? Yo, look at that. Look at that.
That's what it felt like.
Yo, I found a CIA guy. Yo, I met Jack Ryan. It was incredible.
Do you see this Che Guevara marching band?
Yeah, that is
so fucking cool.
Wonderful. Do they play Katyusha?
So when is the next party congress going to be?
I think they do it every couple of years. I'm not like 100% certain how often they do it. Here's Guatemala. This is in Guatemala. 200 years of exploitation, corruption.
That's a rat.
Yeah, it's like about the government.
It's
The
like that
Guatemala
scene from The Departed with the rat.
The Guatemala footage is far less exciting. This was my first day in Kerala. This is in Cochin. This is my first place that I stayed right here.
An executive hotel because Pat's a fancy CIA executive.
This was when I still didn't know what it would be like. Like I was like, oh, maybe it's not going to be as crazy as like people told me or something like that. And this is me walking out. And like, did you see that there was already like hammer and sickle like advertisements like right outside my? I was like embarrassed. Like I hadn't really come out of my shell just yet. Like I was kind of like, dude, like, is it like weird that I'm here doing this? And like, by the time I got to Kenor, it was like I was partying. This is like a regular day. This isn't even like the celebration or anything like that. This is just. This is when I first got there. Look, so there's this gate. They weren't letting people through. Like you can't see how there's all these people like up at this gate. You weren't allowed in. It was like impossible to get in. And eventually they just let me in. And I had no pass. They were only letting people in with like cars to go in.
What were those two posters on either side of? Who was that? Also, somebody playing music or something?
Dude, there's so much going on here.
Gotcha.
Do you have a Facebook?
Yeah, be careful not to dox yourself, Pat. So wait, during that last clip there. I just want to know who that picture is of on the wall.
Is it an Indian guy or?
Yeah.
I don't know.
All right.
There's a lot of pictures of like that. Look, this is when they let me in, and I say like. I just showed up to the Communist Party of India 23rd Party Congress. I was not supposed to be let in. I was waiting outside the gate where everyone had converged, a bunch of people that weren't allowed in. But I think due to my white privilege, I was allowed to come in. I had no pass. I had no real press credentials.
Just telling on yourself while you're walking around.
And no one is like attending to me either. Like they just let me in and they're like,
Getting video of your confession while you're out doing this.
no, but watch, you'll see inside what it was actually like. Like this is what they were actually doing. It's like everything else was just a celebration. This is the actual party Congress. And as you can see, it's like far more
right this way, white man.
Yeah. Look, this is it. This is the inside. This is all the delegates from all over India.
All right. So here are some things that we're going to work on for the next one. I'm going to need like a fancy camera, right? We're going to need like the steady mount or whatever. Definitely a tripod, right? And, decent audio thing. But I think that like if we just ask them like, hey, can we just like record the audio like directly from the thing? They'll probably be like, yeah, all right.
So that's the actual party Congress in it. That's like the actual thing there. This is a cool indigenous Spanish teacher that I met when I was in Guatemala.
Oh yeah, that's the hood that we're always talking about. We're gonna make that into Subversive History merch.
Oh my god, yes.
Yeah, it has a point.
Take the money I don't have.
If you don't know why it kind of looks like a KKK hood, it's like obviously completely unrelated to the Ku Klux Klan. But in the 80s, when being a leftist was like a death sentence in Guatemala, this is how leftists like labor organizers and student movements, they would meet in clandestine meetings like this to protect their identities so that they didn't get executed by Rios Montt.
Ernesto Guevara Lynch.
And look, if you look, this is just a one bedroom apartment that this man has. This is everything. I'm just in his one little room. And look, you can see right above his bed is a picture of Che right there. He had a picture of Castro up in there too. I'm not letting anybody listen to my shitty Spanish. I have hours of an interview with this guy. If you look here, like Luis' speech, like 10 through 11, like it's like 3 hours long that he sat there and talked to us about the history of Guatemala. This is the outside of his house. Oh yeah, look, there's Castro and Che. He has this up in his house. Oh no, this is Louis. This is Willie. I'm sorry. This is another guy I met in Guatemala. Sorry, I'm jumping around a lot.
And Theon, I promise if we ever go to India, we will see if there is an Indian slur for white people.
There has to be, right?
There has to be. I also think that like before we go to Kerala, that we should probably just like spend like a month just going over like, you know, the politics and political history of the region.
Well, I have a great book called Kerala, Another Possible World. It's a short book, and I've always wanted to do it on stream, just like I have a million books that I want to do on stream. But Kerala, Another Possible World by Thomas Isaac, who is actually sounds like a white guy, but I believe it's not. I believe that's actually the name of an Indian man who's like the finance minister of Kerala.
Right.
Here, look, I'll pull it up. Thomas Isaac. Kerala. Yeah, former finance minister of Kerala. So while that sounds like the name of an Anglo individual, it's actually this guy.
It's probably Anglo-Indian.
Well, he's pretty dark for an Anglo-Indian.
Hey, man, we come in all different kinds of shades.
Thomas Isaac, Kerala, Another Possible. This is a book that I have. I bought this in Kerala at the Kerala Communist Book Fair that I went to. I have footage of that too. There's only so much that's actually on this drive. The rest of it's on my laptop. I'm sorry. But yeah, this is a really cool book. Is the Marxist Paul video in your mouse? Is that about the Naxalites like Seb was talking about? I'm going to take this off now. I think everybody gets the idea.
Nah, that's perfect. Leave it like that.
Keep it like this.
Yeah. It's good.
But yeah, they were selling these on a stand in Kerala. So I bought one. Especially because COVID was a little bit bigger of a thing at that time.
Yeah. And
the real reason why I was wearing that mask a lot is because I didn't want to seem like an American dickhead. Like there's a lot of people that would wear them and a lot of people that didn't. And I just didn't want to be like disrespectful while I was there. So I figured I would just wear it.
It's probably just like a smart move, you know, while
Right.
you're traveling to like a foreign country just to wear one anyways.
Yeah. I actually have this book also by Thomas Isaac. It's about the Thomas Isaac democracy. People's Planning. There's this book too. I have this book, but it's huge. I haven't read it yet. People's Planning. People's Planning, Kerala Local Democracy and Development. It's like a 400 or 500 page book, though.
So yeah, I think we have our work cut out for us. So let me see if I can Google real quick when the next thing is.
I guess it would be the 24th because I said in that video that this was the 23rd. I didn't remember exactly. What do we got in chat? What is Dave sending me in chat?
Oh, that was a trailer for a movie that I was wondering if you'd seen. I just figured that once you saw it, I'd ask you about it. But I was enjoying all of the actual India footage, so I was like, I'll ask you about the fictionalization later.
Yeah. I wish I had the rest of my footage uploaded to that hard drive. I have this like weird thing where all of the footage is either on the SD card in my camera or on my laptop. And for some reason, I can't transfer it from my laptop directly to the external hard drive I bought. So I have to take it bit by bit on a flash drive and transfer it. It's really annoying. There might be a better way to do it. I don't know, but it's like really tough.
Although, if you haven't seen that one, I feel like you should watch the trailer because it's pretty good.
Lennon Smash. See you later. Thanks for being here.
Take it easy, Lennon.
Lenny.
Comrade Lenny. That's what they used to call him back in Russia.
Oh,
looking at this.
Here's a good bookmark too. 1921, the Malabar Uprising. This is a book by my friend Nitish about the Malabar coast, which is present day Kerala, and about like anti-colonial struggles that they had that the British framed as anti-Muslim, Muslim versus Hindu conflicts. But this book actually turns that theory on its head and says that this was actually a class-related struggle in India, that this was a class uprising, not a religious sectarian issue.
Interesting.
Also, I'm going to pick my teeth with that real quick.
What? No, not the bookmark.
I got this from Leftward Books. For those of you that know what it is, I have a Washington Bullets one too.
Nice.
Yeah, I have my interviews with Nitish, and I have my interviews with Sudanva. That none of that's even on there. I couldn't even preview that to you guys. I'm sorry. There's a pretty cool one that I have with this woman Cecilia. I wish I had it like bookmarked where this happened, but it's a really funny part where this happens. Hold on. So this woman is a veteran of the Guatemalan Civil War. This woman's a veteran of the Civil War. She joined the guerrillas when she was like 9 or 10 years old or something like that, because she like was forced to, because the indigenous community that she lived in was being ravaged by the Guatemalan military that was being financed by Ronald Reagan. And she says in there, so they're translating, right? So there's like a bunch of like white kids here and stuff like that that are like traveling through Guatemala and that are coming to this place to learn to learn Spanish. And at one point she says something like socialismo, and the girl that's translating it, and she's like, yes, and social issues. And the woman stops her and goes, socialismo. Like,
come on.
Sorry, socialism. Because the girl said social issues, and she like stopped her, was like, no, that was not the right translation.
I know for a fact that's not the right translation.
Yeah. Like,
she's like, you get it right, you goddamn.
Exactly. Yeah. Like, like I would have to like put subtitles. Like there's a translator, but like it's still like I wouldn't have a microphone right up on her and stuff like that. So it's like I didn't, it's probably going to be hard for us to listen to like this, but yeah. While I was there, they had seminars on multipluralism, things like that. It was a really cool place. It's called the PLQ. And like I said, there was like pictures of Che and Castro all over it.
Trying to find out where I can see what day the next party congress is.
I think it would be after the election. The reason that one was so, hey, what's up, Ross? The reason that one was so momentous is because it was the first time in India's history that the Communist Party, the CPIM, won twice consecutively. Now, when India as a whole received its independence from England, which was in 1947 or 1952. I don't know why I can't remember. Or was it 1949? I think it's 1952. I feel like an idiot not knowing this. 1947. It was the first one I said. The first one I said was the right one. I shouldn't have questioned myself. The first elected government in Kerala was the Communist Party. Because so many of the activists and organizers were some of the most vocal and enthusiastic opponents of colonialism. So just kind of like in Italy, like we're saying at the end of fascism, you know what I mean? These communities tend to gravitate towards the sectors of the community that were the most vocal and the most, you know, actionable in terms of the resistance to the oppressor. So Communist Party wins immediately. So then there's been just an alternation between the Communist Party and a Liberal Party every election cycle. None of them ever had won consecutively until just a year or two ago when I went over there. That's why the celebration was so momentous, because it was the first time that CPIM held office for 2 consecutive terms.
Yeah, it's okay. He's working on it, Ross. He's working on it. To be fair, we are.
Hey. Man, there's this Perenni clip that I want to show so bad, but it's part of my presentation on Sunday.
Oh, God damn it!
And it's so good.
He does this all the time where he's like, oh, I have this really cool fucking thing.
Well, okay. Well, I work day in and day out on these slides. Obviously, they're on my mind. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, what's some cool things to talk about? I'm like, man, I got a lot of cool stuff to talk about. But there's a point in this where he literally goes, oh, hey. And it's like, I've never heard him sound like more of an Italian.
Yeah, honestly, if you clip that, I'll make it a sound alert on my channel.
We need to really like beef up our cool and interesting sounds and alerts and things like that.
It's not that hard in OBS. I literally figured it out, and I'm a dumbass. So I'll send you the video that I watched. It's like 6 minutes, I swear. It's dope.
I mean, because like I figured out how to do the subscription one. It's probably not going to do that now because we're not using OBS. Because to figure out how to do like the cameras, I don't know if you remember the last time you were on here when we had OBS and it was just like a fucking nightmare, and I had to try and set it up for like 25 minutes before we even went live.
Seemed all right to me, but like, you know,
I think you're so far the only
the only OBS guest. Get on my fucking level, Rick from Buffalo. Famous horse. And
I mean, come on, don't tell me that it's not so much easier just to send a link to whoever you're gonna have join and be like, here you go, that's it, rather than like, all right, for like 5 minutes before we go live, like, let me just
like, how do I capture from Discord? Like,
exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, my fucking head is killing me.
What's killing you?
My head.
Headache.
Pat, honestly, could you watch that trailer and let me know if you know any of the shit that they're talking about? Because I'm like, I feel like you would know way more than like.
I'll throw it on now. Hold on.
Also, this is one of the movies I was talking about. If you ever get enough Discord people to do a movie night,
enemies. They strike them down even after 20 years.
Oh, this is the colonial massacre, right? Yeah, this is talked about in Thashi Thoreau's book Inglorious Empire, what the British did to England. Hold on one second.
Strike them.
Bog. Yeah, that's it. Hold on. Jallianwala Bog. There it is. Here, check this out. So just real quick, I just want to take a detour from that for one moment.
No, this is exactly what I was hoping would happen. Like, you have no idea.
This is what they're talking about. So it's the Amritsar massacre. It was 1919. A large peaceful crowd had gathered at Jallianwala Bagh in Amritsar, Punjab, British India, to protest against the Rowlatt Act and arrest of pro-independence activists Saifuddin Kichlu and Satyapal. In response to the public gathering, temporary Brigadier General R.E.H. Dyer surrounded the protesters with his Gurkha, Balak, Rajput, and Sikh troops from 29th Gurkhas to the 54th, blah, blah, blah. The Jallianwala Bagh could only be exited on one side, as the other two sides were enclosed by buildings. After blocking the exit with his troops, he ordered them to shoot at the crowd, continuing to fire even as protesters tried to flee. The troops kept on firing until their ammunition was exhausted. Estimates of those killed vary between 379 and 1,500 or more people. Over 1,200 people were injured. So there's more details in this in Inglorious Empire, which I wonder if there's a PDF available of that, because there's these other details where they say that you couldn't go outside. There was like a lockdown afterwards where you like family members had to stay locked in their houses and watch as their family members died out in the street, because there was like a free fire.
Yeah, there was a curfew.
Like a free
something.
fire zone of sorts, you know what I mean? Where if you left your home, that you would be the next one shot. I'm trying to see. I found a PDF kind of. Let me see here. Okay. Oh, let me. There's 105. Oh boy, I'm ruining everything, aren't I?
Ruining it.
How dare you try to teach us more things, you piece of shit.
Public protests against the draconian legislation were quelled ruthlessly. The worst incident was the Jalal Bagh massacre of hundreds of unarmed innocents, April 1919, which is discussed more fully in chapters 3 and 4. Oh, that must be what I was looking for. Where's chapter 3 or 4? Actually, I should probably close that. Hold on, let me try one more time. Yeah, here we go. No. All right, this sucks. All right, hold on. I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna put the trailer back on while I figure that out. But yeah, that book, which is another book that I would love to read on stream,
Never
has
forgive
a lot of
their
great
enemies. They
information. I could just
strike
take that
them
book.
down even after 20 years.
Gandhi has left Delhi for Amritsar.
Arrest Gandhi.
Arrest Gandhi.
और अगर अब कुछ नहीं किया ना तो अगले 100 साल तक इन अंग्रेजों के नीचे रहेंगे।
अंदर में जब एंटर करोगे ना तो ये दिखाना।
I see death, no sleep in years. Monday को church, Friday को cinema hall, और Saturdays को club.
You want the freedom of your people. You should be there.
I fight different way.
तुम चले जाओ यहाँ से।
अगर हमने यहाँ लंदन में ब्रिटिश के हार्ट पे कुछ कर दिया, हमारा मैसेज पूरे वर्ल्ड तक जाएगा।
Oh shit. My friend Jeremy told me about this movie. Like he was like, "How the fuck did this wind up on Amazon?"
Yes, that was what I was thinking when I watched it too. Yo, who is this?
Revolution is a dangerous game. We need to set an example.
Sir.
Uday Singh, are you?
Yes. Frank Brazil.
Didn't Ross talk to us about this before? And didn't we like pull it up once? I know that I'm pretty sure we pulled this up once before. Let's pull it up in one sec. Can somebody send me the link to that while I play the rest of this here?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, give me the link here. Fucking Ross.
What's your real name? मर्डर को प्रोटेस्ट मानेगा या प्रोटेस्ट को मर्डर मानेगा आपका ब्रिटिश लॉ। मुझे एक रिवॉल्वर चाहिए। Tell people I was a revolutionary.
कोई जिंदा है? कोई जिंदा है?
Wow. Yeah, that looks really intense and really cool. I had no idea that it was that that one massacre. It's hard for me to pronounce it. I'm sorry. It's like Jallianwala. It's Jallianwala Bagh. Did you? Okay, is this that?
Yep.
Okay, here we go. Let's take a look at this.
Yep.
Empire in decline. Weakening demand for dollars internationally signals further shift away from dollar hegemony. De-dollarization directly undermines the empire. Iran proposes a joint bank with African nations to facilitate trade. Very cool.
I'd love a bank full of joints, bro.
Elizabeth Ross is like, I like feedback, but I also accept uncritical fawning.
Yeah, that is very relatable for me.
Democratic election reform held up by U.S. State Department interference in Mexico, which recently nationalized its lithium. Empire decline analyst Yuri AMLO was so real for this. Wow.
I mean, like,
Did Mexico really just nationalize their lithium?
If they did, I'm legitimately worried that like AMLO is gonna get murked. Like,
I literally just saw something the other day that they're talking about going to war with Mexico, and I'm sure that they're going to use the migrant crisis as a pretense for that.
you heard about what happened, right? With the people that got like killed.
I hear about people getting killed all the time, Johnny. You're gonna have to be.
Unfortunately.
So there was 4 people that went to Mexico, right, for an operation, I think, or some kind of like medical care that they could not afford here in the U.S. Right? Those people were under a case of mistaken identity, attacked. Right? 2 of them were kidnapped, and I believe 2 were killed. If I'm not
By
mistaken.
who? Do we not know? Or
Cartels.
okay,
Right.
yeah.
And since then, right, hysteria has broken out about how, like, you know, the people going down there were going down there to buy fentanyl, right? Is the common Fox News refrain, but it's just wrong. Then, like, you know, the 2 people that were alive that were kidnapped have since been released, and the cartels literally put out a public statement. I'm not
Very
kidding.
convenient public statement from the cartel, huh? I want to see this real quick. So, Mexico's Lopez Obrador orders ministry to step up lithium nationalization.
I love how Pat's targeted ads are Russian grappling hacks. How to beat someone's guard.
Yes.
That's completely random.
I don't know why that would be aimed at me.
Mexico City.
Fucking Pootler apologist and Matt Toucher.
Who was I apologizing for?
Pootler, aka Putin.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You know he's a black belt in judo, right?
Well,
you've ever seen that video of Putin?
You would know.
Have you ever seen that picture of Putin correcting that kid's judo move?
I love that. That's the fucking thing that Pat brings up about.
Yeah, like of course. It would be like me in high school being like, yeah, you know how he knows how to play hockey.
Oh, fucking head hurts. Oh my god.
Trying to see there's a really funny video of him where he shows a kid how to do a move. There's a bunch of videos of him doing judo, but there's a very specific one that I like where he
you know your judo well.
So, Pat, do you want to know what the Mexican cartel public statement is?
We here at the cartel, recognize that we have a diverse range of constituents, and we want to,
okay,
it's like the most like PR friendly like admission of a murder.
It
You know
is.
you have a lot of choices in cocaine.
It is. So the statement reads, "We have decided to turn over those who were directly involved and responsible in the events, who at all times acted under their own decision-making and lack of discipline," the letter reads.
The actions of these individuals do not directly reflect the overall views of the Sinaloa cartel or any of its major subsidiaries.
Adding that those individuals had gone against the cartel's rules, which include respecting the life and well-being of the innocent.
It's hilarious.
He's like, you have to go. See?
What year is this from?
There's like a million videos of him doing judo. He's a black belt in judo. I don't know how legit it is. There's plenty of judo. This type of stuff is very popular.
Matt says I would respectfully submit to Pootler.
But yeah, a little Putin trivia for you. You know what I mean? I guess I guess the stream.
What were we talking about right before that?
I'm sorry. We were talking about the cartel murdering someone, and we were talking about the nationalization of lithium.
Oh yeah, it was something about their public statement. God damn it!
Oh yeah, a letter claiming to be from the Mexican drug cartel, blamed for abducting 4 Americans and killing 2 of them, condemned the violence and said the gang turned over to authorities its own members who were responsible. In a letter obtained by the Associated Press through a Tamaulipas state law enforcement official, the Scorpions faction of the Gulf Cartel apologized to the residents of Matamoros, where the Americans were kidnapped, the Mexican woman who died in the cartel shootout, and the 4 Americans and their families.
I was gonna say, I was almost going to say that, wow, these guys are on the level of the American government, where they'll just be like, oh yeah, these guys just acted alone and they weren't part of anything. And then I was like, wait a minute, we won't even let people be tried by the International Criminal Court. So we're actually worse than the cartels. We wouldn't even hand over people that did fucked up shit.
And they
It's like,
actually caught
oh my
2
God.
fucking up too. Like, hey, our dude's fucked up. The 4
Or
Americans.
maybe we'll let our guys languish in prison for 2 decades until somebody finally fesses up and admits they're in the CIA, like what may have happened in China. Tune in on Sunday.
The 4
Stop
Americans
doing this to me.
I can't get it off my brain.
He can't stop, Dave.
I know, can't stop, won't stop.
The 4 Americans were hauled off in a pickup truck, and the Mexican authorities frantically searched as the cartel moved them around, even taking them to a medical clinic to create confusion and avoid efforts to rescue them. The governor, Americo Villarreal, said they were found Tuesday in a wooden shack guarded by a man who was arrested in a rural area of Matamoros called Ejido
Cartel
Tecolote,
forced them to get BBLs.
on the way to the Gulf called Baghdad Beach, according to the state's chief prosecutor, Irving Barrios. The surviving Americans were whisked back to U.S. soil on Tuesday in Brownsville, the southernmost tip of Texas, and just across the border from Matamoros. The convoy of ambulances and SUVs was escorted by Mexican military Humvees and National Guard trucks with mounted machine guns. Real Sicario hours. A relative of one of the victims said Monday that the 4 had traveled together from the Carolinas so one of them could get a tummy tuck surgery from a doctor in Matamoros. The governor said wounded American Eric Williams had been shot in the left leg and the injury was not life-threatening. It's quite a relief, said Robert Williams, 38-year-old Eric's brother, reached by phone Tuesday in North Carolina. I look forward to seeing him again and actually being able to talk to him. Robert Williams was not sure if the other survivor, Latavia Burgess, was the one seeking the surgery. The survivors were taken to Valley Regional Medical Center with an FBI escort, the Brownsville Herald reported. A spokesperson for the hospital referred all inquiries to the FBI. The 2 dead, Shahid Woodard, age 33, and Zindell Brown, in his mid-20s, will be turned over to U.S. authorities following the forensic work at the Matamoros morgue, the governor said. So yeah, they were going to get a fucking tummy tuck. So again, right. Look, I'm all for like people like getting whatever surgeries they want to like feel more comfortable in their own skin and shit like that. But it's just like, come on, man. If you're driving out to like fucking Baghdad Beach to get a fucking tummy tuck, just
don't, honestly.
No, I think you can. I mean, people go to fucking Latin America all the time for these types of surgeries. I don't think that that's like something that you should really admonish people for.
I'm not admonishing them
For
for
sure,
it.
for sure.
It
But I
shouldn't
just
come
mean,
down
like,
to this.
Yeah, it shouldn't have to come down to this. Like, the problem is you should just be able to get that shit here. Like,
Right.
bottom line. Like,
And it shouldn't cost like,
Yeah, and
$1
it should be
billion
free.
fucking dollars.
Yeah, Unelectable Airwaves. I spent time in Mexico City, and I drove in a rented car from Mexico City to Veracruz, which is like 6 or 7 hours. So you drive right through Pueblo and many other areas. And I was chilling in Mexico. I had the time of my life. It's literally one of my favorite countries I've ever been to.
well, Matt, that's just because you have a giant mustache. You blend in, okay? Like, it's different for other people.
You get a jumpy kid with a Mac 10. We've all been there.
A lot. Yeah, Mexico rules. I encourage anyone to visit Mexico. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
On, like,
dental work.
especially if you're American, like the amount of publicity that the murdering of America, like, so I think some like people have like the idea that Mexico is like this roving wasteland of like cartel mayhem, and like it's not. Like same thing with Guatemala. Like both of those places I spent time extensively traveling through, and like both of them were like so chill for me and where I was, despite like the relatively very high crime rate.
I want to go to Chiapas before I die.
Yeah, I almost went because Guatemala, Chiapas is right north of Guatemala. Like, so I was actually on WhatsApp talking with this guy through Airbnb. Yeah, Ross, that probably makes some kind of sense. But I was talking with this guy that through Airbnb, he had tours to go to the Zapatistas. So like you could like book a tour with this guy and he would bring you out there. And I was talking to him, it just never actually happened that I ended up going all the way out there. But I thought about it.
I thought BT had.
So by the way, it does say that while close to a dozen foreign mining companies have mining concessions that aim to develop potential lithium deposits, Lopez Obrador has said that all of them will be reviewed, which has cast a cloud over the sector's future prospects. What we are doing now is to nationalize lithium so that it cannot be exploited by foreigners from Russia, China, or the United States, he said at the event. Last week, the chief executive of the state-run company for lithium production, Pablo Tede, told Reuters that Mexico was open to partnerships about the federal government would have a majority stake in any future joint venture. Right. The decree published Saturday by the Economy Ministry said that the rights and obligations of the holders of the mining concessions in force that are within the lithium mining reserve zone remain safe. It adds that no mining activity related to lithium can be carried out within the reserve, but gave a few additional details. So that's interesting. Because this is from less than a month ago. Is Mexico going socialist?
I mean, like that's been like the claim for years, at least from like right-wing people, that AMLO is like a socialist or something.
Yeah. Hey Ross, so there's this really old colonial, like at one point it was a prison, and then another part it was like a fort for just like Spain, and then it turned into a prison. It was all this stuff. It's really, really old. It's actually the point where God, I can't remember his name. Who is the Spanish guy that first landed in Mexico?
Cortez.
It might have been Cortez. It's where he landed, and it's where like a lot of the base from Spain first began. And when I parked up there, a Mexican kid came up to me and said, "Hey, if you give me this many pesos, I'll watch your car for you." And you give that kid the 5 pesos to watch your car. That's like the unwritten rule. It's essentially like, "Hey, you give me this 5 pesos, and we won't break into your car." Like, all right, here you go. No, it wasn't. It wasn't Yucatan. It was Veracruz.
That's how governments work.
What the fuck is it? So I have this video from Breakthrough News from like 10 months ago about Mexico nationalizing its lithium, if you want.
Yeah, I'd love to actually watch that. This is something that I'm very interested in.
I may have to scoot before this this segment because I need some food and
bro, you're all good.
My little brother is.
Bro, you're all. If you want to,
If
if you
go.
want to order food or something, you want to eat live on stream, hop back in when you're done.
Okay, word. Well, I mean, if I get it and you're still on, then
however you want
to get back, you're still on. But all right, for now,
yeah, Unelectable Airwaves coming out with that Philly lore. And like, I don't know if anybody else knows what this is, but the Vet is like the stadium. Like it's not even around anymore. They tore it down. But like the Vet was such a notoriously violent place for Philadelphia sports fan, inflicting violence on themselves and to the opposing teams, that they actually had a courthouse in the basement of it just so they could expediently try all the people that are arrested at the games. For their violent drunken
only
behavior.
in fucking Philadelphia.
So when Matt says that's how the parking when the Vet was in the 80s, that means you would park up there and somebody would come up and be like, "Hey man, I'll watch your car, $5." Yeah. It's the subtext to that is, if you want your car window attached to your car when you come back, give me $5.
All right. We're taking it easy, guys. If I don't
later,
get
dude.
back, love you, chat.
Love you, David.
Another
Get out of
political
here.
issue to the south of us, the important
just
political
kicked him.
developments in Mexico, and we
I do
are
have to
very,
pee.
very honored to be joined by one of the most fantastic journalists out there, Alina Duarte, who is
Okay,
an
chat, now it's time for me to hijack the fucking
research
stream.
fellow at the Council on Hemispheric Affairs. Alina, thank you so much for being back with us.
Thanks for inviting me. My pleasure to be here with you all the times that we need to be here. So thank you again.
No, thank you. A lot happening in Mexico. I want to start here with the lithium issue. Obviously, this is a major issue given that lithium is the main, the ingredient for the electric battery or batteries for electric cars. Mexico recently, I believe, nationalized lithium. Maybe just explain to us, what exactly happened first, and then also what it means for Mexico as a country.
Well, it's a long debate. I must say that I'm really happy to see these kind of debates now in Mexico under ambos administration. It's something that I couldn't have imagined 2 years ago that something like this would happen. There are two specific moments about this discussion. The first one was the one that we, or maybe everyone, saw at the Congress last Sunday. It was the congressman tried to approve an electrical reform. That was the first reform.
It's funny how it's a controversial take that if the ground of your nation produces something valuable, that can belong to like a single person. That like the collective ownership of like, it's not even like a business or there's some, and I'm not defending this. I'm just saying that like, it's not even like there's some kind of a business where there's like, you could say that there's some like intellectual property component or there's some kind of like, very great management or marketing scheme or anything like that. It's like, bro, it's lithium in the ground. You just sell it. Like, it's not like somebody invented it. It's not like somebody like, oh yeah, we can't market this lithium properly. We just can't market it. It's, if only we had a businessman with a really, really keen marketing campaign to sell this incredibly in demand, valuable mineral.
What's that giant fungus that's like 7 miles long that like it's like the largest living organism in the world or something? I want to buy that, and then whatever's on top of it now belongs to me, right? Like,
yeah. It's like something like timber or something like that. They're like, yeah, I privately own all this timber, and for some reason nationalizing timber for sale would be some kind of a radical idea that it's like
the freak museum.
Hey, freak museum. You know what I mean? Like that was one of my like come to Jesus moments, like one of those white light moments as when I was kind of getting into like leftism, where like I heard about Chile and they're like, hey, all this copper that we make here?
Yeah.
We're not going to let the United States own that. We think Chile should be able to like enjoy that. And like, I remember thinking to myself, just being like, that sounds so reasonable. In fact, to own it privately, like, and I think that we should privatize, nationalize almost all major industry, heavy industry, resources, things like that. But I mean, I don't even understand how like even like liberals can make the type of argument that's like, no, a man can own the trees. A man can own the car.
I was just having a conversation with my wife last night, because her big refrain is always like, why can't America just leave everyone alone? Right. And I always have to explain it again that like, because then everyone would be able to say, no, you're going to pay us a fair price, right? That benefits us for our goods, right? For our resources that we sell to you.
Oh, your wife said that she meant like other countries. Like, why can't she just leave other countries? Why can't America leave other countries alone? Okay.
Like, why can't we just like, stay out of the business of like other countries? I'm like, cause that's how we're able to make any of this fucking work. Right. Like, we don't produce anything, or we do produce things, but they're normally just like bombs, tanks, fucking overpriced planes that can't fucking fly and decapitate their pilots.
You do have oil here too.
At what cost though? Like to completely destroy any kind of like, ecology and environment that like we have left.
Right.
Like, and that's like, the big fucking thing is that like, all right, so the other thing that I think a lot of people forget is that most of the things that we do produce, we immediately export so that those other countries have to pay more for it.
Well, and correct me if I'm wrong, but after World War II, and obviously after all those like outsourcing situations happened, like, isn't there like a kind of like a degree of economic development that's almost like post-industrial, where like, you know, all that like heavy manufacturing and things like that used to be done in Detroit and Camden, New Jersey and Philadelphia and places like that, where there used to be like lots of factories and industrial bases.
Trenton makes and the world takes, baby.
Make the world takes, exactly. And now it's like there's almost like the economy of America has almost shifted to like tech and service industry to care for tech oligarchs. Like that's like, you know what I mean? Like, whereas like there used to be more of it, and I'm sure that there's obviously still a lot of these like blue collar jobs, but it seems like the poles are shifting to like techno feudalism, like kind of differently than how Yanis Varoufakis describes it. But it's almost like you either figure something out on tech or you like do like a service industry job to,
well, I mean, like
that are more wealthy than you are.
I think we're seeing the decline of like, you know, tech is the new field to make money in, because I mean, like, look at Sam Bankman fraud. Look at fucking.
That's way different. That's so much different.
Look at.
I'm talking about coding.
No,
I'm talking,
I know.
I'm not talking about speculating on Bitcoin and shit like that.
But that's the thing, is that like Bitcoin is part of like that field
sure.
of like tech and like making money, making an app, making like some other fucking thing, because like eventually your app gets big enough to the point where like Mark Zuckerberg just like, you know, probably like threatens your children or, you know, your loved ones and is like,
he doesn't have
tell
to
me the app.
He just gives you more money than you ever would say no to. Like,
Or that.
Just like a classic monopolistic horizontal. There's horizontal expansion and there's vertical expansion. One of them is when you just buy up all your competitors. The other one, I think, which is vertical expansion, is when you actually buy all the it
sounds like a monopoly.
Related industries, where like, so if you're a mining industry, you start making shovels.
Right. So,
you know what I mean?
Like, here's the other thing.
Which I think horizontal is when you buy other businesses. I think vertical is when you start just like, you know, Facebook, now I make computers or something like that. I don't know. I'm sorry. That might've been a really stupid example. Like I said,
no, it's not a terrible example, but like, here's the
like,
thing is that
cars, I make tires for cars now. We just keep it all within this one monopoly.
Right. Kind of like how like Google wanted to try and make the phone, like, you know, we make shovels for mining Bitcoin. Well, that's the thing, is that like, you know, instead of shovels, you know, we make graphics cards for you to be able to mine Bitcoin to get like a percentage of like a Bitcoin out of, you know, the existing finite amount that's in code. It's not real. None of it's. We're getting sidetracked on the Bitcoin thing, but my point is that like, you know, look at people like Zuckerberg, look at people like fucking, I'm trying to think like who else is like really big in tech, like the two assholes that run Google, right? Like they've kind of hit like a wall where it's just like, you're only going to be able to go so far, right? But now it's at like a point where it's so necessary to do anything in your daily life. You know what I mean? You joke, Red Wizard. If we were streaming during when everybody was releasing like NFTs and shit and like coins, I don't know. I probably would have debated it.
I don't think I would have done it.
You wouldn't have wanted to rug pull family and friends alike. You think I'm above that?
You think I've been clean for 11 years? And
you think I've never done anything shitty after being clean for 11 years?
What I was gonna say is, but then with virtual reality, like I don't think virtual reality even's like reached like a tenth of its potential at this point, and that's probably gonna bust the ceiling of tech sector quite significantly.
We did not, Matt, by the way, but like, yeah, no, I think that like, you know, it's done.
I don't think it's even gotten started. I think we've just hit a crazy new precipice of AI that we're seeing everywhere. And then not only that, with like virtual reality, I think things are only going to get crazier.
I don't know about all that, because like at the end of the day, you're still going to need like a certain amount of people to do like some kind of bullshit work.
Oh, I'm not saying they're going to eradicate the people, but I'm saying that I think the sector is going to continue to grow.
I think that the job market might continue to shrink, maybe not for like middle management people, or you know what, maybe it will. Maybe we will have like Chat GPT or whatever take over middle management jobs, and like, you know, my father-in-law will finally like, you know, lose his last job for good and never be able to work as some middle management guy in tech ever again. But like, you know, fucking the whole like, you know, AI thing I think is overblown. It's an algorithm. It's not
I know, which is tech, though. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
somebody has to design. And I mean, I think we're looking at a more advanced version of that than we've ever seen, right? So I'm not trying to overblow anything,
Sure.
but I mean, it seems like what I'm seeing around with deep fakes and the ability to with Chat GPT and art and shit like that. It seems like it's at a state. It doesn't seem that it's dipping off. It seems that it's only getting more sophisticated.
Yeah, Red Wizard, I'm right there with you. With I've been banging my head against the AI wall for years, but some folks and tech bros drink the Kool-Aid. I don't think that it's gonna happen, anytime fucking soon. And even the whole virtual reality bullshit. Have you seen what the fuck Meta looks like?
Well, I mean, this is just the beginning. I mean, you don't think that
Sure, it's just the beginning.
And AI video games and AI experiences, and you're going to AI yourself at a fucking Yankees game and shit like that. You don't think any of that's like, or I mean, you're going to virtual reality yourself at a Yankees game or something like that isn't on the horizon.
I all I can think of in my head, I want to be able to answer your question, but all I can think of right now is a tiny drone, just millions of them just flying around Yankees Stadium, all being piloted by some drunk jerk off sitting in his fucking living room.
They have advertisements on them.
It's just for anybody that goes to the game in real life, it's just like they're just flying over your head like every 5 seconds.
It's a hive. They have like a hive thing that hangs at the top, and they buzz around it like
it's like worse than
it's deafening. You can't hear anything except for the drones buzzing.
You can't hear anything. Yeah. The players trying to play the game just consistently keep getting their game fucked up because they keep hitting a fucking drone.
Oh my god!
Just some dickhead is just like, I want to be like right there. I want to be like right at the pitcher's mound.
I will pay $3,000 to have my drone right in front of the catcher.
Fucking fans in the stadium that actually paid good money and refused to let the tradition die of since my grandfather, we've been coming to this fucking stadium in these fucking seats. Right, my grandfather has been taking me here since I was a fucking child. I was a newborn in this fucking stadium watching baseball. All right, I'll die here in this stadium. Fuck these goddamn drones. These fucking cameras.
Oh, fuck, that's so funny.
VR chat fans seem to enjoy it. They tell me Meta is just expensive corporate alternative to a crowdsourced platform people enjoy. I mean, I might be just talking a lot of shit. I don't see it happening, and I'm probably going to be wrong. All right.
I don't want to see it happen. I don't know if I'm venturing into the area of old man yells at cloud, old man yells at cloud territory. But when I start seeing something, I don't like this. We should just stop. We should just stop it right here. I think we've gone far enough. Technology is good.
I saw what TikTok was doing to my wife, where anything longer than 2 minutes, and it's just I don't have attention like that anymore. So you got to crunch this down to less than 2 minutes.
Red Wizard, I was actually thinking about that when I said it. It's an old Simpsons joke of a newspaper clipping of an old man actually yelling at a cloud. But I understand that the 2023 implication of that statement actually has a far more prescient application to the cloud, the virtual cloud.
Fucking putting on a fucking VR headset, dude. I don't even like having to wear these fucking things to be able to appropriately monitor how loud I'm being on the mic.
Bro, you want to talk about that? I don't even I like my headphones to have a cord attached to them.
Same.
When
dude,
I go outside,
this is a wired connection.
No. I mean, when I'm walking outside, from my phone, I don't use earbuds. I use headphones that have a string that I put through my shirt.
I don't know. I also don't see this working out in the long run, if that makes any sense.
I don't see any of this working out in the long run. And Freak Museum brings up a good point, is that there's technology to do that still, this capitalist kind of drive for profit and consumerism. It's the most vapid type of materialist consumerism that could be used to do much more. Instead it caters to to the shallow desires of like pop culture.
Right. I mean, like, I think until we're able to have like a modular fucking like, you know, devices, right? Until our doodads and gadgets aren't able to be updated without just completely throwing away the old one, right? The shit's not gonna work out in the long run.
Like, I know that like a capitalist or a libertarian or like a free marketeer would bring up like how like, you know, the profit incentive you know, generates is like the locomotive of innovation. But like when you really think about it, like profit is something that can only serve to make something more expensive. Like, like let's take the lithium, for example, right? The lithium has a cost to extract, you know, where you took it, put in the machinery, the equipment, the labor, and shipping, and it has a price on the market. Well, whether you have like a socialist country or a capitalist country or whatever, there's still going to be like a market exchange rate for something, you know, a value that it holds depending on its potential scarcity. But then you have to take that number and add 50%, however much, to be like, that's the profit. That's what I'm going to put in my own little pocket off of this exchange. So like you only have to add, it only adds a greater cost to it so that someone can be like, yeah, but I have to be insanely rich.
Exactly. Where the fuck? Here, I'm gonna send fucking Matt a fucking invite.
Oh, cool.
So I don't know if Matt's like busy or not. You know, Matt, if you are, you know, all right, another time. If you aren't, hop on in, whatever. But like, yeah, no, I don't see it happening in the long run, especially because like, look at like, how much lithium can we possibly fucking have?
See, now you're meeting me where I want to hear it. Now you're bringing it to me, because now I'm actually faced with a material cap to this situation. You know what I mean? Like now I'm starting to see maybe where I might agree with you, because I don't know what the finite limit of our lithium is. And it's like, you know, if it's anything like oil, there's quite a bit of it. Now, like I'm not a physicist or a chemist or anyone that would be able to. So like lithium might be far harder to come by than oil. So we might just pillage it until the end of the world. I'm really talking out of my ass here. I'm sorry, but I understand how that could put a cap to the amount of technology that could like dominate society.
And that's why, like, you know, what the fuck is it? There was this thing I was just looking at. Where the fuck? I have too many tabs open.
Global lithium reserves are estimated over 14 million tons, depending on who you ask. The amount of lithium needed to meet current goals is somewhere between 0.5 and 1.3 million tons. That's not a lot.
But what is the goal here?
Yeah, no, but I'm saying,
what is the
correct me if I'm
goal?
wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong here. Let's do the math real quick. So if there's only 14 million tons and the amount of lithium needed to meet current goals is somewhere between 0.5 and 1.3 million, that's almost a tenth. That's almost what? That's like, what's 1% of 14 million? That's like, it's over 10%. Or it's less than 10%.
I have a feeling that due to capitalism and its inability to like do things, what's the word?
So if in 2021 lithium extraction peaked at an industry record of 100,000 tons, so that means it would take us, if it stayed exactly as it is right now, 10 years would be 1 million. So that means that it would only be, that's only what?
How many years would it take?
Years. If it stayed exactly as it is right now, there's only 140 years worth of lithium. And from what we're discussing, this would actually probably go up significantly if everything that I'm saying about electric cars and virtual headsets and everything gets more and more. Like, I'd imagine this would go up potentially 2 or 3 times.
We have like less than 10 years right? To
Well,
effectively
I don't know.
like
I don't know about that because 10 years would be a million. I would say we probably have more than 10 years. But the thing is that
no. I'm talking about like to prevent like, global
oh,
warming
right.
shit. Like we have like
Right.
less than 10 years left.
But what I'm saying though is that if you completely restructure your society and how everything operates on a
No.
finite
Not
resource
restructuring through your society.
that's gonna last less than 100 years, I would, by my estimation. I could be wrong. Anybody
In
in
order to
chat,
do
tell me
that,
if my math is wrong here.
in order to do that, you would need to completely restructure the kind of power that car companies have. You need to completely
That's what they wanted.
restructure.
That's what's 10 years. That's plenty of time. That's I'm sorry, what were you saying here? They want to restructure everything that car companies are using, correct?
I don't know. Do you think that car companies want to completely restructure how they make their profit?
Well, I don't think they would restructure how they make their profit. They just need to invest in lithium and not oil.
Right. So how do we get them to do that?
They're already spending the money. They just have to spend the money on something else. I don't think the car companies themselves give a shit.
Right. I don't know. I'm not that optimistic.
Oil companies are going to be the ones that get hit. But then again, they're so rich that they could just not necessarily snap their fingers, but they already have so much global influence and wealth that they can just buy lithium mines. You know what I mean? Like they're that powerful that it's not like, oh no, like they could just buy the infrastructure to do that.
Well, here's the thing, Freak Museum. Too bad we have to spend our time going to war with China, the country with the single most advanced green transition strategy. I think that it would probably be within America's interest to be able to harness the productive power of China in order to export.
Lithium is the green strategy, isn't it?
Like kind of. I mean, like I think that just redoing your infrastructure would probably be more greener than trying to transition every single car, right? That everybody uses.
Like in the United States, like this Green New Deal type of situation is to like move forward from combustion engines to electric cars, isn't that like?
It's not as if like creating these batteries, right? Especially with lithium, isn't also harmful for the environment.
I agree. That's the farce. That's the farce of the situation. I agree with you entirely there. I'm saying that a lot of green transition is like, what's it called? Green capitalism or something like that, where it's not going to fix the issues. It's just going to
the Liz Warren plan.
Yeah. it's just going to replace the current resource that we pillage the entire world for a different one.
Right.
There might be some less emissions, maybe. Well, I guess there would definitely be less emissions.
I'm starting to think more and more that, like, I think the rest of the world is beginning to open its eyes that, like, the U.S. is not about to change anything anytime soon. Global warming is not about to be stopped at all, right? And they'll just export, like, whatever carbon-heavy things that, like, they continue to want to do to our countries, right? And I think that, like, that's the biggest wake-up call for everybody is that, like, so why Saudi Arabia and Iran and all these other countries are like, I think we need to start, like, investing with China. At least they're not going to overthrow us.
A lot of child labor in lithium mining in addition. Yeah. So like the Congo, which is just like, can never seem to like shake off the fucking, look, I've already searched this. The Congo, which just can never seem to like shake off the fucking the yoke of like imperialist threat, because like it doesn't matter if it's rubber at the age of the Industrial Revolution when King Leopold genocided I think like 50% of the Congolese population, and then there's so many other things. And now with lithium, you have what is effectively modern day slavery occurring in the Congo because of lithium. And this is capitalism, fully real. This is, what is never brought up when capitalism is looked at as the safer, more ethical alternative or mode of production.
We already covered all of this with the divide. That's probably why you originally searched that, to be honest.
Well, I did a research paper on the Congo for school. So I'm rest in peace, George Habush. Imperialism is the highest stage of capitalism. I agree. And neo-colonialism is the highest stage of imperialism. Thank you, Kwame Nkrumah.
I feel like at some point we should
Hold
probably
on,
read.
man. I had a book about Feed Me.
Feed Me, Seymour.
Feed Me the fucking books. Might have to add this to the little cardy cart.
Yes, the future is subscription services to all tech to keep it working.
This guy's name is Siddharth.
Siddharth Kara? I don't know, man. Sounds.
I was just saying that because it sounds like Siddhartha. I wasn't
Yeah.
saying like weird. I wasn't making fun of his name.
I didn't think you were.
What?
I didn't think you were, but you know,
I
at some
I have both of these books. I have Leopold's Ghost and Heart of Darkness. I'm just saying.
Heart of Darkness, isn't that the one where like they try to get the ship through the jungle or
Yes,
something?
yeah.
Okay.
Joseph
yeah.
Conrad. It's like it's like kind of like a literary classic book. It's like
Yeah,
a fiction.
I always
It's like
wanted
a
to watch-
fiction, but it's based on real experiences of Joseph Conrad when he went through Leopold's Congo.
I always wanted to watch that movie that fucking what's his name? Fuck. He's like the old German director that
Hitler.
makes what?
Hitler.
Oh, he's a director, not a painter, director.
Hey, Hitler directed some stuff. I don't know.
No, what's his name? He was in the Mandalorian.
Pablo Pascal. Pedro Pascal.
No. He's not even a director.
I know. I'm just saying stuff. I'm sorry. I'm joking, and it's.
God damn it! Fucking making me do this.
Oh,
That's not the director. That's not who I thought directed it. Fuck. He's the one that makes all those documentaries. Herzog, that's it. The guy that makes all the documentaries about volcanoes and shit. I love him.
Is that the kid from the school shooter crisis actor?
Herzog?
What's that kid's name? I'm sorry. I'm making another joke. I'm terrible.
Oh, no, he did do like a movie about that apparently.
I didn't even mean to do that. Who's the kid that everybody calls a crisis actor?
I have no idea, but Werner Herzog. This is from 2012. Werner Herzog attached to direct adaptation of school shooting satire Vernon God Little.
I like completely just said that by accident. I just stumbled onto that. Oh, Hog. Is that the dude's name? Hog?
Hogue.
David Hogg. Yeah, that's what I was thinking for some reason.
David Hogg. Yeah, I don't know anything about that.
It's a joke. I don't believe it, Dimitri. It's like something Alex Jones would say about a person that was involved in a school shooting.
It's like, should we have Alex Jones on at some point? But then I am pretty certain I like not only would my family stop talking to me, but my wife would probably leave me.
What if you like berated him?
Well, I mean, like, you know, we could set him straight on a lot of shit. You know,
Yeah, what
I
if
mean,
you
I
wag
feel
your
like
finger at him?
that would absolutely have to be like, you know, the episode that we have Matt on, right? Be like, all right, Matt, like, I'm not going to deny you this opportunity to meet like a very large influence. Matt, did you get the link? Do you want to come on, or are you out and about?
Netting. Oh shit. What mining companies are in the Congo?
Are they Canadian? Tell me how many are Canadian.
I would bet they're Canadian. I know in Guatemala they're Canadian.
Sick. Matt's coming on.
Oh, look, they're executable. Mining companies. That's
They are
convenient.
indeed executable.
That's one way. That's one way to refer to them.
So, since you're so willing to let us know that information, which wall is your favorite?
Yeah, pick a wall. I don't like wall jokes, but actually, for some of these people, I think there's a line to that where there's like Nuremberg style fucking.
Yeah, and these people are largely responsible for that shit.
Yeah,
So,
that's
like,
what I
I'm
mean.
sorry.
The mining industry, the Democratic Republic of Congo produces copper, diamonds, tantalum, tin, gold, copper, and 63% of global cobalt comes from just the continent.
Jesus Christ.
Minerals and petroleum are central to DRC's economy, making up more than 95% of the value of its exports. The Democratic Republic of Congo is one of the wealthiest countries in terms of untapped resource wealth and has an estimated 24 trillion in untapped mineral deposits, including the world's largest reserves of coltan, where elements niobium and tantalum are extracted. Significant qualities of the world's cobalt and lithium. Jeez. Mining laws in the DRC are given by the Mining Code, which is passed into law by Joseph Kabila administration in 2018.
Oh, I wonder who put him in power.
He took office 10 days after the assassination of his father.
Huh. Who put his father in power?
His father's father.
His father's father.
The replacement was the previous passed by Kabila in 2002 at the end of the Second Congo War. The revised code was opposed by many multinational mining companies since it introduced new taxes and a stability clause, protecting existing investments from changes to regulations. Most large industrial mines are run by joint ventures between a foreign company and one of DRC's state-owned parastatal mining companies. Large-scale exploitation permits de recherches
d'exploitation
are officially granted by the DRC Mining Register. Such ventures typically require years of planning and involve millions of dollars in investment. The largest financiers are the Congolese firm Rawbank, which have 820 million in mining companies, and the Kenyan firm Equity Group Holdings. Okay.
So where is this raw bank set up?
Yeah, I was actually wanting to look into that. Let me see. Rawbank is a regulated financial institution based on the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The bank was created in May 2002 and grown to be the DRC's universal bank with total assets of 4.2 billion. The bank has over 1,800 employees, services over 500 corporate. Rawbank was launched in 2002 by the Raji family, which have a diversified set of business interests in the Congo, commonly referred to the Raji Group. The family traces its roots in the DRC back to 1902 and is owned by the Raji brothers, namely blah, 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 blah. The history of the Raji Group begins at the beginning of the 20th century when Murali Waji, father and his siblings, settled in Kindu, the eastern part of what was then the Belgian Congo. The family was initially heavily involved in the coffee and cocoa trading, which was predominant export in eastern Congo. In 1996, the family acquired Beltexco, a textile productions distribution entity, which had a national presence. They grew up in the Belgian Congo and went to Europe to complete their education. Full service finance institution catering to corporates. Yeah. Partnerships. Interesting.
Investigativecenters.org Panama paper reveals dubious behavior by DRC's gold traders. With over 40 branches across the DRC, Rawbank has become a leading financial institution in a country that desperately needs it. The leaked data from Mossack Fonseca, obtained by German newspaper Süddeutsche Zeitung and the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, ICIJ, shows the Raji family, the shareholders of the family-owned Rawbank, make extensive use of tax havens and shell companies.
Whoops.
What?
Who told us about that?
What? The bank itself was previously owned by Raw Holding. Wow, they're really creative with the naming scheme here. An entity based in Luxembourg, a secrecy jurisdiction and owned by the Raji family before being shifted in 2015 to Mauritius under the same ownership. A source in the audit committee at Rawbank spoke anonymously about the role of gold in Katanga, a resource-rich province in southern DRC. Almost the whole economy is based on these metals, much more than on cash currencies. We are accepting payments in gold and diamonds from all our clients if they are able to prove that they are the legitimate beneficial owners of these precious metals. It is not unusual for banks in the DRC or globally to buy or sell gold. The role of institutions such as Rawbank is invaluable in providing critical financial infrastructure, but the presence of banks in countries such as the DRC is fraught with politics. Raw.
So they're caught up in some shady shit.
Oh, yeah, here, I'll send you the fucking thing right here. You can pull it
This
up.
is stuff out of the Panama Papers.
Yeah. Buy gold. Buy gold. Buy these limited edition gold coins from Trump. Text Trump to 1488. Burundi has no gold. Diamonds, what?
Upon request of the IMF and World Bank, the DRC liberalized diamond trade, after which IDI threatened to sue for breach of contract, a contract they themselves did not honor. That's a fun sentence to be dealing with. So this is classic IMF shit. Like, yo, you want these loans? You better liberal up that fucking diamond trade, boy.
You better open up that diamond gravy.
The U.S. documented that many minerals were purchased from the DRC, even though the DRC had no record of exporting them, which means that I guess a lot of this is
off the books.
Yeah, exactly. 2009, the IMF steps in, 12 billion. The loan included trade conditions such as liberalization of the diamond trade. It just never changes with the IMF. They're like, oh, we heard you make diamonds. Abolish it. No, I'm just kidding. What was that? What was that thing? It's like anarchists when they discover something useful.
This seems really useful. Abolish it right now.
Oh, it seems like you got natural resources there that could really help out your very, very desperate economy. Privatize. Liberalize.
Now sell it off. Sell it off.
Liberalize. Oh shit! I literally just changed something on my computer by slamming my desk. Okay. Same year, IFC began working with the DRC in legal and regulatory improvements through an advisory service called the Conflict Affected States. Blah, blah, blah. Foreign involvement. In 2011, at least 25 international mining companies were active in the DR. According to Data Monitor 360, Canadian domiciled mining companies have the highest presence. Look at you, Johnny. You said it.
I called it.
In total, the African Metals Corporation, the Banro Corporation, Diamond Core, El Nino Ventures. That's such a crazy name for a mining company that's like actively engaging in neo-colonialism because of the El Nino famines, which effectively created the third world, like in Mike Davis's book, which I hope we can read on stream one day.
We will.
What?
We will.
Okay. First Quantum Minerals, London Mining, Anvil Mining, misidentified as Australian, according to whom?
What?
And Katanga Mining. If you know anything about Katanga Mining, Katanga was the area of the Congo that attempted to secede from the Congo and become an independent state.
Right.
Pretty much as a way for mining companies to escape the nationalization that was underway by Patrice Lumumba.
Right.
The breakaway state.
They were headed by that other dickhead that the UN backed up.
Oh, yeah. That dickhead. 7 firms incorporated in Australia. Tiger Resources.
Tiger.
Canada.
So,
what the fuck? In 2004, the Congolese military killed between 70 and 100 civilians in the town of Kilwa near Anvil Mining's Dikalushi mine, which resulted in legal proceedings against Anvil Mining in DRC and Canada. Investigations by the Australian Federal Police and by the World Bank's Group Office for the Compliance Advisor.
Why Australian?
Yeah, why is Australia doing that?
I guess because of their expertise in racism or something. But
Yeah, they're like, we're not the professionals in here. We'll tell you what happened.
like they're even more professional than the South African racist police. What the fuck is it? So I need to tell you about this before because it leaves my brain forever. Have you ever driven out west, like out to Colorado? All right, so when me and the wife were driving out to Colorado, we saw these signs for like lawyers and stuff, and like it's like this Fabio looking motherfucker and all these different like billboard ads, but he's like riding a different like exotic animal in every ad, right? And it's like, I forget, I think it was either like jungle law or like tiger law or something.
Yeah.
But I could not stop reading the billboards being like, call tiger law. Like, 'cause it's like riding a tiger.
Dude, you don't even want to know how fucked up the lawyer signs here are in Philadelphia. Anybody drives to Philadelphia, there's this piece of shit named John Morgan, but he puts John Morgan.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that shit.
John Morgan, and he has a new one now where it says "use hurt."
Yeah, I saw. Oh my god, I needed to take a picture of that.
That's the new billboard. It goes "use hurt."
Use hurt.
Yeah, like it's like episode of The Sopranos or something. Hey, use hurt over here. You might need my services because use hurt.
We'll only charge you if you win this, John.
No cat.
But he's like a 70-something-year-old man, so it would be equally funny if somebody was able to get like that haircut, the Zoomer haircut, like put on top of his bald ass head.
Yeah. At the end of the 2000s, the DRC ranked either first or second largest among African countries for Canadian mining. The government of Canada reported 28 Canadian mining exploration companies operating in the DRC Congo, with 4 carrying out commercial scale extraction. I love how like Canada is like hideously fucking imperialist, and it just hides behind this like maple syrup facade of like even in the United States, we just make fun of Canada like it's like some like very passive and just like everybody's just like, oh, they talk with this, and there's Mounties and maple syrup, and everybody plays hockey. But they don't have a military. They don't do anything. When in reality, they're just ravaging Africa and South America.
It hides behind this blackface painted fucking meek dipshit fail son of Fidel Castro. What part of Canada you live in, Freak Museum?
I thought Canada was actually pretty cool just to like visit it. I've always heard pretty good things about Canada. I've never been there. I don't know if they would let an individual of my caliber, of my criminal caliber, enter the Great North.
I don't know. I feel like they might let you in.
I feel like they're very stringent. Montreal, which is great, but Canada as a country sucks. Yeah, okay, I agree. I've heard just like Vancouver and Montreal and shit like that is like a pretty cool place to visit, though.
Yeah, no, I definitely would want to visit. I would want to visit, Rib, right on the terrace. Have some poutine, which is basically just disco fries, but with like cheese curds.
Yeah, I've heard of poutine. I've never had it though.
Me neither.
I went to a place one time and they had vegan poutine, and I was vegan at the time, and I was like, I think I'm good. I don't think I need vegan poutine in my life.
I know, right? Freak Museum. Hey, yeah, don't start. What? There's nothing to start. All right, it's basically disco fries with white gravy instead of brown gravy and cheese curds.
Don't start this. China, also known as the New Silk Road, the initiative consists of a network of railways, pipelines, highways, and ports linking these networks of infrastructure to other Belt and Road Initiative partners in Russia, Europe, India, blah, blah, blah. A positive move for the DRC and China relations when China decided to write off debts from the DRC and the new partnering for the Belt and Road Initiative. This will encourage further cooperation between the two countries and encourage investment for more Chinese miners like China, molybdenum, to enter investments into the Congolese copper and cobalt industry. Relatively light on the China here compared to like all this insanity around Canada, including villagers being murdered.
It's almost as if China isn't the primary person exploiting Africa.
You know,
or
John,
primary
this is
country.
John. This is just the free market. Do you want debt forgiveness or murdered children? Like you pick.
What?
One is democracy and one is totalitarianism. All right.
I feel like I want the democracy. I feel like they want the democracy.
The democracy is the murdered children. That's the freedom that the Congo so sorely needs. The Congo yearns for Western liberal values.
All right. So do you want to watch the Ben Norton video that's like more recent on AMLO?
If you'd like to.
It's up to you. You know,
Hold on. Let me I want to read about this mine where this murder happened. I want to see if there's any more. I just want to see if there's any more information on this. Oh, I guess there's not any information on it whatsoever. Never mind. Yeah, I thought there would be something about the murders that happened. For a fun time, look up what Canadian mining company Barrick Gold did in Papua New Guinea. It's like a war crime. All right, well, let me look at that real quick.
How is something like a war crime? Is what I want to know.
Barrick Gold, Powell, New Guinea operation. Let's not go to their direct website.
What, you don't want to hear it from the horse's mouth?
Porgera gold mine. I think this is probably what they're talking about. In controversies, you say. Local land groups for testing over proposed relocation settlements were successful in peacefully halting mining and processing operations in the mine. Suspension lasted 10 days. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Is this it here? The mine employs its own security force between 400 and 500. Some sections of the security force are licensed to utilize lethal force. Police and security guards have killed 8 people. The company's figures to 14 people, according to a community association. Okay. Can you send this to me? I don't know how to get like what's wrong with me? Oh, Johnny's not even here. All right, hold on one second, Freak Museum. Human Rights Watch investigated and documented reports of abuse, including brutal gang rapes and beatings carried out by security personnel at the mine. After having denied previous claims of crimes committed at the time, Barrick Gold launched an internal investigation which confirmed the findings. In 2022, Canadaland reported hundreds of rapes undertaken by employed security contractors, and starting in 2003 and 2004, a policy of using sexual violence as a means to deter people from salvaging for gold on and around the mine. Is this it? This is what you sent me? This is it? Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Freak Museum. Is this the right one? Oh, wow. This was just last year. Jesus. How
bad is it?
Wait, is this how?
How bad is the Canada war crime?
Oh, is this a podcast? Or is this a written report? Okay, I guess there's a little bit here. Papua New Guinea is part of the world that few Canadians ever think about. Okay, it is a podcast. But for the people of Porgera, their lives have been shaped by the decisions of Canadian companies. It's hard to wrap your head around the atrocities that people in Porgera have suffered over the last 30 years. Environmental devastation, murder as a matter of course, hundreds of women and girls who have been raped. So why is Barrick Gold, the company that's been operated the mine for the last decade and a half, still celebrated across the country? And why is Barrick's founder, Peter Monk, still viewed as a philanthropic corporate icon? Featured in this episode, yeah. So here's back to the initial thing that we were looking at. So yeah, it says right here that they did the report. So even Barrick Gold launched an internal investigation which confirmed the findings, and it says that they were They had a policy of using sexual violence as a means to deter people from salvaging for gold. They quoted Akale Tange's 2005 report, The Shooting Fields of Pregoria Joint Venture, which documents allegations of murder of local residents by mine security contractors. After acknowledging the history of sexual violence perpetrated by the guards at the mine in 2010, Barrick Gold set up a compensation scheme and paid 119 survivors of sexual violence approximately $8,000 per person on the condition that they agreed not to sue Barrick Gold. That's just fucking great. I wonder if Barrick Gold, they have one. Oh, okay, there's a write-up. It's a mining company that produces gold and copper with 18 operating sites in 13 countries. It has mining operations in Argentina, Chile, the Ivory Coast, Congo, Dominican Republic, Mali, Papua New Guinea, Saudi Arabia, Tanzania, in the United States, and Zambia. Peter Monk, Gold Strike. I want to see if there's any other like controversies about it. Mining practices, environmental and human rights violations taking place around a number of mining operations that are closed or were previously operated by a different company, including violence in Papua New Guinea and Tanzania. 40 people arrested in Chile following a demonstration against the potential environmental impacts of a mining project that has not been built. The executives of Acacia Mining, which had a mining operations in Tanzania, was acquired in 2019 and faced charges of bribery, conspiracy, forgery, money laundering, tax evasion, and environmental damage. There has also been small groups of opposition in the Dominican Republic. Yeah. There's Papua New Guinea human rights abuses, which we already kind of went over with. Peru.
Here, so since we were talking about climate change and all of this other stuff, I want you to check out this link that I just sent to you by Our Changing Climate.
Every other option, Jessica Reznicek and Ruby Montoya decided to take matters into their own hands. In the previous months, they had helped Indigenous water protectors blockade construction, raised their voices at public hearings, participated in marches, took on hunger strikes, and locked themselves to excavation equipment, all to stop the construction of the Dakota Access Pipeline in 2016. But all of those efforts failed. So as journalist Julia Shipley reports, they began to destroy critical infrastructure along the pipeline route. For months on end, they welded valves shut and burned down essential equipment throughout Iowa. To prevent the inevitable spills and rampant emissions that would come from the Dakota Access Pipeline, Reznicek and Montoya took to sabotage. For them, it was the only route forward after all other avenues were exhausted. But they were just two people against the might of a determined fossil fuel company. So despite their campaign of infrastructural violence, the Dakota Access Pipeline started flowing. In this crucial era, where massive transformative action is necessary to stave off the worst of climate change, we need to be considering the range of tactics available to us to actually achieve that monumental change. For decades, the climate movement has been steeped in ideologies of nonviolence. Mass marches, peaceful blockades, divestment, and raising awareness. And though support is growing, we are still barreling past 1.5 degrees Celsius of warming and headed towards 2.7 degrees, which would cascade irreversible tipping points. So as the climate crisis sharpens, the question becomes, at what point do we need to escalate towards more radical acts? Today, we dive into the role of property violence in the climate movement. What does that mean? Is violence justified? And what a climate movement in an increasingly hotter world might look like. This video is made possible by Ground News. Stick around to the end of this video to find out how to navigate the news with clarity.
Did you really? I should get
2019 was the
It's
year
fine.
of the climate movement.
Like, you're just looking for like random like current event stuff to pop up on your phone. I don't mind it.
People who were deeply worried about the crisis took to the streets, walked out of schools, and glued themselves to tarmacs. And with these acts, pressure mounted on global leaders and fossil fuel companies. Demands from marches urged transformative change. And yet, not much happened. Politicians tipped their caps to the climate protesters with declarations of climate emergencies, and then turned around and continued subsidizing fossil fuels. Then, in early 2020, the pandemic struck and all mass gatherings were put on hold. Soon, the climate momentum that was building in the 2010s ran into a brick wall. And it seemed like the massive peaceful protests had done very little to move the needle. So activists have started to ask, at what point does the climate movement need to escalate towards property violence? But before we dive into the possibilities of a radical climate wing, we need to talk about violence. The US legal definition of violence is relatively clear-cut. Attempted use or threatened use of physical force against the person or property of another. So violence is used to describe the immediate harm or threat of harm used by one individual to hurt a person or their property. But if we escape the confines of what the state defines
Not the windows
and consider how that term is used, things get a bit murkier. Is withholding someone's wages violence? Is letting oil leak into a waterway violence? What about divesting from neighborhoods of color and making them bear the brunt of natural disasters? And why is the same word for harming a person?
Is having a procedural policy of rape to deter people from stealing your gold violence? Like, is that considered violence?
Is it violence to blow up, a fucking spilled tanker filled with millions of gallons of, toxic chemicals that will get into the waterways and water table?
Is that violence?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Destruction of capitalist property. As German playwright and poet Bertolt Brecht writes, there are many ways of killing. Stick a knife in someone's stomach, take someone's bread away, put someone in poor accommodation, work someone to death, drive someone to suicide, take someone to war. In our country, only some of this is forbidden. So violence is not only the presence of a knife in the gut, but also the absence of bread on the table or wages in the hand. And the state only seems to care about the violence of a murder or the bruises.
Exactly. Yeah. And Rivehead, that's kind of like what I was saying. Like, all these things are, there's so much of this like finger waving at, the term violence when there's all these like situations of perpetual violence that are just going on in perpetuity. And then the resistance to them is labeled as violence and unacceptable, where meanwhile the other forms of it are just kind of looked at as business as usual.
Of a punch, not the systemic violence of having to live paycheck to paycheck while your employer poisons your air and your landlord forces you out onto the street. Simultaneously, the term violence is also used to delegitimize self-defense and resistance. This calls for the crucial question about whether any violence can be justified, which was exactly the question white reporters seemed to be asking in the 1970s to Black revolutionaries.
Whoa, don't you dare bring this to my precious 60s and 70s Black revolutionaries that I just read a book on, so I'm very, very passionate about at this moment. How dare you?
Instead of recognizing state and white supremacist violence against Black communities, and
I think that's the reason why I'm so hot on this right now, is because you have somebody like Malcolm X who gets like, he's violent, he's a radical, when it's like, how can you look at the conditions that these people are living in and refer to them as anything but violent and like radically unacceptable? You know what I mean? Like these aren't just people that are living in peaceful, harmonious existences that are like, oh, I feel like throwing a Molotov cocktail. These are people that are like fighting for their lives and their basic needs on a daily basis. That is the violence. The violence has already been initiated.
1970s, media attention was drawn to the perceived threat of Black revolutionaries like the Black Panther Party. Scholar activist Angela Davis pushed back on this shallow view of violence during an interview by arguing that the experience of Black people in America has always been defined by violence, whether slavery, police brutality, or systemic racism. So defending their community with guns from white supremacist bombings is a justified act of resistance.
When someone asks me about violence, I just find it incredible. What it means is that the person who's asking that question has absolutely no idea what Black people have gone through, what Black people have experienced in this country since the time the first Black person was kidnapped from the shores of Africa.
The purpose and context behind violence matters, which means the big question becomes, as Philosophy Tube's Abigail Thorne so eloquently asks,
how do we separate the violence that we care about from the violence that we are willing to accept or believe to be inevitable? And that's kind of what politics is for.
Depending on your politics.
It's kind of true. You know what I mean? Like that
Yeah.
idea of like, what is the acceptable way to use violence to maintain order in society? Because, you know, even the most enlightened and liberal of governments, if you are to commit some kind of a murder or some other violent crime, you are met with handcuffs and imprisonment. And, you know, if you are not compliant in that arrest process, you will be met with a greater amount of violence. Some might even call that authority. Some might call that authoritarianism. The will of the state, whether depending on who is pulling the levers of the state, carried out by some degree of violence.
Right.
Fixing context.
And yes, I'm well aware.
A station in Minneapolis, for example, could be justified or it could not be. For Black folks who've experienced centuries of brutality and dispossession at the hands of cops, this could be an act of liberation. For those who see the police as a bastion of safety and security, this act of arson is unjustified violence. In short, context and politics matter when navigating the murky path of violence. Which brings us to another question. Is the continued construction and extraction of fossil fuels, which drives climate catastrophes that have killed millions, violence? Author Rebecca Solnit seems to think so when she flat out writes, "Climate change is violence." Not only is climate change violent in the physical harm of hurricanes and droughts, but as the world heats up, conflicts increase and deaths mount. In addition, as nonviolent protesters urge immediate climate action, those in power are trying to snuff out this growing discontent through murder. Over 1,700 environmental activists have been killed in the last decade. Given this context, is the violent destruction of fossil fuel infrastructure justified? Let's consider a hypothetical. If you knew that your neighbor was remotely operating a murder ring out of their house, and after talking to them, trying to stop them from leaving, pleading your local government to act, holding rallies outside their house, nothing has happened. Would you then maybe think about snipping their internet connection and destroying their computers to stop them from doing harm? Would that property violence be justified? In the same way, the destruction of the very devices that are causing climate change might be violent. But under the context of the climate crisis bearing down on us, that violence for some is justified. What's crucial to understand here is that, as Andreas Malm notes in his book, How to Blow Up a Pipeline, this violence needs to be directed at infrastructure, not people. When we talk about violent escalation in the context of the climate crisis, we are talking about property destruction. If you believe that climate change is itself violent and the industrial forces fueling it are to blame, then the destruction of that property could be considered an act of justified violence, an act of resistance. But most of the climate movement, like Extinction Rebellion and Fridays for the Future, have been adamantly nonviolent. They cite social movement studies and claim that any further escalation towards property destruction just hinders the movement. But as we'll soon see, the historical reality of this narrative of nonviolent movements is a little more complicated. And to understand how and why a synthesis of nonviolent and violent tactics has always been employed in social movements, we need to go back in time and deeper into the movements that are held up as bastions of nonviolent purity. Almost every movement of civil disobedience, whether the suffragettes, the civil rights movement, and anti-apartheid, has been accompanied by militant wings. Indeed, it seems that without...
Yeah, it's like, and do you remember that quote from Malcolm X where he was like, I almost want to show them what will happen if they don't listen to Martin Luther King. Like, where it's not even like, he's not even like Martin Luther King is wrong. He wants the same
I'm trying
thing.
to show them the alternative.
Exactly. Where it's like, you better listen to this guy. You better listen to this guy and do it the way that he's saying it. Because if not, I'm going to be like, what my idea, like, so it's like, if there isn't that, Malcolm X said that. So like, if there isn't that like much more dire alternative to the nonviolent option, how it renders the nonviolent option entirely impotent. And then it pulls into play the dynamic expressed by Stokely Carmichael, where that nonviolence is only effective if your opponent has a conscience. But if your opponent does lack a conscience, they may still maintain a concept of self-preservation. So it might not be a conscientious decision to give you these rights, but it might be a value judgment. Whereas if I don't, there is a much more aggressive side of this that will become more popular. Which is probably a lot why you saw the Black Panthers explode after Malcolm and Martin were murdered, because you have far more people being disenfranchised with the more like nonviolent tactic and going to this more like armed self-defense tactic.
I would say it's even more than just Malcolm and Martin. Yes, those are the two names that everybody's going to know, but like Medgar Evers, you know, you're going to have, what the hell is her name? Dying of cancer, you know, by like 1969, I think, or 68. You know, there was Baker. There's so many, right? And the only persons that were left were like what? James Baldwin, right? Kwame Ture and fucking Bayard Rustin.
Yeah, and when you really like, I don't think a lot of people realize the amount of bodies that is left through the civil rights struggle. Especially because just reading that book that we read, and also just what I did. Do you remember when we went into that Red Summer thing on the last one?
Yeah.
So like just going all the way back to then, and then obviously we can go way back, you know, to the 1800s and the early, the later Reconstruction era. Man, like there's like just in like several incidences in a single city during that Red Summer, which was all there would be 100 sharecroppers murdered.
Yeah.
Like when you really start, it's like this was like a massive human rights catastrophe. I think like a lot of times it's looked at as something that it's like, well, we didn't let them sit at the lunch counters, and yeah, every now and then maybe something happened, but like no, this was like a decades or centuries long process of lynching on a very, very wide scale, and with like very wide popular support in many places, and not only just in the South, but in places like Chicago as well.
Yeah, this is why I definitely want to read that 1865 book that Gerald Horne wrote, because I feel like there's probably even more like historical figures that we're just totally unaware of that have been completely wiped from history. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and to agree with you on that, the fact that I had to become a communist to know who Paul Robeson is disgusting.
Yeah.
Like Paul Robeson should be on the first page of civil rights books.
There should be a person in New Jersey that doesn't know who Paul Robeson is.
When you know how in places in China have like a Mao picture, like as you walk in?
Yeah.
That should be a picture of Paul Robeson in every establishment in New Jersey. Yes. You should genuflect to the picture of Paul Robeson when you walk into an establishment. Sorry. Okay.
Very good.
And the book I have on Paul Robeson is called The Great Forerunner. And that's what I look at him as. He was the forerunner, and nobody gives him any fucking credit.
No.
It sucks. It makes me so
militant escalation. Those peaceful movements would have been less effective. Take the civil rights movement, for example. While Martin Luther King peacefully staged sit-ins and marches, Malcolm X and the Black Panthers.
Wow, it's like I'm fucking just. I think this is the second time I called my shot on this video.
Took up arms to defend themselves from the police and white supremacists. Indeed, MLK himself even had guns and armed escorts at times. To white America, the perceived militancy of Malcolm X's Black nationalism made Martin Luther King's nonviolence seem moderate. Indeed, Malcolm X explains this tactic clearly when he said, "I want Dr. King to know that I didn't come to Selma to make his job difficult. I really did come thinking I could make it easier. If white people realize what the alternative is, perhaps they will be more willing to hear Dr. King."
It kind of makes you think, like, are they?
Did I say it or not?
Are they in our chat? Are they?
Yeah, did I say it or not? I have not pre-watched this. I promise you, I did not pre-watch this.
I didn't either. It's only 11 hours old, man.
Oh, this came out 11 hours ago.
So, like, you know, look, if you're in here, Our Changing Climate, just know that, like, I fully support everything that you're doing. Your fucking videos are fire as far as, like, you know, your ability to not mention that you're a Marxist in any of your videos, right? Like, yeah, it's to any other like Marxist, it's like, you know,
this person.
See,
does this person go in our chat?
I don't think so, but I would literally, I would honestly be like honored if they're like, yeah, I'm a huge fan of yours. Like, oh my god.
Well, you could have come to a lot of these conclusions, like Frankster says. If you were watching Subversive History, we covered these exact dynamics in pretty painstaking detail. I mean, I feel like I have like a personal relationship with the legacy of Malcolm X and Martin Luther King now because I spent so many hours just delving into that book. Yeah, the real subversive heads know. know what the deal is. I can't believe I just called that. I really like. I mean, I guess I can because all the dots line up in my mind and also like what they're laying out. But I literally brought this exact quote up of being like, "Hey, we got to show what the alternative is."
Okay. This is known as the radical flank effect. The
Oh, wow.
phenomenon that occurs
There's a
when a
term
more
for it.
militant wing
Yeah,
pushes the public towards accepting the mainstream movement as moderate and palatable. Whether it was the suffragettes smashing windows to drive men towards the negotiating table, or Black Panthers defending the streets with guns, making sit-ins look tame, academics have argued that escalating towards radical tactics have led to increased support of the more mainstream movement. Indeed, Andreas Malm argues that the narrative that nonviolence has led to the success of movements is sanitized history. Gandhi sought multiple times to fight in British wars to prove Indian manliness and achieve independence, while Nelson Mandela organized a militant wing that complemented divestment and nonviolent campaigns to end South African apartheid.
Yeah, you just had to keep in mind that somebody may put a tire over you and pour a bunch of gasoline on it and set your head on fire if you want to continue on apartheid regime.
Yep.
Have you heard about that? Have you heard about that?
What?
Necklacing?
What? Where they stick the tires over you and set you on fire?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of it. Who started it?
Nelson Mandela. Now, I don't know if he started it, but the practice of placing a petrol-soaked tire around the neck of an individual and setting it alight, necklacing, was most pronounced during the mid-1980s when South Africa experienced intense resistance against apartheid, largely led by the exiled NAC and the United Democratic Front. Is that Mandela's?
I believe that it is.
I believe it is.
That must have been when he was still locked up.
Necklacing is a method of extrajudicial summary execution and torture carried out by forcing a rubber tire drenched in petrol around a victim's chest and arms and setting it on fire. The term necklace originated in the 1980s in black townships of apartheid South Africa, where suspected apartheid collaborators were publicly executed in this fashion. Necklacing was used by the black community to punish its members, who were perceived as collaborators with the apartheid government. Necklacing was primarily used on black police informants. The practice was often carried out in the name of struggle, although the executive body of the ANC, the most broadly supported South African opposition movement, condemned it. In 1986, Winnie Mandela, the wife of the imprisoned Nelson Mandela, and who herself had endured torture and 4 imprisonments to a total of 2 years, stated, "With our boxes of matches and our necklaces, we shall liberate this country," which was widely seen as an explicit endorsement of necklacing. This caused the ANC to initially distance itself from her, although she later took a number of official positions within the party. The first victim of necklacing, according to the South African Truth and Reconciliation Commission, was a young black woman, Makai Skosona, on July 20th, 1985. Her sister was burned to death. Oh, wow, there's photographs of it. We're not going to pull those up now, but...
Yeah, we don't need to do that.
I just have to check real quick. I want to see if the ANC is Mandela's party. Oh, yeah, it is. Here's my take on necklacing, guys. You ready for a hot take?
Yeah, let's hear it.
I do believe in Nuremberg-style tribunals to punish collaborators and, those that are, perpetuating the oppression of a community. I would probably have to give the more reasonable take that it probably should follow some slightly more humane execution than necklacing, but also I don't know what it's like to grow up in apartheid South Africa and deal with that. So, I mean, I'm sure they were using the resources that they had on hand. I'm not going to sit here from the comfortability of my pampered suburban white upbringing and be like, you shouldn't have treated your oppressors like that. Yeah, that's not okay for you to do. Comfortability. Okay, let's go back to the video. This video is fucking great, by the way.
Thanks.
But yeah, just wanted to go on a quick necklacing lesson for everybody real quick.
Wing that sought to hamper the military effectiveness of the state through selective forays against military installations, power plants, telephone lines, and transportation links. The lesson from past movements is not that nonviolent tactics are ineffective, but instead that when those tactics stall in their progress, a more militant appendage has employed strategic property destruction to pile on pressure. As emissions continue to ramp up and the world warms, activists are now starting to call for these more drastic measures to halt the use of any CO2 emitting devices. Indeed, Mom calls for the emergence of a radical arm of the climate movement focused on the sabotage of fossil fuel infrastructure. In his view, the ruling classes really will not be talked into action. They are not amenable to persuasion. The louder the sirens wail, the more material they rush to the fire. And so it is evident that the change will have to be forced upon
We're gonna have to cut it off after this video. We've been on it for almost 5
In
hours.
Mom's opinion,
Holy
the
shit.
flank would force
All right, Matt. Sorry, you missed your chance.
sabotage of fossil capital. This flank would directly attack the only thing the
So basically, this guy said that if you had necklacing in the United States, maybe George Bush wouldn't have done a 9/11. Yeah.
fossil fuel industry pays attention to: profit and the bottom line. The goal would be to make any investment in new carbon dioxide infrastructure too risky. And there already seems to be strains of this radical climate flank popping up across the world, with Jessica Resnicek and Ruby Montoya being just one example. But with these radical flanks, there is also mounting backlash, as fossil capital and the state try to quash what they see as unjustified violence threatening their property and profits. By October of 1998, the Earth Liberation Front was at war. Determined to make those who were destroying the planet pay for their acts, activists across the country who already burned down a logging headquarters, cut power lines, set fire to a wild horse capture station, now had their sights set on the Two Elk Lodge ski resort in Colorado. According to the New York Times, the managers of the hotel wanted to clear 800 acres of forest for new slopes and roads, an act which threatened the habitat of the Canadian lynx. And after environmental groups like the Sierra Club failed to contest the resort expansion in the courts, members of the Earth Liberation Front, or ELF, took matters into their own hands. They set fire to 8 buildings and ski lifts, causing $12 million in damages.
Damn.
Later, when the front claimed responsibility for the ski resort arson, they vehemently claimed that putting profits ahead of Colorado's wildlife will not be tolerated. These acts of destruction for ecological protection continued on into the early 2000s. All told, the Earth Liberation Front, Animal Liberation Front, Earth First, and all of their splinter groups claimed 27,100 actions between 1973 and 2010. And throughout every arson and sabotage, no one was killed. But in 2001, the Earth Liberation Front was thrust into the limelight. 2 planes hit the World Trade Center, and 2 others struck the Pentagon and the fields of Pennsylvania. The logging, fur, and animal industries seized the newfound fear of terrorism to lobby for the eradication of what they called eco-terrorists. Quickly, the FBI was sent to hound down the underground activists that comprised the Earth Liberation Front, and eco-terrorism became the #1 domestic terror threat in the eyes of the FBI. The agents of the EFL and the AFL were rounded up and imprisoned or forced to flee the country. EFL was quickly dissolved. The rise and fall of the Earth Liberation Front reveals the reality of sabotage. Andreas Malm argues that the Earth Liberation Front failed because there was not a parallel map.
Is Andreas Malm is that a native guy?
Who?
Andreas Malm.
Let me see.
Because there was no necklacing.
How do you spell it?
This says Malm, like M-A-L-M, but I don't know if that's it. I think the main reason I asked that is because there's a
Andreas Malm is a Swedish author and associate professor of human ecology at Lund University.
Oh, there
so
you go.
we gotta get Grom on fucking stream.
Yeah.
He is on the editorial board of the academic journal Historical Materialism and has been described as a Marxist. This dude, he wrote a book called How to Blow Up a Pipeline.
Oh, right. They quoted that in the beginning of this video. Right.
Mass nonviolent movement at the time. He writes that all of those thousands of monkey-wrenching actions were not performed in a dynamic relation to a mass movement, but largely in a void. As a result, the ELF was seen as less of a radical flank and more as an extreme actor, and failed as a result. I would also add that the state and industry backlash against these direct action groups, which was so immense post 9/11 that it was deemed the Green Scare, was almost impossible to recover from. The ELF showed that when you strike at the assets and profit of industry, they will mobilize their power together with the state to eradicate your movement. And despite the lack of any prevalent eco-sabotage campaigns today, we're beginning to see glimpses of how fossil capital will wield state power to protect their interests. In Australia, lawmakers passed a bill last April that increased the fine for protesters charged with blocking economic activity from $400 to $15,000 and up to 2 years
they
of jail.
did.
In Britain, members of parliament introduced a public order bill, which, if passed, would hand police the power to stop and search protesters, as well as create 6-month jail sentences for protesters who lock themselves to infrastructure. In the US, 17 states passed anti-protest laws in the last 5 years, with some handing out 10-year prison sentences and up to $1 million fines for tampering with fossil fuel infrastructure. And in Brazil, the state under Bolsonaro flat out murdered rainforest protectors and environmental activists. All over the world, direct climate action, not even eco-sabotage, is already igniting authoritarian reactions from states influenced by fossil capital. The fate of Jessica Resnicek and Ruby Montoya reveals this mounting backlash in harsh light. After their campaign of fossil fuel property destruction, the two activists gave themselves up to the authorities and were sentenced to 6 years of prison and made to pay over $3 million in damage.
Oh, shit.
A sentence that surely pleased the Dakota Access
How long you
Pipeline
been there?
executive who said this about Resnicek and Montoya in the midst of their sabotage
What's up,
campaign.
Matt?
You're talking about somebody
What
needs
up?
to be removed from the gene pool.
What up?
It's clear that when the public
wearing the same thing I wore last night.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I missed the stream last night. I had to try and sleep, and I still wasn't able to.
Oh, good.
Oh, good. Yeah, no. I wish I could do that whole 4-hour nap thing that you do, but no, that just
It's
that,
not
like
gonna work
the
tonight.
Kramer
I'm
method?
gonna try to break the cycle.
no. I'll probably be on tonight.
Yeah, we have a LinkedIn ad now. Sorry, I was trying to get it up.
Wait, what?
I was trying to pay for my LinkedIn ads.
So Matt, this is Pat. Pat, this is Matt.
What's up, nice to meet you.
Sorry, I know
DJ
you're
Tom
trying to go.
Cranks.
Yeah. Let me get the chat up. Yeah, I was gonna watch this. I saw last week that he was releasing this for his Patreon, and I was like, "Oh fuck, I want to watch that." Not enough to subscribe though.
I wish I had more money to subscribe to everybody on Twitch and on Patreon, but it's just like, nah, I don't have that kind of money.
I did that one time for Channel 5 to get the Alex Jones video early. And it was a week before all that shit came out about him. And I was like, oh.
Well, I guess in hindsight, it wasn't worth it. But prior to that news coming out, was it worth it when you were watching it?
I mean, I enjoyed the Alex Jones video that we watched. It was really fun. I guess. I mean, I don't know. I just subscribed and I went and watched everything right away, and then I didn't need it anymore.
It's dude, I think that the kid obviously was a dirtbag, but in the same way that a lot of young men are, right?
In the same way that that's a very pervasive set of kind of misconceptions about consent that is applies very widely across the section across younger males in this country and maybe the world, should I say?
I feel like that doesn't really invalidate his
it doesn't
finding.
excuse it.
Yeah,
I'm not saying
no,
it excuses it whatsoever.
I'm not saying it excuses it. I'm just saying that I don't think that makes it all of his analyses about these people wrong. That Alex Jones is a snake oil salesman. Fucking what's his name from the Proud Boys is a t-shirt salesman, and fucking I.
Well, it's just I was reading the post on the subreddit right after that happened, and it was all these people this is so disgusting, blah blah blah, and it was 20-year-old dudes. So I'm all right, you've never fucking gotten wasted and pressured somebody. I really don't believe that, but
Right. I really don't believe
there's things, I'm 32 now. There's things that I, believed as a kid in growing up in suburban white New Jersey that like I had to like come of age and read some literature and read some like feminist stuff and like kind of like, embrace some more worldly like ideas about consent and patriarchy before I was like, oh my God, I was a piece of shit for a really long time and I didn't even realize it. Like,
right.
It's part of a growth thing.
Even just like 10 years ago,
Exactly.
Like if the kid ever like makes a comeback, I'll give him like the second chance or whatever, like if he's legit
that's the kind
about
of
it.
thing that you can be like, I'm really fucking sorry. I'm gonna make this shit better. And I think you can genuinely like, get redemption from something like that. This is not like, unforgivable, right?
Right. Like, do you know Daughters? Do you know the band Daughters?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So you know how like the lead singer, he got like, basically like busted for doing all the same shit that he was doing like, years ago when he was basically more of an alcoholic.
Like no effort to
I didn't
change.
know that. That's the band from Rhode Island, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So like the dude was a piece of shit and a scumbag and he wrote about it all the time. And like, a lot of people were like, oh, well, what else did you expect? That was like his whole vibe. Right. And when he made the comeback and the band got all back together and whatnot, and they started touring again, the whole idea was that things were different this time, that like, you weren't going to behave like that. And that like, you weren't going to do all of these things. Everybody's like, well, I don't get it. He's just doing the same things he did last time. It's like, yeah, and that's why everybody's mad. Like,
it's worse now because he hasn't changed.
Yeah,
man.
Yeah, exactly. He's like a 40-year-old man, and it's just like, bro, you're acting like the same piece of shit you were in your 20s, and that's why everybody's like, no, fuck you, we're done.
Yeah,
exactly.
You fucking birthday party ripoff.
Yeah, for real. Pretty cool.
And yeah, like, I don't know. I'd like to believe that today young men have far more resources at hand than we did, right? As far as not being a scumbag and not like doing vile things, in regards to relationships, like when me and Pat talk about it all the time, how it's just like, when we were young, it's like, what do we have to look at? Like fucking American Pie and like, fucking Road Trip as like,
Worse, like I was watching like some 90s shit last week and it was just like, oh, they were talking about like fucking like middle school girls, like, oh, she's stacked. Like, shit like that,
bro.
Right? It was super creepy.
The first like 10 minutes of fucking what the hell was that movie I was talking about the other day? The one with Michael Cera, who has like the riz of like a no, the other movie, Scott Pilgrim, that's it. And he's like dating a high schooler and like they're like, how old are you? 28? And I'm just like, oh god.
And now if they made some like movie and they were like, no, you shouldn't implant a secret camera into a girl's room to live stream it to your friends while you have sex with her. Somebody at the Daily Wire would be like, you see the wokeness?
You see the
wokeness of Hollywood? You see what we're dealing with here? I think I talked about it on this stream, but I saw this like whatever article posted on Facebook or something, and they're like, we showed Gen Z kids American Pie, and the woke kids didn't like it. And it's like, yeah, when you go back and watch a movie, it is fucking abhorrent. Like no one should be watching that and being like, this is so cool.
Like fucking watching 16 Candles, and at the end where she's just like, no, not like this. It's just like, bro, what the fuck is this shit?
Also, when I was like in the 90s growing up, I feel like I was led to believe that being part of a fraternity would be somewhat more relevant to my life. And now I realize my entire socioeconomic class, I don't know like anyone that really went to frats. Like I might know like 5 or 10 people from my public high school that actually ended up in frats.
Dude, you want to know who I know that's in a frat?
Between 1999 and 2002, that everybody just went to frats. Like that's just like what you do or something like that.
My brother-in-law, right, is in a frat right now because his dad is like fucking 60 something years old and like, like thinks like that's what you're supposed to do to make like connections and shit, right?
Yeah. That
and
was as
like
relevant as quicksand. You know that like
Yeah.
old thing where like people thought that quicksand existed a lot more than it did because of like all those movies with like people like dying in quicksand.
see, I thought he meant the seminal like post-hardcore band Quicksand.
Was that Gorilla Biscuits? Is that like the Gorilla Biscuits guy's other band?
The old bassist from Deftones now. They like unceremoniously kicked him out.
Yeah, it is weird.
The only time when like I ever was like in a frat house was when I was like trying to get some like fucking fake ketamine shit, you know, because I thought it was real ketamine.
Here we go.
Like that's like the only time I have ever like had anything in my life involving a frat house.
I've never
I
fucking been
I
to
used to
one.
buy drugs from like a Drexel frat at one point when I lived in Philly.
Yeah, it sounds
That's
about
about
right.
it though.
Why
The
does it
Greek
get him to
is actually get him to the
has
Greek. I think
nothing to do with fraternities.
Greek is actually like a club in California somewhere. It
Something
seemed
like that.
Yeah, that's the one with what's his name? Russell Brand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your take on Russell Brand, Matt?
I don't know. Like I didn't like him. Like last time we watched a clip from him, I was just like, this is just like rich guy. Like, you know, this is like a different version of complaining about cancel culture.
Yes.
Right? But then like I saw him on where was that clip? Was it Rogan maybe? Or no, on Bill Maher maybe? I saw a clip of him
just recently. Him and Bernie Sanders were on Bill Maher. Yeah.
Yeah, but there was like a clip of him just like he very succinctly and very accurately summed up like a whole lot of the sort of like 2021 discourse. And I was like, wow, that was really poignant of him. And I really was like reconsidering him. And then I saw that clip of him and fucking Steven Crowder last night. And I'm like, oh,
what?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he self-describes as a socialist. I'm pretty sure he like argued with Candace Owens when she was on his like podcast and he like advocated to socialism directly in front of her. Also, for me personally, as somebody that's A, in recovery and B, practices jujitsu, you know what I mean? Like he also does both of those things. So, you know, props to him for
he's
those.
got some class blinders, I guess, right?
I mean, not
the
even
worst.
just like class
Well, he's a
blinders,
COVID denier too, right? Isn't that his new thing?
Yeah.
That he like, yeah, that's, or I don't know about a denier, if that's the right term for it. What he believes. I haven't checked up. on it.
What do your people call it, Matt?
Truthers?
A truther? I mean, I don't know. Like I haven't like watched too much of his shit, but like I
Me
just see
neither.
clips of him that are going around. You know, yeah, like just trying to pitch yourself to that whole set, I think is a problem. You know, like
Right.
he's clearly trying to like brand himself in that sort of like you know, heterodox, like
He's,
whatever those guys call
he's
themselves.
pandering.
You know? Yeah. And I don't know if that's just like because he's dumb. He seems really dumb, right? But like, and then once in a while he'll come out with some banger. Like, I don't know.
He's like what the fuck is it? He's pretty much like Joe Rogan, but without all the MMA and that.
Yeah,
like
he's like Joe Rogan who remembers like 10% more of the shit that guests tell him about.
he doesn't have nearly as much CTE going on, so like, you know, he can like mildly remember more.
Yeah, exactly. Crystal Mommy vibes, right?
Crystal Mommy vibes are there for
Like,
sure.
he puts off. But like every once in a while, he'll have some good like class conscious take that is, you know,
Has
give him props
Russell
for it.
Brand interviewed
And,
Marianne?
like, as far as like the mainstream goes, he I would say that he expresses that more than most people that you would find from like a mainstream perspective.
Oh
I
shit,
think
he
it was
has.
the Bill Maher clip because he said it like.
Here, I'll pull it up.
Maybe it was Rogan. Was he on Rogan recently too?
I don't know about recently, but I just pulled up a 2019 interview between Russell Brand and Marianne Williamson, and like I feel like that should be more relevant.
All right, send it to me.
What, the Russell Brand Marianne Williamson interview?
Oh, should I? Okay, never mind. Here.
Or do you want Joe Rogan and Russell Brand?
Just give me a second here, brother.
Oh, Joe Rogan, Russell Brand, 2023. What do we
Yeah,
got?
someone summed it up in our chat last night, or in our Discord last night. Russell Brand will make some good points about neoliberalism and then opine about the best way to combat it by teaming up with fascists.
Oh, he was just on Rogan a couple days ago. Do you
Yeah,
think
that's
this is
pretty
the
accurate.
video, Russell Brand on the veil being lifted on the corporate
Yeah.
political establishment?
That's what I was about to send to you.
Got it.
Is that the?
Apparently, Russell Brand does jujitsu.
Yeah, he's a purple belt, I think.
Wow.
Yeah, I think that's probably it. He was pretty good on that
What
clip.
are the ideologies that drive us? The ideology of progress. This is why I have sometimes am skeptical, not about technology, the mastery and the geniuses that work in that field, but how technology and science as a subset of our economic ideology can create exactly the conditions that you are describing and that journalist has exposed. That if your ideology permits that, then what kind of ideology is that? What kind of unconsciousness are we living in? It's not an awakened culture. And all of the discourse around, like, you know, how we treat one another as individuals and progressivism culturally in domestic territories, hey, people should be allowed to do this and that, it's a nonsense. If that is permitted, not only permitted, required. It's a requirement. You cannot have that economic model without that price being paid. And as a culture, whether it's me as an individual or our entire culture, we've accepted that contract, accepted those terms.
Well, we have in some areas of our
He's got his
life,
adrenochrome dosage
you know,
right.
hopefully people haven't done that in their interpersonal, intimate relationships, but we certainly have in the way we communicate with others. We've certainly accepted like very bizarre ways of communicating online. And sometimes that bleeds out into real life, like where someone talks to people in the real world as if they're on Twitter and they get bashed.
It's funny when people do that.
Like you see that sometimes.
For real,
I think
for real?
It's a very strange time where I don't
And you
think
bash 'em?
people have a lot of faith right now in institutions, and I don't think they have a lot of faith in authority. I don't think they really believe that there is someone who is wiser than them, that has a grand plan, that's logical, that's workable, where they're looking out for all of
That's
us.
the one Sun
I think
Tzu
there's
quote
like
I know.
a feeling of chaos
You are
that exists
strong,
today
strong, and you are
that I don't
weak.
think has ever existed in my life like this before. Even back during like the Bush administration, when they everybody thought Bush was a moron.
Back when you
They
were on
still
the Men Show,
thought
Joe Rogan.
there's a good cabinet, and they're
You eat
following all the
spiders?
checks and balances, even though they're probably
You eat
extracting
spiders?
too much money, and there's probably a lot of cronyism and a lot of undercover deals and a lot of like no bid contracts with Halliburton and that kind of nonsense. He still thought they have things pretty under control. It's a very solid institution. Nobody believes that now. You see Pete Buttigieg and fucking Kamala Harris and
Wait.
Biden
Pause
can't
it,
get a
pause it,
sentence
pause it.
out. You're like, this is.
I mean, he's talking about capitalism. I don't know if he knows that, but
Yeah. Like, not to mention, who the fuck thought that anybody thought that there was like, somebody at the wheel during the Bush, like Cheney fucking presidency?
Well, I think it depends on what you mean by the wheel, because I would imagine that there was an extremely set of very nefarious individuals that were very firmly at the wheel and directing that. I don't think it was just, take the wheel, Jesus. No one knows where this ride's going. I think there was a very deliberate set of decisions
Hang on.
made.
As far as certain things go, like the Iraq invasion, I think it became like very clear very quickly that like, okay, what's the exit strategy? Like, what is the long-term like goal here? And you had like 3 different fucking opinions all coming from different newspapers that like, were just blasting out whatever the fucking State Department told them from like, month to month.
Right.
No, yeah,
but
I think well-off middle-aged white guys probably thought somebody had the wheel.
Right.
I think a lot of us knew that they didn't.
Well-off middle-aged white guys that were working on, the Man Show or fucking what was the other thing that he was in? Fear Factory.
Fear Factory. He played in Fear Factory. Damn, I didn't know
He
that.
kind of looks like the guy from Fear Factory.
Oh, he was in a new metal band. Damn, I didn't know that.
Oh, that would have been such a sick band.
Madness. These people are utter fools, and these are the people that are running everything. And these are the
See, I don't know if I look at like the Bush administration as utter fools. I think there was like a little bit of that, like a veil of that, but I think they were far more insidious and deliberate in how they exploited that situation.
Right.
people that are getting us on the brink of war with Russia. And I don't have any faith in them, and I think most people don't.
I think you're right. And with the that era of the Cheney, Bush, Wolfowitz, Rumsfeld, it felt like, oh, these are the Death Star bods. This what's happening is this risen up military-industrial complex, Rand Foundation ideologues from the Republican right, who were the sanctioned baddies back in those days, are trying to profit from the colonization of the Middle East. It's part of a new American project. We sort of understood it, but from where I'm coming from, it was somehow recognizable, and 1 million people went on a march to prevent that war taking place because they knew there were no weapons of mass destruction, which we now know to be the truth. And as you say, now the figures that are in that place are sort of posing as the good guys, like affable and avuncular presidents and sort of friendly people of, like, you know, that across the identitarian spectrum that's meant to feel inclusive and
they're wrapping themselves up with progressive identity politics and then promoting a war.
Yes,
I don't even think they're doing that.
Yeah,
I don't even think they're wrapping themselves up in some fucking bullshit. I think they're just like far less like what's the word, like abhorrent. Yeah, they're way less like, you know, fucking, oh, Jews are controlling the weather with a giant fucking space laser. Like, you know, I feel like there's a little bit less of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I do think that there's some credence to it, where I think back in the early 2000s, you could really just you could really captivate an entire country just on American exceptionalist propaganda and like fear mongering. And I think now there is a larger section of the population that you can entice by like still doing kind of the same warmongering or having the same hawkishness, but then also being like, but there's some gay people over here. You know what I mean? And that will just like placate like a large portion of liberals.
There's kind of like a spectrum, right? With like, you know, Jimmy Carter, like on one end and like Hitler on the other. You know? And it's sort of like the better neoliberal that you are is like how much of the Hitler ideology you can cram into the Jimmy Carter looking package.
Yeah.
And I feel like they've gotten worse and worse at that.
Yeah, and Obama was like the peak of that.
Exactly.
Or, well, maybe not necessarily as much, but like Obama was like, hey, it's a slick black guy. You don't have to worry about like it's not a crusty old white guy that's invading the Middle East anymore. This is a cool, hip black guy.
No, I think Obama really was the peak. I really think that Obama was the peak because, like, I don't think they're ever going to be able to sell it again because they keep shuffling out. Like, here's gay Barack Obama, Pete Buttigieg. Here's a white guy from Texas named what was his name? Beto. What was it? Beto, whatever. Fucking, he's cool and hip. He was in At the Drive-In. Come on, vote for him. You know, fucking.
Here's Andrew Yang in a Dead Kennedy shirt from fucking.
Here's Andrew Yang doing an ollie.
Here's Andrew Yang rocketing a kickflip.
It feels like a mask and a veil. Like, this is what's interesting for me is as we navigate this new and emergent space of being able to present counter narratives and continually, like all of us now have like experienced, oh, you're a right wing conspiracy theorist, you've joined the alt-right, you're a gateway to this, the dark web, all of that language that grows up around it. Like, this, and I've heard you speak about this obviously a lot, but the truth is that who isn't sympathetic? Anyone that's got a family or loves someone is sympathetic to the idea that people are going to have various types of identity around culture and religious expression and racial expression. And this is a conversation that the whole culture has to be involved in together. What my issue is, I don't think they believe in that stuff. I don't think they care. I don't think that they are creating an agenda to advance the interests of vulnerable people. I think they are using it as a distraction and a veil in order to carry on with the same kind of corporate and financial interests that have always determined what the establishment is. And if there's one thing we can point to in our lifetime, is that the liberal establishment has become co-opted by the same forces that traditionally we regarded the right to have been co-opted by: military industrial complex, financial industry. And there's palpable evidence for that. And in order to not acknowledge that transition's taken place, they're able to keep the cultural conversation going. We care about your right to express yourself and your identity. That's a way of not acknowledging we're just the same. We're pro-war. And now when there's that war, you know, like Jimmy Dore and all those guys did that anti-war march in Washington or whatever, it's like, 5,000 people go. Now, I don't know if that's because of the last few years and what the pandemic's done to people accumulating and gathering crowds, or whether people have lost the belief and faith that people can have any impact on politics anymore. There's just now this immersive sense of apathy, this, as you say, loss of trust in institutions and authority. But something extraordinary has happened when people that say that we're the peace and love party are the party that are advocating for war, won't include some of the complex conditions that have led to this current crisis, which there's clearly a case for, like, NATO's infringement on Russian territory, the 2014 coup. And I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but like, it's extraordinary that those conversations don't happen.
Right.
It's like, actually, like that post-Trump and post-pandemic, everything sort of enters into that template. There are certain things you're not allowed to say now. If you sort of say, were Russia in any way provoked? Is there any legitimacy to this, to their military, to their military actions from their perspective? That's the same as saying, oh, I don't think you should take certain medications, or maybe masks aren't necessary. And people aren't, it doesn't seem that the culture is learning. It doesn't seem that as the evidence is evolving, that people are saying, oh, wow, look, the stuff you were being told 2 years ago now, the things you couldn't say online 2 or 3 years ago, now there's evidence for that. In fact, I've bought documentation in case the conversation went in this direction, Joe. In my new position as a legitimate investigative journalist, I've got actual papers that I can show you, from conspiracy to fact.
Yeah, that anti-war march, I don't know. How much do you know about that, Pat?
Oh, if Jimmy Dore did it, I know nothing about it.
All right.
I was going to say the angle that people have been going, though. People have been saying, oh, look at the woke snowflake left. They won't go to the libertarian march, right? And when I first heard him, I thought he was going to go down that angle, but he didn't. He went the apathy angle, which I thought is much more relevant, right? Because I think that's certainly a part of it. That's personally, that's how I feel. You know, like, not that I'm like, giving up protesting or whatever, but like, I'm certainly like going to think twice about going out of my way to get involved with some fucking shady libertarian stuff. Like, if it entails, coordinating with those people for
Matt,
a project that'll probably,
you
not
don't
have
want to
much
hear
of an effect.
You don't want to hear Jimmy Dore's Type 5 about trans people for 5 out of the 10 minutes that he's talking,
Yeah,
or
it's fucked up if you do a protest with libertarians and like they are the less shady of the two factions.
Yeah.
And they're not, though, because they literally had Lieutenant fucking Tulsi Gabbard, head of AFRICOM.
Just mean like the People's Party people.
Who's Matt Heimbach?
What's it called? The Chudcom. Not Chudcom. He's like the old school Nazbol type.
Oh,
like
well, there you go.
The People's Workers Party or something.
Matthew Warren Heimbach is an American white supremacist who advanced a neo-Nazi ideology. Heimbach now identifies as a national Bolshevik. He's the guy that you'll hear talk about, like, hugging the Soviet Union flag. Instead of supporting racist policies, Heimbach now claims that he advocates for proletarian internationalism and cross-racial solidarity against capitalism and its elites.
Elites.
How is that? How is that Nas? Maybe I'm just not as familiar with all these terms, but it sounds like that's just a like run-of-the-mill socialist, communist, Marxist. What, like, shouldn't there be an extra caveat on there for the Nas part of the Nazbol label? Like, shouldn't there be like a couple extra details to that belief system?
No, he's like a fascist that embraces like Soviet aesthetics.
Right.
Like like sort of like the bad faith criticism of Haas, which is probably accurate, but like, in actuality, like he embraces it. That's like his thing.
Yeah.
I just find it crazy that he's 31 years old.
Who, Heimbach?
Yeah.
Why, he looks older?
I don't know. It's because I'm like going to be like 34. It's just weird for me to see like people younger than me or the same age as me. Like finding out that Candace Owens is the same age as me was just like, what the fuck?
Yeah. But like when I hear Max Blumenthal talk about that shit, it just I get so fucking angry. Like he's so like it just makes me hate his guts.
Because we know that he's more well read than that.
Yeah, exactly. And then like him and Russell Brand, who I perceive as a dumbass, like, you know, have a good take on it. I'm like, huh, it's interesting. Okay.
You know, for like an aging Gen Xer, like, you know, good for Russell. Good for Russell that, like, you know, he's, I don't know, like, keeping his mind open to new ideas or something. But for somebody like fucking Max Blumenthal, because of the effect and impact that his and Ben Norton's work had on me, right, as far as like the things I believe in today, it aggravates me because it's like, I know you know better.
Well, like that whole thing he had too about how like they don't actually care about Idpol, right? I feel like that's the kind of thing that I want these guys to say when they go on Jimmy or on Tucker and they go on these shows, and like I want them to actually give people some insight that they, you know, might make them think things about things differently, right? Because I feel like a lot of these chuds, they genuinely think it's like, oh, they are being fascistic to enforce their woke agenda or whatever, and not like it's just fucking aesthetics that they are, you know, like adopting to try to appeal like less of a neocon than they actually are, you know,
right?
Like,
and
I
it's
think
just
those guys don't understand that. I feel like
it's ridiculous to me, like how far down Max went when it's just like, this is a guy that at one point was like literally holed up in like the Venezuelan embassy in the US and shit, and had like, you know, the Killing Gaza documentary and like all this other shit, you know, and fought against a lot of like the past 5 years of like, you know, accusations about China, and like, you know, especially when he started going anti-vax, I was like, you just have been defending China, like, you know, with a zero COVID policy for the last like, you know, 3 years. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, no, I thought they were going to try to walk away from that, and Anya just like fucking double down too. Like,
yeah,
that's I mean, I guess it's like a branding thing, I guess. You know, they're like, they got that crowd, like that's like meat and potatoes for those guys.
Gender and vaccines.
Yeah, it's literally, that's what it is. That's like those topics. Like if you look at like the view counts and stuff on their videos, right? It's fucking blast everything else. Like you can talk all you want about like, you know, oh, like you know, anti-China this or that, and you'll get some clicks, but like you make some shit about like trans athletes or whatever, and
right,
like, those guys explode over it.
You suddenly care about like women's swimming. It's like, you know,
yeah, right? Yeah. Like I personally think it's cringe to care so much about other people. You know, I think you're supposed to be like, you know, more indifferent to the plight of others. You know, like I think that's the cool, like, cynic take.
You're just supposed to not give a shit.
Yeah.
Sexual resentment is ridiculous, to be honest, and I guess I never understood it. Like, bud, you say you're straight. You're supposed to like women. Like,
can't all be John Pillager.
I don't get it, and I don't think I ever will. And like, I don't know.
Yeah, and I think frequency. I mean, I think that makes their resentment grow even more too, right?
Thank you for the.
They think it's something insane like that, and they don't understand that it's just cynical, like you know, aesthetics. You know.
You got paid again today? You got paid twice. You get paid twice a day?
I don't have a bank account. I think I got paid.
I don't have a bank account.
You keeping all your shit under like a mattress?
No, it's in Maureen's name.
I engage in resource economy. It's all in hard resources.
I've got all in gold, nickels over here.
I have mineral wealth, actually. I only exchange in minerals.
Yeah. See, this is $500 worth of platinum. This is
Platinum. Oh shit.
I financialized my resources, so now it's just like, numbers on a piece of paper.
Oh man. I think this is our longest stream we've ever done.
No, it definitely is.
Yeah, I was going to watch Elvis with the kids.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did we take you away from your kids?
No. No, but then I missed it doing that other thing.
What other thing?
Getting my LinkedIn ads going.
Oh, right.
What are LinkedIn ads?
LinkedIn, the platform. It's like the.
Yeah, I know what LinkedIn is, but you're doing ads on them.
Yeah, no, we're doing ads because you can like target ads at like only law firms can see it or whatever. So we're trying to get new clients.
Okay.
For a second, I thought you meant
law firms.
You're trying to get Unelectable Airwaves ads on LinkedIn. Which I'm trying to imagine what the fucking little ad would look like.
Well, it would be funny because like my Facebook page is like, I go on there to do work stuff, but it's like it's got like Tony has an Unelectable Airwaves Facebook page on there, and I keep thinking somebody's gonna like make the connection. But so far, so good.
Yeah, I'm actually amazed so far. No scares like that.
Like I tweet stuff too. That's like not like I'll like retweet like Ben Norton or whatever, and like from the company account. And
have you ever been called into HR?
I mean, I am HR.
Oh, you are HR. So you don't even have that fear in the back of your head when like your boss calls you or sends you an email and like
Yeah, no, it's just Tony.
Yeah, who fires HR? Who fires HR if the HR director has to get fired? That's
Bro,
I've never even thought about that.
The person who's going to have to absorb their workload.
Yeah, the replacement. Yeah.
No, really, because fucking the last job I had, the HR person literally fell for a phishing scam twice in the same year. In the same fucking year, right?
Yeah, I don't click on anything anymore. Like I was thinking too, like I was like applying to jobs. Like when Tony asked me to come work for them, I was like applying to jobs, but it's like I'm basically unhireable, right? Like there's no way to like list like my skill sets and like how I got those skills without like revealing like what I do online, kind of like, oh, I've been doing this podcast. So I can either act like I haven't been doing anything since the kids were born, or like admit that I've been doing the communist podcast that's like, God.
And I think that's actually worse than just saying I've done nothing.
Yeah, so it's like some jobs I would change it up a little bit. Other jobs I would like include like a bits and pieces. So then it got to be where I was like writing a new cover letter for every job I applied to, and like editing my resume. I've got like dozens of different versions of my resume saved. Like, and then just like Tony was like, "Hey, you want to come work for us?" It's like, "Oh, this is just a lot easier."
I'll take it. Fucking what the fuck is it like? So you're telling me you never thought to have like, I don't know, like kind of like when they make like YouTube PG edits of like rated R movies or something, just edit out like entire hours of the podcast so that it's just like, today we're gonna talk about, and just edit in like the weather.
I mean, I should do that, right? Like make like a sample. Just like have like a like a clip and like attach it to my resume or something.
Yeah.
So they don't go looking for it.
Yeah, just make like a basic like podcast thing and just be like, what's like the most innocuous thing that you have an interest in?
I mean, we covered the primary really, really closely with Bernie.
There you go. Just be like, just have that one snippet of that, right? And just edit out any inflammatory part of it.
We did the 3-episode, like, mini season about, it was titled The Iowa Regime Change Operation. It was all about how McKinsey Pete was like, trying to use CIA tactics to undermine the caucus system.
Yeah, so you're with me that like Bernie definitely had at least the the first one and quite definitely the second run just stolen out from underneath them.
Oh, yeah. No, I go back and forth on whether they were like literally changing numbers.
No,
like
they were.
I think happened in Nigeria last week, by the way. Like, I think they straight up fucking stole that. Like,
Yeah.
like Hugo Chavez, fucking Dominion voting machine style.
The possessed voting machines of the ghost of Hugo Chavez came.
The specter of Hugo Chavez, is just in there, like R2D2, just tearing wires out.
Chavez descended into the U.S. political system and just went LOL.
I smell sulfur. Have you ever seen that clip of him?
Yeah, it's oh man.
He's like at some fucking podium that like Bush was at the day beforehand. He's like, "You smell that? That sulfur smell?"
Isn't that what Alex Jones said about Hillary Clinton? Also,
he stole it from Chavez.
Yeah.
He said it
No
at the
way.
UN.
Yeah.
Matt, I assume you had to have heard that thing where they take Alex Jones's rants and turn it into like an indie song.
Oh yeah, that song's tight.
That's amazing.
Oh,
yeah.
Who was that again? I always forget who that is.
I don't know. I'm about to pull it up though. Should I pull it up or not?
Yeah, pull it up.
All right, cool.
It's got like 5 million plays too, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Every time I watch this, it gets in my head for the next week. I'll walk around my house singing it.
Circuit City and Twitter. Oh yeah, I should say that.
Yeah, you should say you worked at Twitter.
Yeah. That'll work. Yeah, Stacey Abrams' involvement down there really was a huge red flag, right? Like I might have believed that they just guess the labor guy just didn't get it together this time.
And
But
what
after
did she
seeing
get for it?
Yeah, what was she doing down there? And there was like barely even publicized. I could see if it was like, like she did it as like a press junket and like she was like trying to sell a book or something, right? She was like trying to like lay low basically, right? Like she was just there like in case they needed her.
We're just out here doing simple things, pointing out that we're meant to be in nature and be natural. And this is where we find the source that God made to transcend the New World Order. And that's why they want to try to keep us out of it.
I'm angry. I've had enough of these people. They're a bunch of Christian murder scum. They're on giant death factories keeping babies alive. Selling their body parts. What more do you need to know about these people? I go out and face these scum. They literally crawl out from under.
We found this Alex Jones soundboard the other night. It was really fun.
Run around screaming, we love Satan, we want to eat babies. I have them on video. Hillary's in the creepy, weird, sick stuff, man. She sleeps in the same room with that creepy, weird woman. His mother wears a hood over her head. That woman number one is ugly. Imagine how bad she smells, man. I told her and Obama just stink. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur.
Is this Nick Lutzko?
Here to rule vampire pot and the goblins. Hobbling round coming after us.
I think it's like some folk
Spirit
band,
gets
like
close to that evil
not,
and I feel it go.
like 82 or like one of the unelected guys.
We're such self-centered crap. We don't even notice hell itself rising up against us. Millions of pointed people of the very worst type, and I'm so pissed. We're gonna stab your daughter at the mall. We're gonna stab your wife, your son. Your son. We're gonna stab you with a butcher knife, and then the police chief is gonna say, we love our Somalis, we love our Muslims. Oh, they're so good. Oh, they're so
Yeah, it is
sweet.
Nick Lutzko.
That's just, sometimes I criticize the development of the internet culture. And then when I see this, I'm like, it's all worth it. Every single degenerating part of our society and our social interactions is a worthy exchange for this.
Oh, is there a second verse?
I didn't cut.
We didn't cut shit. It ended.
Oh.
There are
I think I've seen a
certain
longer
things.
version.
There are certain things that make me say, like, you're doing a good job, China. Keep us out. Keep us out of your pure, lovely, wonderful society that you have going on, right? And then there's other times where
Is this what you want, Subs?
Were we saying the other times were what?
I was watching Fox News as I worked out this morning.
And then there's other times where I'm just like, I don't know how it could be worse, right? But I'm sure that there is some like internet, like toxically online part of China that would make it worse.
Yeah, I mean they have liberals there too.
Yeah. Sure.
Like they're just, I think it's like people are. It's the same. We were talking about this earlier. There's like the same shit that people fell for in the Cold War, right?
Yeah.
They saw Hollywood movies and they thought that's what life was like for average Americans. Like not rich people, not like famous people. They would just see like Home Alone and think that families lived like the McAllisters or whatever, right? I guess that's a bad example because that was post 91, but I don't know, like an 80s movie. And people just would think that like that's what average Americans lived like, not realizing that the vast majority of the population is like in poverty and can't afford a $400 emergency and et cetera, like has no health care, drowning in debt. And they continue to make the same mistake now. Like people in other countries think that like life in America is like the movies, right? They don't realize that like they don't show the poor people in the movies for a reason,
Oh, trust me, my dad is one of those people that like growing up like didn't think that there would be abject poverty in America.
If only everybody had to read Black Shirts and Reds in high school.
Yeah, that's what I was. Problems. I was just about to bring up that when we read Black Shirts and Reds, this is pretty much something that Perenni specifically points out, that there was like this kind of like more like intellectual elite that was like veering into like embracing capitalism, and like they had this very idealized version of it that they saw from like Western media, and they're like, this is going to be the silver bullet, that revolution that makes everything so great. And obviously that was not the case. There was massive free market reforms that plunged the country into worse poverty than it had ever been in.
It just sucks that like people who are living in Russia today are making the exact same mistakes that their ancestors made a generation ago. Right, they're also falling for the exact same con.
Well, like that video that Pat showed me that just made me insanely depressed, with like the teenagers going up to like the old people being like, "Do you miss the Soviet Union?" And like all of them, they just kind of get like a 1,000-yard stare, and they're just kind of like, "Yeah, I do."
Yeah.
And then they start going.
Revolution Report one?
No, it's these really dickhead kids in. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Should I pull it up?
Revolution Report is really good. He's got like a series of them.
What's it called?
Revolution Report is the name of the channel. It's that dude Donald Cordier. He's like an RT reporter.
This is the one that we watched while we were doing
this guy. Yeah.
I mean, while we were doing like the Soviet nostalgia kind of like era of Black Shirts and Reds, kind of going about like, do people regret it? I found this video, and these are like two Russian, like independent kind of like hipster Russian kids. And like they're in a rural area of Russia where they're asking everyone about it. And it's almost unanimous that everyone that they interview is like, yeah, we miss it. But these kids are like, they're probably from the city. They might be from Moscow or something like that. And they're like kind of, rude back to them. And they say, well, what about gulags? It's pretty embarrassing, to be honest.
25% of the world's prison population, 4% of the population says what?
Yep.
Советский Союз хотели бы вернуть? Вопрос такой.
Я бы Советский Союз работал продал.
I wish, lady.
О,
бабушка.
Сейчас у нас не Советский Союз уже. Прошел. Сейчас у нас уже Россия.
She's out.
Yeah.
She has no time for that.
Let her be.
Тебя
Is
узнали,
this
Данил.
guy's like Heritage Foundation or something?
Вряд ли. Они думают, наверное, я мобилизованный. О, молодец. Реально.
Белок, тебе еще надо было сзади букву Z пришить. Хотите ли вы вернуть СССР?
See?
Yeah, Freak Museum. We're not watching this to like really like give credence to their views. It's more so to see that all of these like other like rural and older people actually have like a pretty interesting perspective on like wanting to return to the USSR, and then also we can like criticize these kids for their extremely juvenile responses to them.
Если возможно. А зачем?
СССР, все хорошо.
Ну, одна вещь, которая очень хорошая была. А?
Ну, сейчас все дорого, а в СССР так дорого не было.
То есть надо вернуть тогда?
Да.
Все. Напишем Путину, чтобы вернул.
Hillary is in the creep.
Спасибо.
Спасибо. Хотите ли вы вернуть СССР?
СССР, да. Почему?
I don't think this kid was alive during the Soviet Union.
Да?
That kid looks like he's like 19.
Like,
Кого?
The video came out 2 months ago, so
Ну ладно, все понятно.
I don't think that kid was even alive.
А, точно, что сегодня автобус уезжает.
Which printee is that? Oh yeah.
Извините,
Look at that fucking truck.
Хотели бы они вернуть это время?
Yeah, look what they took from you, bro.
Своя молодость, блин. Как бы сказать.
Ну а если вот именно не молодость, понятное дело, молодость там каждый хочет вернуть, а само государство хорошее было?
А, само государство, да, неплохо было. Все было хорошо.
Like these kids are like these are like leading questions too. I bet.
Все химии. Мы едим.
Was it good?
У нас все натурально, мы все живы, здоровые были все.
These are Russian Ben Shapiro fans.
Как мутанты, блин.
Like if you watch Donald's video, like he asks them and he lets them know like what answer he wants them to give. Yeah, but in the opposite direction. He's like, I'm an American communist.
This answer that they just gave them, Matt, a lot of them say people
Everybody
were
said
kind
that. Yeah, people work together. There was like this these fucking assholes. So you're showing a clip from the 90s. Okay, real cool.
Yeah.
Great. This is what they always do. They talk about it, and then they show a clip from like the mid 90s when it was capitalism.
Это от нас не зависит.
Революцию устроить коммунистическую.
They're just like,
you
kid,
sound like an idiot, bro.
kid, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Like, you weren't around for it, and you've been given like a toxic, shitty education.
Потому что я в Советском Союзе
The fact that like every single person they're asking is like, yeah, it was tight. It was awesome.
Yeah, and
It
then
was
like they
amazing.
didn't live a
doesn't
single
affect
year.
them at all. Yeah.
Well, and then there's a couple of them. They bring it up too. They'll go like, "What about the gulags?" And the person's like, "I wasn't alive. I wasn't alive during any kind of a gulag. Like, there was no gulags when I was a kid."
That was the one with the two old guys with the guy where like it's got to be freezing. Look how bundled up this woman is. The other guy, he's just like pink, red in the face. His shirt is like open down to the chest, and he's like, "Yeah, they weren't around."
Really surprising how many of these, and I say this surprising from an American perspective and how bad Americans are with history, but like they're just going up to random people and they're like, well, actually, it was a referendum that they said they wanted to save the Soviet Union, and then blah, blah, blah. They all know what happened.
Yeah,
Yeltsin fucking stole it. Coup. It was a coup.
Yeah. That's why, like 70%, especially if they were of voting age, they know that, like, yeah, I voted to keep it 3 times.
Ну, не обязательно американцы.
Oh, come on, you know it was the Americans.
Come on.
Медицина бесплатная, образование бесплатное, квартира бесплатная, просто можно.
Like I've seen people talk about it, and they're like, like just in terms of their career, and it's like they work with you to find a career that suits what you're good at, and kind of shit.
And then,
that
like,
we have no chance now.
dude, even then, like, all right, well, let's work with you to find you a career, and let's also get you an education in that career while you're working it.
Yeah, and if you listen to Michael Perenni, there was almost more of a problem with them like having like too conciliatory of like a labor distribution where like they would just kind of have to be like, here's a job. Like, even if you're not like motivated or like, you know, like that was like one of the downfalls of the economy is that people were getting paid to not do enough.
And it's like that was actually a good thing though. You know?
Yeah, no. When you're measuring that against like homelessness and unemployment and food insecurity and things like that, that's a better problem for a society to have. But when you're listing off the problems and that's one of them, it's like maybe that's a little bit more of a system that we should be looking at.
And you can tell too when you see like, you know, retiree age old men who like spent their whole lives like working in a factory or something, or like, you know, doing like plumbing or something, and they're, you know, not arthritic, they're like moving around, they're like, you know, like able to like you know, like walk and talk and like have a good time, right? You see so many people here whose bodies are just destroyed by the time they get to be old enough to retire. I think that's a huge difference right there, and I think that's the primary indicator is that kind of attitude. Like,
absolutely,
you know.
So now he's saying to her, gulag. You forgot to mention that she's saying, oh, how many things were good, and he says gulag. And it's almost like a meme. Like, isn't like a meme where it's like, oh, you like communism? Gulag. You know,
gulag.
You know what I mean? Like it's.
А сейчас, знаете, все есть, но карман пустой.
Карман пустой.
Не так уж.
Но сейчас-то все в ваших руках. Тогда в руках государства.
Но это в наших руках, оно сейчас в наших руках. Это, знаете, тоже, не знаю, я не могу
How do I say
сказать,
it?
как.
Wrong.
Это молодежь, да, можете вы делать с нуля.
Я хотел бы вернуть.
А зачем? Что там такого хорошего?
Что хорошее? Я учился бесплатно. Мне еще стипендию платили. А сейчас дочь у меня учится, заканчивает в этом году мединститут.
Just not even to mention all the economic problems that come with our for-profit education system.
Right.
How you don't have any like, you know, country doctors anymore, right? And like no one wants to teach elementary school. All these like specializations are like, you know, with like a line out the door.
Are you talking about here or there?
Yeah, I'm talking about here. You can't afford to pay back your loans if you get a, you know, a job that's actually in demand. You know?
So the one thing I remember from that dude, Tim Krolge or whatever, the like, you know, DSA healthcare guy, and one of the things he talked about was that a lot of these like, you know, big corporate hospitals or whatever will literally buy out small rural hospitals or doctors' offices and replace it with urgent care facilities. So that way it's like hospital prices, but for like even shittier, like, you know, privatized healthcare.
Like Hahnemann in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Right? They did the same thing in the city. This fucking like you know, private like vulture capitalists will like buy out a you know, a necessary state asset like a hospital, drive it into the ground, and then file bankruptcy.
Look at what fucking what's his nuts was doing literally during COVID in New York. He was fucking selling off hospitals as the fucking emergency room beds and ICUs are just like, you know, being maxed to capacity.
Yeah. It's kind of surreal, the fact that like we just witnessed all this and people can still make these arguments. I thought for sure this would at least inform the conversation a little bit going forward, but
and you think it would be even worse in a place like Russia, where like I would say that probably the United States is like default kind of like higher standard of living probably insulates us from a lot of the suffering of that comes along with the system. Whereas in Russia, I mean, their economic decline was so precipitous and their standard of living declined so great that you would think even these kids, you know, just only a couple decades later would not offer the same like talking points as a couple what's the Charlie Kirk thing? Turning Point USA kid. Like these are kids are saying pretty much the same thing as I would expect from like some Turning Point kids at a college.
Yeah. Well, it's like they've benefited from the legacy of the Soviet Union because their education system is probably much better than it would be otherwise, right?
Yeah.
Like I know that was a thing in Ukraine. It was like a lot of their people were well educated, which was why there was such an attractive market to do brain drain on. You know,
Well, that was
people
the Ukraine
that good
was
Soviet education.
Ukraine was literally like one of the economic powerhouses of the Soviet Union. They were like, the most what the fuck is it? Industrious SSRs before it fell. I mean, that's where all the fucking spaceships and shit were being built. That's where all the cars were built. That's where everything was.
Смотрите телевизор ведь? Не то, что я не смотрю, редко очень смотрю. В одних только бандитов показывают. Это называется готовят
based old man, dude. Look at that.
бандитизму.
He knows.
Везде стреляют, везде проституция, везде пьянка.
А почему у нас бандиты? Почему? Откуда?
Бандиты, что ли?
Да, откуда взяли?
Не живете в России?
Don't you live in Russia?
А как это исправить, чтобы не было бандитов? Что делать?
Я все вам говорить не буду. Я вижу, что вы записываете, тогда...
Ну, что-то можно сделать, да? Но говорить об этом нельзя.
Да.
Ну понятно. Все, понял.
Спасибо.
He's scared of Pooler.
That old man just, that's right, Ross. He understands terms of service agreement.
Очень бы неплохо было.
А зачем? Почему там? Почему хотите?
Жить было легче.
А сейчас сложнее?
А сейчас тяжело.
Ну, может быть, это просто потому, что мы молодой были.
I mean, I know it's 26 million died in World War II.
А сейчас не хватает.
This kid said to him, he's like, yeah, it would be a lot better. And then the kid's like, maybe it's just because you want your youth. And the dude just like pauses and stares at him. He's like, I can't afford food. like just look at this. Look at the guy's face when he says that to him. He's like, maybe it's because you were young. Look.
Если бы сейчас молодым были, вам бы тоже легко было.
А сейчас не хватает даже нормально пропитаться. Вот что, ребятишки. Не было минуса.
It's funny how they had to cut the response to that.
Это было до меня.
What about the
Ну, вам же нельзя было критиковать власть тогда.
Who fucking cares about criticizing the government?
I didn't have to worry about food, kid.
Yeah, like there's like a Maslow's hierarchy of needs situation where it's like I can say whatever the fuck I want about the government, but I can't eat food. There's a certain hierarchy that's violated there.
Если бы они что-то не так сделали, то вам ничего бы нельзя было сказать. Разве не минус?
Наверное, да.
But he doesn't even believe that. He's like, kind of.
Конечно.
Not even a thought.
My girlfriend's parents grew up in the Soviet Union, and they say something very similar to these. Like a lot of times when you ask them about what was better during the Soviet Union, they got to bring up this kind of level of like interconnected community friendliness and things like that. They bring this up a lot, that it wasn't as like divided or individualized into like individual nuclear families that all kind of just don't pay attention to their neighbors. Like there was a much more communal aspect to when they grew up in the Soviet Union.
Yeah. Oh, that's like that Donald video I linked earlier. Like that's what he keeps coming back to, which I thought was really inspiring. Everyone's just like, yeah, we all work together to try to improve our, you know, our collective, whatever it was.
And I'll put it like this: my girlfriend's parents aren't like communists. You know what I mean? Like they're not like, like all these things, but they still bought me and my girlfriend these Lenin cups that I don't know where they got them from, but they're like cups with like a young like they're like they have a more nuanced view of like politics than like a lot of people would like consider people that come from a post-Soviet country, or well, I guess they grew up through the transition, but they have a lot of criticisms of the American system, like especially now because they're at a retirement age and they're not like they're retiring like with no pension, or there's like issues with their pensions and things like that. And like, now they were at one point a lot more optimistic about the American system because they kind of looked at it rose-colored glasses. And now if they've worked in it for a few decades, they're like, oh, we're kind of, this wouldn't have happened back then. Like there's certain things that are better.
They both smell like soul food.
Там же неверно было, война была еще в Афганистане.
А сейчас?
Вторая
Сейчас Украина.
It wasn't peaceful. There was a war in Afghanistan.
Когда люди другие были, миролюбивые были, когда богатства такого не было, ни шковали, никто, богатых не было, все были наравне. Все вот, даже у
Look,
начальников, даже вот...
she's not entirely wrong in that, like, you know, even the wages that you could receive as, like, you know, a member of the government, right, were, yeah, like 10 times more than like the average person working in a fucking factory. But it wasn't like.
Do you want to come? Do you want to say it?
It's just like it's a dumb way to run your country, even just for practical.
Hi.
You know.
Hi. So I was actually just talking to am I on screen? I can't see.
Yes. Yeah, you are.
I was just talking to my mom actually, because I talk to her like every night. But we were talking. We always end up talking about politics somehow. She's very like concerned about what's going on in like Ukraine and Russia and stuff like that. And she just like, I don't know. Somehow we started talking about Stalin. And she was like, yeah, you know, if maybe Stalin was like a little bit, you know, over the top, but he did a lot for the Soviet Union and Russian people and Eastern European people. And like if he was around today, maybe we wouldn't have like the types of issues that we have right now, like in Russia and Ukraine. And like basically she was just saying that he was like at least like better than Putin.
Now we absolutely need to invite your mom.
Translate for her. I mean, she speaks English pretty well actually, but
No, your mom speaks English great. Yeah,
Yeah,
your
she
mom
does.
and your dad both speak very good English.
Yeah.
He
My
had
dad
this
does
giant spoon.
And how did they learn English so good?
They did like when they first came to America. Well, first they learned English in like at least a
What
little
was,
bit
what
in
was the
Russia.
what was like the Girl Scout troop that your mom?
Oh, it wasn't like a Girl Scout.
I know, but like, what was the thing? I know it's not.
It was
literally-
called Pioneere.
And what is that?
It's like young pioneers.
But wasn't it?
Yes.
Wasn't it like a Lenin thing or something like that? Were they like little Lenin scouts or something like
Yeah,
that?
they had like little tiny. I still have.
I have one.
Somewhere.
that's
Yeah, it's like a little tiny pin,
Yeah.
with like a little baby Lenin on there.
And we have a cup with a baby Lenin on it. Like, yeah, it's like that. It's like that
But,
thing.
like,
But yeah, her mom.
I feel that though. Like my kid's in Cub Scouts now, and I'm very conflicted about like all the values they try to impart on him. And I'm like, ooh,
That's why like we need like a socialist, like, you know, young pioneers, right?
Yeah.
Like, I want him to learn camping and like craftsmanship and all, but all this, you know, religion and like capitalism. I don't know, dude.
Yeah, I mean, like the most important things I think, like from what I've heard that they learned in like that little like young pioneers thing was like just how to like be helpful like to their families and like, you know, be helpful, like good people, basically. Like I don't know.
Isn't that like what your mom says a lot when she talks about like as opposed to living in New York City versus living in when she lived in the Soviet Union, that like people were more interconnected and there was more of like a community and there was more leisure time. Like there wasn't as much stress with everything.
I'll
like,
never forget. Like,
and I'll tell you, they're not like straight up like communists. Her grandfather was in the Communist Party.
He was.
He was like a super devout communist, but like her parents are like, I think they're more into like living because they have like a little bit of money and stuff like that now, but they have like a lot of like very like valid criticisms.
Yeah. I'll never forget like when my mom, like when I was a little kid, like sighed one day and was like, she just looked at me and was like, it just felt like we had more time back there. Like it just felt like we just had more time to just live and everything wasn't like so rushed and like we had more time for friends and family and like everyone was like kept in touch. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just like even for like, you know, like economic development reasons, this system of governance that we have now is dumb just because it's like there's not enough distribution of capital to like get the money flowing, right? To get the economy working the way it is. It's just inevitable. It's going to end up as this, you know, 8 companies own everything.
We don't we don't have any kind of production going on in the US. We don't produce food, we don't produce like goods, we don't produce anything that like actually benefits us. Because even the things that we do produce, like agriculturally, things like that, even the textiles that we do produce, we immediately export in order to gain a profit to sell it at like an exorbitant rate outside of the US, right? So it's not even as if any of the things that we are
Resulted in
producing.
people being able to like amass their own wealth.
Wait, hold on. Say bye to everyone.
Alright, guys.
Say bye to everyone.
До свидания всем. Maybe another time I can tell you about my grandpa that like fought Nazis in World War II. And
Fuck yes.
was an actual.
Bayonet.
Yeah, I've ascended to the full rank of tanky. I have I've like, you know, what is it, like a philic? I fetishized the product of the Soviet Union.
Christ, Pat.
I mean, I ordered that belt off the internet like a weeks ago. To say
The
it's
belt?
not the. I ordered like a Soviet belt, and
nice.
It's not like the best belt I've ever had. But you know, it's got like a weird contraption, like the mechanism, but that it closes is like maybe I just don't know how to use it right. I mean, that's it. I didn't go to Young Pioneers, so
yeah, that's all it is. You just need practice with the belt.
According to her grandfather was a diehard communist until the very end, and like he was just like absolutely livid during like the end of his life during like the 80s to the 90s. He was like just furious about what was happening during all that.
It's often obscured in the conversation, right? But the general that they appointed, the you know, General Armageddon, General Surovikin, right? He did 6 months in jail because he was part of the defense of the Parliament building, like when they had to like roll tanks on the Parliament in '92.
Yeah,
like he was like one of the ones to the bitter end, like defending the communist members of Parliament.
And there was like another one in '96, right?
Or maybe that was the one he got down for. I forget. One of those.
I think there was like a couple. We
for.
covered a lot of this when we did like the ending chapters of Black Shirts and Reds. I went more into this topic than I ever had before, and I actually bought this book called Death from Above. That's quoted a lot in another book that I read that I really want to get into, but I haven't quite yet. But
it just
angers me to
no end.
I have some Soviet money with Lenin on it.
Wow, that's cool.
That's all I got. That's like really like Soviet, like legitimately Soviet. Like, there's no way these are counterfeit Soviet.
I got my girlfriend. I have my girlfriend and whatever little presents her parents give me. Like one day, when I first started hanging out with her, and I would go over to the house, I was kind of insecure. Like I didn't want them to know that I was, because for some reason in my head, like there's so much like American propaganda about like people. Like, have you ever seen that meme where it's like when people from Eastern European hear, you know, Americans say they want communism, and it's like, you know, the face or whatever. That I was like, I don't know, what if they're like, what the fuck, you know what I mean, you stupid American, or something like that. And then one day they come in and they just give me this cup with Lenin on it, and they're like, here, you can have this. I was like, oh shit.
Nice. That's like you know, like when Oswald met you know, George Giannidis' family, you know, and they had to it's a deep cut for all my fucking JFK heads out there.
What is it?
You know, Oswald was supposedly a communist, right? But then
in
Dallas were all white Russians. They were all Russians who had fled communism in the generation before. Doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I don't even think that Jackie shot first or Oswald. I think I'm adopting the new theory that you know, he just had this condition that like his head just did that, right? That's why his head was so big. You know, it was just the pressure building internally until his skull just popped like a, you know, fucking spore.
I mean, he was powerful. Yeah.
Yeah, all that knowledge up there in that dome, that big Irish dome. Fucking what the fuck is it? But you know, I after especially watching the JFK movie by Stone, I'm just kind of like that we really don't have an answer as to how he managed to get from the observatory to the secondary location, right? in as fast a time as he did.
Yeah, and there was testimony from people who were on the steps who would have had to have run. He would have had to have run past them if he was on the 6th floor.
Yeah, he would have had to have done one of those like Neo like flying things where like all the cars and shit are flying past because of how fast he's going.
Also, they cut down that strand of trees, which I think is something that is very rarely discussed. But in between the 6th floor window and the car, there was all these trees, right? After the killing, right? Before the the review or whatever, before they did the investigation, they cut down this big strand of trees that was directly in between the car and the window. So he would have had to have shot through all these trees, basically.
It was definitely Cuban exiles. It's just they were using them too often after that, especially for it not to be.
Yeah. I mean, then they had that whole like alternate plan set up in Miami and Chicago, right?
Involving
the Cuban exiles in Miami and the white supremacists in Chicago. Like the same thing, just like with a Cuban as Oswald and a Chud as Oswald.
Right. So I don't know. It just kind of sounds a lot like definitely wasn't Oswald. Not to say that Oswald wasn't like, you know, a patsy.
No, he was a patsy. Yeah. I wonder who killed JD Tippett though. Right?
JD Tippett.
As the cop that Oswald supposedly killed.
Probably a Cuban exile.
Mm.
I mean, do you think that it's possible they would have mistaken him for, you know, what the fuck is it? Oswald?
Yeah, I mean, I that's a good point. Like, it's a really amazing that he got brought in alive, right?
Right.
You would have thought that he would not have made it there because that's why they eventually had to take him out, you know, with with Jack Ruby, right? They couldn't have Oswald testify.
No.
It was never going to happen.
Never.
Like, even if even if it was not a conspiracy, they still couldn't have had him testify just because he was definitely part of the
Thank you, Famous Horse. Or
defector program. Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm not on Twitch. What happened with Famous Horse? Thank you.
Famous Horse just gifted a fucking subscription sub to the Antifada. Wow.
Oh, shit. Thank you so much.
Wow. No, I mean, like, it's just, it's wild to me because I still remember when I was like a baby leftist listening to the Antifada, and now the Antifada is listening to me.
Dude, play it cool, man. Stop.
Stop making it weird.
Yeah, bro, chill. Yo, has my connection been good? I just realized I didn't plug in my wired connection this whole time.
Your connection's been horrendous this whole time.
Are you serious?
No, I'm on my repeater. Usually I'm hardwired at night, but I have like an extra router.
No, are you serious? Has my connection been bad?
I mean, like, you know, you've been lagging a little, but it's not nearly as bad as when like you would have like a full-on delay.
I forgot. I had people come in and see my house today, so I couldn't fucking have like this weird wire running up the stairs and across the hallway.
You know, I unplug mine every morning.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, don't you have to like? Don't you also have to like, you know, bring the wire up and down the stairs in the middle of the night?
Yeah, Zach bought it for me.
Yes, me or him. Oh, we must
Zach
have similar
bought the,
setups.
100-foot cable or whatever. You know, I have to like unplug it. Like when I start the stream, I go and get it and bring it out here and plug it in. Then I unplug it and roll it back up every morning. Balls smell like sulfur.
Oh, I guess we spoke too soon about Pat's connection. So yeah, I'm sorry that like I haven't been in your chat nearly as much as I'd like to be.
Middle of the night, you know.
What you got planned for tonight?
I don't know. I'm looking at YouTube right now. Let's see. Probably some Berletic. Let's see.
Is it Burletic or Burletic?
I usually say Burletic. I don't know. I wish he went by his alias more, Tony
What?
Cartolucci.
Tony Cartolucci?
Yeah. There's a great blog post I read. It was like him explaining like his whole name situation, because I always thought it was weird that he had, alias is Tony Cartolucci or whatever. But if you actually like look into why he has that, it's because that was his pen name, because he didn't, didn't be like an avowed anti-imperialist or whatever.
Like Gary Breacher, John Dolan type situation.
Yeah, and then somebody doxed him, so then he was revealed who he was. So then, actually, I don't even think they doxed him. They doxed him and they got it wrong, right? So it was just some random American expat in Thailand who was getting harassed all the time by these chuds.
Yeah.
So then he like had to come clean and say it's not him, it's me.
Wow.
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
I mean, he seems like it. I like the fact that he doesn't fall into the whole like weird pat sock thing about it, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, like whenever anything comes up like that, he deftly avoids it. He doesn't go like embarrass himself in any of that. And you can kind of see it, like, I don't know, maybe it's just me like seeing what I want to see, but you can kind of see it like on his face. He's got like subtle body language where he's like, oh God.
He's like, I just want to cover the geopolitics.
Like, I want someone to ask him if he's a communist, though, right? Because I would like to hear what he would say. Because I
doubt it.
Like, I kind of doubt he would identify as a communist, but I feel like he would have a good answer either way.
Right. Like, I doubt he has any kind of like political leaning to any of it.
No, like it's like, if there's other ways to like more fairly redistribute money, I'm all here. Like, whatever you got, I'd love to hear your ideas. It's just like, so far, like the version that we know that works is communism, right? Like if you think that there's some other way to like put in a system like that where we're not like relying on capitalists to not be ghouls, then I'll listen. But like, I don't think you have that. Maybe it's just the kind of capitalist that we have grown up with, just vicious psychos.
Do you want to hear what I think? Like, we would still be able to retain the ghoulish nature of the U.S., but things would at least be better off for like the people within it. Fucking is it if we just shaved like a quarter off of the military budget and implemented like, a New Deal type jobs program that was open towards all people, and like you forgave student loan debt, and you just like, put in like, just make education like free, right? Along with, like infrastructure, housing and stuff like that. You could probably pay for all of that just with like a quarter of the military budget. And you, on top of that, would probably have like more public support for the, imperialist construction that the U.S. is than ever before. You'd probably deflate any and all like, transition towards like, leftist politics for a majority of people.
No, straight up. That's like, if we had European style social democracy, yes. Like there would not be the sort of like multipolar world would not be developing, I don't think, right now. Because it's like, I don't even think that like, I think China was eventually going to move in this direction, but I feel like they are moving that process up a little bit just because of how unhinged the Americans have become. I feel like they're willing to wait, right? It's just you can't do business with these freaks anymore if they're just going to like take your money out of the bank account and say no takebacks or whatever. Like you can't. How are you supposed to treat them like grown-ups? You can't. It's like they're
on top of the fact that like their entire media apparatus is consistently and constantly just attacking you viciously. Like, I don't blame them.
Like I'm surprised that they've managed to like not, barely ever hit back at all. And like when they hit back now, like that document that what was that report? Report on the American imperialism or whatever. Like even that, which was sort of like their, they'd been like released a lot of pent up frustrations, I'm sure, but even that was still remarkably restrained. They didn't even go into like all the shit they could have.
The one thing that I think that they have the same issue as the Soviet Union with is propaganda, and I feel like their propaganda is just weak.
I feel like they barely tried, though, is the thing.
No, that's the thing, is that they don't try. It's weak. It's like, if they had like a good fucking propaganda arm, like that's like the one thing that, like, I think Black Shirts and Reds kind of could have hit a little bit harder, is that, like, by the end, most people believed in the propaganda of the US and did not believe their own country. That, like, no, they have like serious poverty over there. Like, what don't you understand about that?
Yep. No, I think that is, and again, they're still making the same mistake now, right?
Yeah.
Like, that wasn't enough. I guess it's just because the type of people who like didn't trust the Soviets also don't trust their current government.
Right.
Rightfully so, they shouldn't, but like, they are always going to think, like, when Putin says, "Oh, the U.S. sucks, it's not as nice as it looks," they don't believe him.
Yeah.
Even though he's right. It's like very little thing. Like, very rarely does he like talk about like actual material reality where I'm like, that doesn't sound right, bro. Like, we need obviously when he like goes into like his like reactionary like social takes, like his like anti-LGBTQ stuff and all, that's obviously bullshit. But like other than that, when he's just describing like geopolitics or like the economy or whatever, he's usually being pretty honest about it.
Yeah.
Biden whispers Reagan was a wacko liberal guy. Did you see this?
No. What channel is this?
It's from the New York Post, so I don't know if you can believe it, but
I mean, like, look, the Freak Museum, the USSR didn't have a lot of light industry, so the propaganda was effective because US could offer a bunch of luxury goods like Pizza Hut. I mean, yes, there is that, but like at the end of the day, like Pat said before, Maslow's like, hierarchy of needs, there was still a lot of that being met,
Yeah.
Well,
and it's like the one reason that they did that was because they had to do the arms race.
Right.
They couldn't invest the kind of money in commercial goods that they would have liked to have.
But what channel did you say that like Biden is saying this shit on?
It says from New York Post.
New York Post. Fuck, I need to like unsubscribe from CTGN on YouTube because like my entire fucking
He did it.
YouTube
He
feed-
said it. He called Reagan a wacko liberal guy.
Get the fuck out of here. Like, does he mean his son?
He meant neoliberal.
He's talking about the tax rate, and he's like how he wants to raise it to 28 or whatever. Or forget whatever he wants to raise it to. And then he's talking about what Reagan had it at, and he's like, Reagan had it at 28. That's wacko liberal Reagan.
Oh, well, I see what he's saying there. He's making a little joke.
Yeah, no, he's right, but that's the kind of thing that I wish that they would hammer home more, because they're usually afraid to do that. They're usually afraid to like reference like, previously people that you perceive as right-wing role models had policies that were more liberal than the existing policies. Like they don't seem to get that. They all like, because they all keep doubling and tripling down. Like on C-SPAN this morning, the guy was talking about the Biden's his budget proposal, and they were like, this is the most outrageous like frivolous like spending bill that's ever been proposed or whatever. Like, and it's like it's going to like cut the deficit and this is what he calls it. It's like the effect of all this chud propaganda is all these fucking dumbasses continue to get dumber.
Oh, holy shit, it's 11:45. I just noticed that. All right.
Cool.
Yeah, no, I wish I could recommend you stuff for tonight. I'm gonna try and be on there. Thank you, Matt, for coming
Thanks
on.
for having me. Sorry to keep you guys on.
No.
No.
Please don't apologize for that.
Yeah.
I wanted more than anything, because I've been trying to do this for like a while now. I wanted you to come on, but
we gotta fucking come back on and get pilled on something.
Yeah, we gotta read what the fuck is that book that you recommended to Pat?
Who Paid the Piper?
who paid the piper, and we'll invite you on.
Is that
for
you that recommended that book?
We could do those Peter Dale Scott articles about 9/11. That's like kind of my specialty.
You want to do that?
Sounds kind of cool.
Yeah.
I was talking about this. Were you the one that recommended us this?
I think I recommended the thread, and the guy said this information comes from this book.
Mm-hmm.
So since I don't have the,
I'll give you credit for that.
My brain is rotted, and I can't read whole books anymore. You know,
it's all right. We're the kind of Twitch stream where we read the book, so you don't have to.
I can't. I mean, I have a hard time. Like, it's crazy.
We take the books and we chew them. We chew them and we swallow them a little bit, and then we regurgitate them in a more digestible form into other people's mouths.
Yeah, like you're all our little baby birds, you know.
This just happened like in between when I finished law school a few years ago, and then now when I'm like trying to study for the bar exam, it's like, oh God, what the fuck?
I gotta sign back up for school. I still haven't done it. I gotta sign up for school and then I'm gonna try and like fucking go to law school, and I don't know what I'm doing.
Do it. Yeah, don't do it.
Don't do it. You tell me not to do it now?
I mean, what do you want to do?
I want to defend fucking indigenous land back arguments.
I mean, if you actually want to like do it and like put on a tie and go to court, then do it. It's just, I think a lot of people do it because I didn't actually want to do that. Like, I had a couple ideas of things I kind of wanted to do, like legally related, but not like explicitly practicing law.
Yeah.
And I think the stuff that I want to do, I could do without, spending fucking six figures on a law degree.
I do not want to become a politician. I did not say that. I said I wanted to defend, like, for instance, we have the Turtle Clan of the, Ramapo Lenape up in Ringwood, New Jersey, that are still dealing with the Superfund site from Ford Motor Company. And,
Yeah, I think that's the 3 parts right there. Part 1, part 2.
I'm not going to be a congressman. Look at the amount of things I have said on the internet. I can never become a congressman.
Yeah.
Although I don't know. I mean, maybe the pendulum will swing back from Q, and we'll have like hardcore lefties like getting elected.
When I ran for school board, I kind of like I was nervous about stuff like that. Like, luckily it wasn't like a big enough race that people like were going to like try to do character assassination of me.
Mm-hmm.
But like I noticed that like there's like there was a race in California, I think like California State Senate or something, and the DSA in LA refused to endorse this guy because he had like pro Stalin takes on his Twitter profile. So if that's all it takes, then damn, I'm in trouble.
Nah, we'll be fine.
I want to have Brandon on the stream one night. The guy who's running for mayor.
Yeah.
He's pretty good, but he's been very careful to like not like he doesn't have like the DSA endorsement or anything. Like, he's been steering clear of that because of that's the Vallis people just nonstop McCarthyite bullshit.
Right.
So it's either supporting it's either having a pro Stalin take on Twitter or being advocated for by the DSA.
Yes.
Those are the two things that'll get you.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if Brandon had Stalin shit on his profile, I think that they would have jumped on that. But like, yeah, he's been like, they're trying to smear him, and like you see the stuff because I see all these bots. They have all these like sock puppet accounts that pretend that they're like Chicago voters. Like, if you look at any of like the hashtags or whatever, or like any of like Brandon's tweets, it's just like all these accounts that are just not real people. You can tell just they have no tweets at all, and then it's just like hundreds of tweets a day about the election, right? All they could find was like a clip of him from like 2013 talking about like the level of radicalization within the teachers union. That was like the best they could do. which I was impressed by. Hiding his power levels.
Fucking, let me just see one thing real quick. Is
You know,
Horse
good Brandon.
about to go night, right?
Anybody's in Chicago, vote for Brandon.
Vote. I'm not in Chicago, but I will tell my friend that lives there to do that.
I will illegally vote.
The poll I saw today, he took the lead first time. This is what I've been saying too. Like Vallis has, he's got the cops. He's got that cop faction of the city locked up. Like he's got like a third of the vote that's his, and he can't. No matter what he does, he'll always have them. And then Brandon has the much higher ceiling because I think Brandon has his third of the city, and then there's a third of people who voted for other candidates in the primary. That's who they're fighting over. And traditionally, they go with the non-cop candidate, but who knows? They're trying to make the whole election about like a referendum on crime. And I'm like, you think like, oh, wait a minute. Like that seems like it's a bad look for a lefty, but it's actually not, right? Because Vallis, the guy who's got the FOP endorsement, is just, let's just keep doing exactly what we're doing. We'll give the cops the longest leash. We'll let them, beat the shit out of anybody, whoever they want, free overtime, all that, blah, blah, blah. And Brandon's just like, how about we do like a couple common sense things that have worked other cities? We'll just do things that we know work,
Mm-hmm.
People seem receptive to it. So I'm optimistic.
All right. If you live in Chicago, vote Brandon. Vote for Brandon. Matt, thank you again for coming
Brandon.
on. I'll see you in a
Matt.
little while.
All right, Sean.
Pat,
Later.
have a
Later,
good night.
everybody.
Lal Salam, everybody. We're
Well,
rating out the
Sunday.
famous horse. See you Sunday. Read the book. Read the Killing Hope book.
And again, we're not doing Greece.
We're not doing
China,
Greece.
Italy.
China and Italy.
Italy. The first two.
We're doing noodles. All right. Have a good night, y'all.
Various kinds of noodles. All right. Love you, everybody. Bye.
And that's that.